Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
everyone. Welcome to the LCK pre-show. I am your only and the real host, Ji-sun. And today we're here joined by the Big Kuni and Chrony Cackler. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Business as usual. We're very excited for playoffs.
Absolutely, as usual.
I'm just taking over this pre-show because I asked Max to we just roll swap today because I can do better.
Obviously.
And
I mean,
Yeah.
makes sense.
I'm
Yeah, I
already doing
believe
better, I
that.
think.
Yeah.
Right?
He wants new.
Yeah.
Who's Max? Who's that?
We don't need him.
So let's take a look at the playoffs bracket and see how the playoffs run has been throughout the playoffs. CG, come on.
Come on,
Max.
Atlas.
Give me the CG. What? No, this is not right. Take that out. No. Take it down. No. Max.
This is a playoffs match. Come on, Atlas.
Max.
Get it together.
Stop messing around. Come on.
He's taking day off.
Oh.
Did he leave?
No, he's in the control room. Like he's not working right. Come on, Max. I don't know what to do. I want to quit. I want to leave. I want to come back in. I want to leave.
Yeah, no. Please, can we swap? Because
I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, no,
you
no,
know
no,
what?
no, no,
I
no, no.
quit. Bye,
Yeah,
guys.
no, I'm
coming
Don't
back.
leave us.
I'm coming
Oh.
back. And look, I understand she probably can do a better job. It's probably true.
You're the problem.
But I am the problem. It's so confusing in there. Although I was very proud of Ji-sun for double pentakill on Ivan. That's I'm pretty sure that's impossible. I don't know.
Don't forget 10 assists too.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely absurd. But let's bring up the playoff bracket, shall we? And let's get into this pre-show and check out exactly what we have in store for today. T1 versus Gen.G, rematch of the 2022 Summer Final.
Feels like we have been here before, because I'm pretty sure
yeah.
that's not the only rematch, as it's the oldest rivalry in the book, especially if you draw it back to Samsung as well.
Yeah.
And I think that previously to the T1 KT series, many of us would have felt like this would be one-sided, but now I'm still favoring T1, but I do think it could be a little bit more exciting than was previously expected.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it was like probably that was like expert mark for T1, but right now it turned to kind of question mark for them. So it's a time to them to prove like how can they beat the Gen.G, or they could be falling down because the series against the KT was kind of rough.
Yeah, this is the thing. I feel like there's a lot of people's waters, and we say this a lot. This is a bit of our thing, but even Wolf and I were aligned this morning. We walked in, we're like, we don't know what could happen today. There could be some upsets. Could be some crazy stuff. But do you know what we need? We need some stats. We need to have a look at some cold, hard stats to see the head-to-head record and decide whether maybe the head-to-head record is what's going to be able to give us a little bit more information about this. So here it is. T1. They've done a lot more winning than Gen.G, so maybe that's going to put our waters at ease. Gentlemen?
I do think that this is a very good indication. There are a couple of notable Gen.G wins, but they're usually very one-sided as well, right? Particularly in best of fives, it's either T1 wins or Gen.G 3-0s. Right? Like, that's generally how it goes. The spring upset, like way back in 2021, is one that comes to mind. The finals, another one. And even last summer, when they faced in round 2, it was a 2-0 as well. And I do think that that is when we have seen T1 fall, is when Gen.G on the day is just miles ahead of them. Because if the series does go on, if it does drag, generally T1 pulls out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think T1 was like a little bit, at least we saw more, like a little bit stronger, like as a set-wise, as a number-wise. But I think, especially today, I think no one knows. We can't tell. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about a few different factors when it comes to whether Gen.G can actually overcome the hurdles or whether T1 can actually find that consistency that we saw throughout the regular season, right? Like, because we did see T1 having some happy games, but you always had the feeling in the back of your mind, like, this is a happy game, the next one is going to be a blowout, and it almost always was, right? Like, there was that Twitch support experiment, you know, but then after that, it's like immediate clapback and everything's fine. That's not how it felt in the KT series.
And that's the biggest thing as to why, even if this ends up being like a fairly one-sided T1 3-0 or 3-1, that makes sense. It's more of a return to the status quo. But I do think the shift in the meta away from AD carry supports has taken away some of the complete untouchability and invincibility of T1 and might open some avenues for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, also it's from the pick and ban. I think they clearly has shown their weaknesses, like how when they draft like around, not around the Zeus, I think he was actually kind of falls down a little bit, and then the game was kind of scrappy, and that's what the game kind of went to game 5, and no one knew that like who's gonna win, and no one knew that the T1 will struggle against KT.
Yeah.
And today, that's the time that they probably have to either fix it, either they got to do something better job.
They do. And Huni has now prepared a graphic for us. Let's have a look at our key player matchup. This is, of course, the top lane, the only lane that really matters on the Rift. Zeus versus Doran here. And I think this is one of the mismatches that might actually work in Gen G's favor in a weird way. But I might have to explain that a little bit later. Huni, what do you think about this?
I mean, as a top laner, you know how I feel. It's just like as soon as I playoffs started, I think the Zeus right now, his performance, whatever he's shown from the regular season, it's only the one king can stop him, and that's what actually happened. But today, like Zeus, I think it's gonna be dependent on the draft, but I think he will still probably high prioritize as Nara because I think Doran, I don't think he can actually perform like real well, like as much as the king did what he did, and I don't think he can actually punish as much as he can. So I think Zeus will have more free pick and ban stuff, more options to do it.
Yeah, I think that Doran defensively can match Zeus, but he can't do what Keen did, where he takes Zeus and a good matchup and kind of shoves him down. So I do think that T1 in that way will never fall ahead defensively, but will be able to push.
Yeah, I think that for me, it's like bot lane and mid lane priority is very, very important. If you have a defensive top laner, things can potentially work out. So that would be my Doran argument, I guess. But now, Viego has been once again re-enabled, and it's actually kind of awesome that it's for this matchup. Both Peanut and Ona do very much like this champion, but also they both like playing the Lee Sin. We've seen Viego picked into Lee Sin a lot before he was disabled for the beginning of playoffs. How do you think this changes things up, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, I thought the Lee Sin the prioritize the percentage would be like a little bit more higher, but it was like actually kind of low as what expected. As what not expected. So like I think that Viego, even though Viego kind of enable, I'm not sure how it will change. Like I don't think it's gonna be like really big impact.
No, I agree. I think Viego being back means that Lee might go a little bit down in prio, but what's more so is that we saw that the early game volatility for T1 in particular was something that kind of backfired, so maybe they'll try and shy away from that and try to get things like Maokai that have a bit more control, or Sejuani if she isn't banned.
Yeah, something like that. Let's jump into points of the match, though, and really get this one underway. Both of these teams we have seen on stages like this many, many times. Head-to-head once again. This time, the only real difference is this bottom lane for Gen G. T1 still the same dominant force from before.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins, they get the final instantly. That's kind of crazy.
They go to MSI. It's crazy.
They'll be our first representatives, and this was, even though it did end with a T1 victory, a very surprising turn of events, right? For Gen G, I think it was a lot more cut and dry. They were clearly the better team. Hanwha got the one win, but they weren't really able to stand up in either draft or in overall team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I feel like, especially for Gen G against Hanwha, that's how I feel. It was like almost like 4-0, and T1 series was like, it was really, really close.
But the GOAT is still in this mid lane, but now he's up against Chovy, who has redefined his playstyle a little bit, gentlemen. Do you feel like Chovy's evolution is going to be enough to take down the GOAT?
I think that Chovy is actually playing a lot more similar than Faker, whereas previously we had a very big gap in these two players, their playstyle, right? Where Faker was very focused on playmaking, and Chovy was much more of a lane-centric 1v1 side lane type player. That isn't really how the current meta shapes up, right? I think picks like the Cassante are a great example, but Faker, most notably on his Gragas, the one who brought it back as well, has not been about getting high resources. It has been about just making the big plays. And he was one of the pivotal turning points in that final game in KT, where they were down a couple of K gold. He was able to find a couple of key catches. And I actually think it's really cool because that has been what Chovy has been trying to do more and more.
And which is that Chovy, I think he really improved himself. That like that was a lack of himself. That like not able to make a play like to the source of style lane, or like not move enough to like when he need to be at exactly where he need to. It's just like he fixed like he improved like so much, like where he need to be at the map. Like he also be able to like inform like a top lane, jungle, like even bottom. Like that's why like everyone's be able to carry like from the team, like Peanut, Pace, like Dilla, even Doran, like some game. Like that's why I think the exact reason why the Gen.G got even stronger.
And that brings us to the bottom side matchup, Gumayusi versus Paze. Paze, of course, in his debut year being able to get the most kills in a regular season. Absolutely incredible stat. This guy is, he's amazing, but he's up against Gumayusi, who has, I think, really improved himself.
Yeah, when the clutch really comes down, I think Guma has been incredible throughout like many a tournament now, right? Like last Worlds, he was one of the most consistent factors as well. And it's really such a stark improvement for what we saw last year at him when he was at MSI and he was kind of struggling. I think he's really leveled himself up. And as good as the Lies and Pace have been, it's Guma and Carrier, right? Like this is without a shadow of a doubt the best bot lane that we do have in the LCK. And I do think that Gen.G haven't really been tested in the bot lane department in their recent series. And that is where I'd expect them to struggle today, because I think that Pace and the Light have performed admirably, but if they can't get these leads, right, if they can't get kills like this, I do think that the team can struggle because they play very heavily towards that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, if I just remember correctly, like from like first game or like second game from a round one, like of the Pace, like he's, you know, like he's just completely different person compared to right now.
Oh, compared to game one where Fake.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's really impressive how he got it really improved and be able to just play against the T1 BO5.
Yeah, well, T1 stats are looking pretty amazing, as you would expect from our first place team here in the LCK. Gen.G, a little bit more middling, as we can see. The goal difference at 8 minutes is what kind of worries me. And I know that's a bit of a weird thing because it's very early in the game, but T1 snowballs so beautifully, and it has been a real avenue for success for them, and I think the early game is going to be really important.
It is, and it's where Gen.G, I think, have also improved the most, but we also don't really know because Hanwha's early game is notoriously their weak point, right? So, yes, Peanut and Chovy did a really good job in snowballing the entire map in the series that they played. Is that enough, right? I don't think they'll be able to replicate it against T1, but can they at least match? Because we did also see that T1, when they're not snowballing, still play the same way, and that can be something that backfires.
I mean, that's the thing. Like when I actually see like when I saw the Gen.G against Hana live the match, like I think they were ahead, but I don't think the snowball was actually like big enough or like fast enough. They weren't not taking actually like big risks as much as like they can. But the thing is that if you don't take a risk against when you play against T1, they will make somehow to make a play around like from the Faker, like anyone Carrier, like just they will find a way that how can they actually come back the game.
Yeah.
And I think that today the Gen.G, they need to prove themselves that how can they actually snowball faster, even riskier, like just better.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to go up against the GOAT. And it's, once again, we need to highlight that it is, in fact, the 10th anniversary of Faker's debut. The man has firsts in everything, doesn't have firsts in losses, which is just completely insane. The fact that he's like so far ahead of everybody else in almost everything, and his losses is third in the league is just, it's mind-blowing. But now, it's time to hear from the coaches and what they have to say about today's match.
T1 감독 뱅기 배성우입니다. 일단 젠지 같은 경우에는 작년 같은 경우에도 결승에서 계속 만났고 쉽지 않은 상대라 생각하고 있고 좋은 경기력으로 이기는 게 목표입니다. 좀 일주일간 연습하면서 챔피언 간의 티어 정리도 다시 하고 준비를 다시 했던 것 같습니다. 10분 단계에서 일단 승부가 많이 갈릴 거라고 생각하고 있고 오늘은 미드 정글 쪽이 아니지 않을까 싶습니다. 일단 상대 상체가 굉장히 센 팀이고 그리고 운영에 있어서 미드 정글이 초반에 중요하기 때문에 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 컨디션 자체는 괜찮은 상태이고 오늘 경기는 문제 없을 것 같습니다. 최초의 기록이니만큼 꼭 결승 진출해서 4연속 결승에 올라가고 싶고 오늘 일단 좋은 경기력 보이는 게 목표입니다. T1 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지 스포츠팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 스코 고동빈입니다. T1이 이제 스프링 시즌에 가장 잘했던 팀이라고 생각하고 있는데 그런 팀을 이제 승자조에서 만날 수 있게 돼서 저희도 강력한 팀이란 걸 입증한 것 같아서 기분 좋습니다. 완벽하게 만족스럽진 못했지만 어느 정도 시즌 준비했을 때보다 지금이 경기력이 훨씬 좋은 것 같아서 어느 정도 만족하고 있습니다. 강팀과 대결이라면은 정글이라고 했지만 오늘만큼은 좀 미드라고 뽑고 싶습니다. 플레이오프 때 보여줬던 페이커 선수의 퍼포먼스가 좀 대단했고 초비 선수도 굉장히 잘한다고 생각해서 오늘 미드가 가장 중요한 라인이 될 것 같습니다. 오늘도 감기 기운이 살짝씩 있지만 경기하는 데는 큰 지장 없을 거라고 생각됩니다. 오늘 이기면 결승전에 직행할 수 있게 되는데 꼭 이겨가지고 결승전에 미리 가 있도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
A little bit of a worry to hear that Doran is still feeling a little under the weather because, of course, I think that he probably has one of the biggest tests. But, gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. It is time to get to the intro so that we can get into this playoffs match. It's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see you after the intro with the casters. Bye-bye.
Can't help the rising and falling, like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride, show so bright, like a warrior, burning up like a fire. Too late, no one can put me out, and we gotta fly. Yeah, yeah, ready now. We got the power.
아니 T1 낭떠러지 앞에서 이걸 또 짚고 올라오는데요. 슈퍼 플레이가 회전 초밥처럼 빙글빙글 돌아가면서 나옵니다. 또 한번 그렇지 T1입니다. 이번에도 그 이름값 지켜냈습니다. 맞습니다. 야, 진짜 이게 T1이라는 이름이군요. 겐지 경기력 압도적입니다. 라이트 지금 움직임이 스틸 헝그리 가요 젠지 대왕 젠지 나만 T1 대가자 올라가자 돌돌.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, but not just any day. It is, of course, playoffs round 3, upper bracket between T1 and Gen.G to decide who will make it into the spring finals, who will make it to MSI, and who will have to face another team in the lower bracket. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and this is going to be another best of 5 that hopefully reaches the upper echelon of our expectations, Wolf.
I think it certainly will, though. I think we are in for a good one tonight. Nobody predicting a 3-0 scoreline on either side of the Rift. It's going to be a high-level best of 5. that is indicative of sending a team to the finals. And of course, the loser will not be out. They'll move on to the losers finals and will still have a chance at MSI themselves.
And we're jumping right into predictions. Wolf already spoiling no 3-0s. We do have one Gen.G Predator so far, but you would expect that T1 would be the favorites here coming into this one. As you see, everybody except Jonah Strong have voted for T1. Do have a smattering of 3-2s and 3-1s, but no 3-0s.
Yeah, no 3-0s. I think everybody expects that T1 will slip up at least once in this best of 5. And Jonah Strong knows that there's a chance that Gen.G win tonight. I think it's not unreasonable to actually predict Gen.G. But if if his prediction comes true, as he says, it'll probably be a 5-game series, we would expect. And a lot of this coming down to side selection, blue side being so strong in this meta, anything could happen tonight, but if it goes the distance, I think a lot of that is going to be about who gets blue side, who's on red side. Fan prediction, unsurprisingly, nearly 85% to T1.
That's just the way it goes with T1 matches generally, but especially because T1 at the moment are incredibly strong. It should not be too surprising, but as we've been highlighting, Gen.G definitely, they're not out of this series just yet. We do have to play a best of 5. Even KT were able to get in there and make it interesting against T1. No doubt Gen.G should be able to at least make this a fun series and absolutely do have a chance to take it down.
It is a monumental task that Gen.G face here in this best of 5. Definitely the underdogs, but anything can happen as we'll walk these players out now. Zeus having a bit of a shaky series against KT, but not of his own fault. Often blinded his champions against our second best player in the top role here in Keen. And still held up strong. Some clutch moments at the end.
Yeah, and Zeus, no doubt, will go back to the drawing board. All these players had a week after last week's matches, so they can take some time to think about what went wrong, what went right for the team, for themselves personally, individually, and try to build themselves up for that one. As Doran comes down, big smile on his face. Definitely a strong opponent that he's got to face in the top side. Oftentimes, the guy for his team that's doing the blind picking in the top lane.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes in the drafts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Heard he's under the weather, but he certainly doesn't look like it with this walkout today. Very hyped to go play another best of 5 against rival team T1.
Absolutely, as there's a Doran fan there going crazy. Here's Owner, our all LCK first team jungler, alongside the rest of his teammates.
And in a meta where you can blind pick jungle on blue side, get a prio pick, and then straight away, right after that, get the duo you want for the bottom side of the map. Owner having Lee Sin as his best champion when it is seemingly individually next to Elise, the strongest jungle pick right now. A huge boon for him in these playoffs, and that may just continue tonight. More Lee Sin first picks for T1.
Yeah, this meta is fantastic for the side of Owner. On the side of Peanuts, you can't really say the same, but this guy has been clutch in the past. We'll have to see how he can step up to Owner tonight.
Yeah, definitely having some late game decisions that have left people puzzled this season, but no one can deny his early game, his pathing, his smarts, and his understanding of jungle matchups are so high that he has shaped a lot of the Gen.G wins, especially around the bottom side of the map for FaZe.
So that is a Peanut sign right there, as here comes the G10 Oat, as we put it before. Faker, of course, you might know this guy, had a very nice series up against KT, was part of the reason why they were able to come back from a dire position in that game number 5.
Yeah, a really critical player. Picked up that POG, as you mentioned, and the brains behind the operation, the veteran, the one who's seen more than any League of Legends pro in the world, and he's not even done yet. Such an important part of this team. But, you know, his counterpart on the other side has really made a name for himself, Valdez. He has just recently won his first LCK title. He is a defending champion and a player who is on a lot of people's minds eclipsed Faker in terms of mechanics, in terms of laning. His CS numbers are massive for this guy. He's a huge playmaker. And he didn't ask to be rivals with Faker, but just because his legacy is now so huge himself, that's always the comparison people will make. People comparing him to Crown today, I've seen as well, you know, with the history that goes back between these teams. We'll see if he can get the better of Faker tonight in this best of 5.
Yeah, will be very important. Got on the second team of all LCK, even in a super strong mid role. As here's Guma doing a little dance for us. As he's got some nice hair today as well. Looks like he's very happy and ready to go in this series.
It does look prepped and ready to go, and it is going to be a huge proving series for him, because if he tries to match scaling in terms of pace on the other side of the Rift, could be a tough one for him. This is one of the only links I think you could look at and say late game AD carry wise in terms of individual performances in team fights, as here he comes now. FaZe has looked better in the eye test when it comes to those 5v5 fights. He will very rarely make a mistake. His spacing, his positioning is phenomenal. And he does appear to be the better Zeri player of these two right now, with Zeri moving up in priority so much. Could be the player who ends up winning it all here and going to his first finals. He could be a royal roader of the LCK if he's able to win this tournament. It's his first as a rookie.
Yeah, and that does not happen very often. Here is Keria, often quoted as the best player currently in League of Legends in the world, but certainly is here in Korea as well, as he did pick up the regular season MVP, and he might just be the deciding factor here in this series.
Yeah, the duo lane control that he and Gumayusi have shown is one way that maybe you put FaZe down early, you control whatever matchup he wants to play, and just prevent him from scaling up and going for those late game team fights. As Delight has been such a critical part of this roster, the final player to walk out here tonight. No achievements listed for this player, but you cannot deny the impact he's made, especially in late game team fights on champions like Rakan, which are so relevant right now. And the guy came from Breon, joined this team with a rookie, and these two players together have accomplished so much in such a short period of time. We know this player hasn't even peaked yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this meta is really fantastic for him as well. Keria can kind of play anything, but Delight is very focused on the meta champions right now. He is so good at them that if there was a meta for him to match Keria, it would be this one, in my opinion. So we'll just have to give him a chance here and see how it goes. He has certainly proven himself so far.
Gen.G and Samsung always peaked at the end in summer. That's why you see so many Worlds performances from this team, but they have never gone and competed in an MSI in this org's history. And if they win this best of 5 tonight, it will be their very first MSI, and they will of course go to the LCK finals. For T1, a win tonight means they will be the first team ever in LCK history to go to 4 back-to-back LCK finals. So one way or another, at the end of this best of 5, history will be made.
And that's what we're here for. History made once again, I suppose, because it's T1 versus Gen.G again. This isn't in a finals just yet, of course, but they meet once again in a best of 5, and they have so much history in these best of 5s over the course of many, many years, many different rosters on both sides. The one consistency obviously being Faker on the side of T1 and SKT, going way back. As we are going to introduce our coaches, we had Bengi talking there as well as Score in the interviews. I'm just happy to hear that Doran is feeling much better. Would not like to have, you know, a sick Doran up in the top side playing against Zeus. That would have been unfortunate going into such an important series, as T1, I believe, do have the side selection as well, and will take blue side.
Yeah, not unexpected, I should say, completely expected that T1 would pick blue side here, and I think we will see a lot of that selection coming through as we head into the draft for game 1 here. We're going to see where that priority lies, because T1 may just simply decide they're going to ban Zeri out and not play it, but they may have prepared an answer here. The Vi removed from Peanut right away, and one of the things to focus in on especially is if Gen.G take away the Caitlyn early on in this draft and all sorts of strong pushing lanes, that's when you really have to consider, all right, we banning Zeri. They're just going to do it right away before they even show things like the Caitlyn and Varus bans.
Yeah, I mean, banning away the Vi, that's something that owner can play as well. That does very well into the Zeri, so not unexpected to see the Zeri follow-up ban here, as Lucian also taken off the board. That's the one dual lane that T1 always will go back to, even through all their iterations of insane, you know, weird picks in the bottom lane.
Lucian gone, the Elise gone. Yumi is disabled, but as was mentioned earlier, Viego is back. This could still just be Lee Sin first pick coming through for T1, but they'll actually put Zeus on Jace, and this is a completely different matchup than what we saw in the KT Rolster series against Keen. This is a huge talking point because Zeus is going to switch roles here completely in this best of 5. He's going to be playing the strong side. He's going to be looking for pressure points against Doran instead of the other way around. So we'll see the Leona coming through here with Wukong as a response. So still not showing what the AD carry is just yet.
Yeah, it's very interesting opting into, of course, a very heavy engage support for Delight. It's comfort, but also showing that, maybe they want to go straight into what could turn into a poke comp on the side of T1, especially with the Varus hover. Jace and Sejuani are going to be the choices here, as will be Varus at the end of the day.
Yeah, very similar names, of course, in the Champion Select screen, but will be the Varus at the end of the day here. So without a support, though, and that's, I think, quite wise. It looks like we're going to see the Aphelios here for Pei. He's a champion he's proved himself on already. Scales very well. It's not the safety thresh you're going to see normally in this lane, but there's a lot of power, actually, even into a Varus lane with the Leona because of the engage and the setup with Gravitum. So a lane that needs to be respected. Now, do Gen.G take away things like the Karma, the Heimerdinger here, or do they want to actually put the focal point on some of Faker's champion pool? Because there's just so many different things that you can play here as carrier that trying to target him out seems very weak. Now, I like the Ashe ban when you consider the Sejuani is on the side of T1 here. They have a lot of CC, a lot of hard engage and poke.
Yeah.
So that one I'll give you, but otherwise trying to ban out another champ for carrier here feels futile.
Yeah, I mean, how deep do you want to go? How deep are you actually able to go in terms of banning him out? So Ahri also going to be taken off the board here for Chovy, as we have been seeing more Ahri Wukong, which is pretty interesting. Not necessarily the most strength in the 2v2, but Ahri, just as a pick of her own, has shown a lot of priority in these drafts for LCK teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Gragas ban here. To be honest, Faker has played Gragas so well with Jace, in particular in the past. Gives you additional engage, and it's a very safe lane, very blindable. And
He
there it
just
is.
said it, yeah. It's it's a great call, and I do wholeheartedly agree with you and the side of Gen.G to take that away from Faker. I think he just deserves the respect on that pick.
Yeah,
for
and
now.
it's still a flexible Jace pick here too. So taking the Gragas away means that you're going to have less that you're worried about if you pick a strong topside pick. They're going to take the LeBlanc here straight away though for Chovy, and this has been a pick he's been fantastic on and has been so strong with the buff and the amount of lane prio you can get. It is, of course, face up into a Lissandra, but Lissandra hasn't looked extremely strong, especially through our middle of the pack teams here in the LCK.
Yeah. We know what Faker was able to do on Lissandra against Gen.G in the very first day of LCK Spring, so he's going to go back to that. Now, if you were going to ban one more thing, maybe Caitlyn, but Kalista is also available. I am a huge fan of Kalista and just her ability to range devour you. You just put your Fate's Call on the Varus, and the Varus can play up. He can play like he's got a Tahm Kench. So they are certainly considering that, but they go over to the Braum.
The Braum is a safer choice here. And there are some serious issues if you decide to go for that all-in lane on the bottom side of the map, as it is going to be Jarvan to come through here as the final pick. And Doran given a chuckle here. Now, I worry, and this Jarvan pick is actually super interesting because the Wukong Jace counter is an old counter. We've seen it so many times, and you can actually win this lane. You can put the pressure on, but especially with Jarvan, this is super strong. But I worry for T1's composition here with the Lissandra, especially because it's somewhat disjointed from what the poke is looking to do here with the Varus and the Jace. While you can soften up some of these targets, Lissandra and Sejuani go in, you can finish them off. It is very difficult to hard engage into now Leona, Wukong, and Jarvan. If you're going as Lissandra, you better be winning that team fight basically instantly because there is no out, there is no escape. You're going to have to invest into Azonias this game, and you're going to be playing utility. So you may get out damaged by what Gen.G have put together here. The LeBlanc is so terrifying. If Chovy gets ahead, this game feels so unplayable because the backline is super vulnerable. There's not really a great tank outside of the Sejuani in this draft here for T1 either, so LeBlanc has so much agency if she has the items in the vision control to back up that pick potential.
It's a very interesting draft starting off from game number 1, Wolf, I have to say. I think that Gen G did come in very prepared with the very nice flex. Jarvan has been one of the picks that has been kind of the talk of the town nowadays in the community, just in terms of seeing so much priority even in the LPL and other regions. And we see it coming out here in the LCK and with the flex Wukong into the top lane. Very, very fun stuff. And all the stuff you mentioned about the Lissandra, very true, but it is Faker back on that pick, and he has looked so impressive on that. So very curious to see how it will go as we jump onto the rift for game number 1. All right, here we go.
Here we go at level 1. And the Jarvan here on the top side for Doran.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be a matchup where things are very difficult in terms of getting early prio. Like, you're not going to be able to flag harass really in this matchup. You could see he could try for it. He went for Ahri. But it's a matchup where you're going to be outranged by default. And even with your passive, the ability to actually duel against Jace is so difficult. And you have a Sejuani to deal with who's way more impact in the early game than a Wukong will be. Which is why we were putting the focus on the Wukong top and the Jarvan jungle.
Yeah.
And they tricked us, you know, and swapped.
I got baited.
Yeah, they swapped at the last moment.
Yeah.
And I think that the Jarvan jungle and the Wukong top is what we expected and what we think is stronger. We'll see if Doran has really put the preparation to work here for this matchup going into this one.
Yeah, the lane Jarvan, lots of harass, as you mentioned. The electrocute here for Zeus, so he's going to be looking to take some pretty aggressive trades into this. As, yeah, we're going to get a bunch of Jonas Strong zoom-ins on every time a flag is dropped. That is no surprise at all. As Varus Braum returns, you know, I always get a little bit sad when I see someone like Keria on a pick like Braum. He does play it excellently, but not necessarily the highest mechanically challenging champion in the roster.
Definitely not a champion that really puts your skill ceiling to the test.
Although at the same time, Keria has had pop-off games on Yuumi and Braum at the same time. So I think there was a game, I'm pretty sure it was Keria, where he was blocking autos onto the Nexus. Maybe it wasn't Keria. It might have been Lehens. Not 100% sure.
Tall, by the way, the last person to play this.
Yeah.
When Roach was on Gen G, he's now coaching for the team that Gen G are playing against here. It's been a rare matchup, only happened 9 times. As you can see the engage here from Chovy. Nice reaction from Faker, but it's still a trade up.
Yeah, it's kind of what's going to go on. I mean,
he has electrocute, you know, versus unsealed. You can't win these trades really, unfortunately, as Faker.
Yeah, pretty much. I remember the old days of Aftershock Lissandra. The LeBlanc would try to trade, and wasn't a very fun time for her. As you just press W and you gain a bunch of resistances. The times have changed as Zeus nearly took a turret shot there as he went in for an auto, and Doran is actually up on health at the moment.
He has the lane where he wants it. He's down a little bit in CS here, but this is going to, of course, bounce back a little bit. But the Wukong is path bottom. So, you know, he stayed up here in case we were going to see an early gank where Sejuani has a lot of power here with the turret setup. You know, maybe you could actually trade back a kill or even, you know, counter gank and find success with the Wukong if they went for a super early gank. Because, man, Doran is playing with fire here. But now you see the Wukong is pathing bottom side, and we'll see if their reaction time is quick here. They do have a ward.
Going in for an engage. Peanut coming in from behind. Pace is taking a bunch of damage. They're trying to get this kill onto Pace as the concussive blows go in. And first blood is given over to Guma, but immediately traded back as Peanut did get the wraparound and picks up the second kill.
So all secondary summoners are down here, but Owner knows now he can dive.
Yeah, well, Doran is Jarvan, so...
Yeah, he will get away, but he's going to lose potentially a lot of farm here and actually just goes straight back over to the turret here. This is going to get some experience, and we'll have to back, but this does not want to get follow-up dove here. There's a pretty intense start to this game, but Gen G, you know, they end up trading a kill back. A call is purchased here for Paze, and because they trade that kill back on the bottom side, you don't feel so bad about it, but I think Guma and Keria played it so perfectly, making sure they secure that kill onto Paze, reacting to go for the kill and trade. meaning that you're not going to end up, trying to retreat and die. He's even going to take some of these Krugs.
Guma got so much gold from that. He picked up like 100 gold from the Krugs because apparently Peanut leashed it for him. As Owner is on the bottom side. We are trying to get the flash here out of Pays, and more concussive blows come in. Owner a little bit behind, but the damage is there as flash forward, and Owner will pick up the kill, and maybe a second one to Delight as he's not able to flash out. A double kill to the T1 jungler.
Yeah, this is massive. Now the kill's going over to the Sejuani here. Isn't all bad. It's not amazing, obviously, but it definitely is going to accelerate the build here for Owner. He's gone for Green Smite, which is super strong, obviously, into the composition they're facing here. And, it's going to really put down the bottom side here of Gen.G. A lot of farm is going to be lost, and obviously the cull is going to be significantly delayed. Because every time we jump to the mid lane, I get scared because I'm like, is something happening? But actually not really. This is the initial setup, and they realize, okay, we have to kill Pays, and they just push forward here, hit everything. And then the Ignite ticks through the health early. The kill goes over to Guma, which is massive because it's first blood, and also the kill that comes back is to the enemy jungler.
Oh man, and Keria just sets this up beautifully. He flash Qs in, and there's not really much you can do after that. Even if you do flash away as Pays, you're not getting out of there. So we talked about mechanics on Braum. Keria shows it off right away in game 1.
And now your enemy AD carry has no flash, and he has no cleanse. His cleanse will be up fairly soon. That was expired or expended in the first exchange. But this is a scary moment because Wukong can't really assist until he hits level 6. So Peanut is trying to rush through and get that level 6 as soon as possible. You can see some vision is being cleared out here in the river just so that Gen.G know they can farm here. But look at the wave. Pays is just like, ooh, I'm so scared to come up here and farm. No sums.
And the power of the Braum into Leona showing itself off so far in this lane. As here we go, engage onto Zeus. He does not have turret aggro. As the last minion goes down, Zeus can just knock him away and will be totally fine.
Yeah. Ends up being just an expanded ultimate, unfortunately for Doran. If he's able to catch him just a little bit closer to the turret there, or if he had aggroed the Jarvan at that timing, he would have taken a ton of damage and potentially would have had to flash, but instead he doesn't even need to. Just sits there, and now he knows that Jarvan's ultimate is down. Not going to be something that matters right now, but could be important for a Rift Herald fight, for example, that T1 could be setting up here in the next minute or so. And this Jarvan pick so far in the lane hasn't looked amazing. Still will be great for team fights, and there's a lot of combos you could set up with this comp, but that is something that's still unseen here in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, just going up against Jace, we'll have to see how he continues to play the game out. His owner is here in mid. This is LeBlanc, of course, and the owner is not even level 6, so just putting on the pressure. Not going to go for any early dragon just yet, but he does have Prio on bot side with no flash for Pays, and so he will start up that Cloud Drake now. As T1 already over 1,000 gold in the lead with some of these early plays.
Yeah, it's a CS number as well is pretty massive here, or the CS difference is massive in 2 lanes, right, in top and in the AD carry position, 10 CS apiece. Now they're going to pick up Dragon, and as Peanut hits level 6, he's not going to be able to make an impact on this first objective. But now Gen.G should be turning their eyes towards Rift Herald because this is where Peanut is on the map right now. They have level 6 as the only objective available. And they have the Cataclysm coming back up here for Doran. If they just simply give both of these early game objectives to T1, it is going to feel really bad because so much map control will be lost. And you so desperately need that charge mid for your LeBlanc if she's going to make an impact this game. And T1 have the faster group here. Peanut's heading bottom, and they are just going to give up both objectives here. Chovy has no teleport. He's low on mana. And Doran is just backing. They're just going to give this one up for free. At least Pays will get some bottom side push here, but it feels like a massive win for T1.
Yeah, and think about what the guys on the pre-show were saying about Gen.G's early game. You know, sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story, but we can see it in this early game. T1 already getting the snowball going, and Gen.G falling behind a little bit as they're trying to make a play onto Keria, who's Braum, and it's just not going to work. Pays, meanwhile, missing out on potentially picking up 2 turret plates, which would be the trade normally for the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, he's got Crescendum here. So much damage. Peanut's here. They get a flash.
Not going to get that one, but they will get Keria down, so that is a kill going into the hands of the Aphelios already.
And it feels like this is a play you could tell Peanut and Delight are calling for here, because they realize, okay, we're going to give up Herald, but we're going to be able to deny Guma from getting back to lane pretty well here. They're not able to get a kill off of it on him, but they are able to deny some CS. They get his flash, and they do pick up those plates. So ultimately, the positioning there from Delight with that Tri-Brush controlled will stop that rotation over. So you're saying, oh, if you want to try to get the Herald and defend your turret plates and get those minions too, you're going to pay for it. And they did have to pay that tax of the flash there. Now, CS is even in the bottom lane. FaZe has picked up those 2 plates, is halfway to call completion. I wouldn't say this is salvaged by any means, but it certainly does give you a little bit back as Gen.G.
Yeah, a little bit back. You got to start clawing your way back into this game. As we are going to take a look here at the replay. Pretty standard stuff. You know, they know the jungler is up on the top side, or was just up on the top side doing the Rift Herald, so...
Delight has level 6, and Keria does not. So that's a huge advantage they have here. You can take him out, push the Varus out of lane. Killing the Braum is insignificant, really. At the end of the day, it's just pushing Guma back. It's really huge that Guma lives. If Guma dies, then you get way more out of this.
And they get the kill on the FaZe, which is always a good thing, as trying to bait Zeus into a play on the top side here. He's going to have to flash away, and they will get that and trade for the Cataclysm.
Cataclysm just kind of being used defensively in this game here for Doran, and now he still has his flash, he still has flag drag, but he needs to be respectful, and he's not.
Yeah, he's going to face check here onto this one. Does get the flag drag out once again. Owner not going to commit to that play. Don't know exactly where Peanut is.
Yeah. Peanut didn't have ult, but it's hard to track. I mean, it's coming up right now. So you don't want to go in blind, even though he did have ult and flash. Could have followed there. They want to set up a Rift Herald drop here on the top side of the map regardless. On this weak side, Jarvan, who isn't really accomplishing a whole lot. Isn't much of a strong side in the bottom either. And Doran is just trying to farm minions here desperately.
He's going to call Peanut up, but Peanut immediately is backing in the bush, as pretty unavoidable for Doran. He's just going to let that one crash. And now only 2 plates left up on the top side. Could look to take that out if Doran loses any priority in that lane.
Just a big shout out to the LCK who cleaned up my coffee spill that I had, which is why the early game...
It was a big spill.
It was a big spill. Like, it was my April Fool's joke, but it wasn't a joke. I actually spilled coffee all over the table.
Chovy, he goes back in when Owner is here. He's going to block with the clone, and now Peanut following up as the chains will connect, trying to go back in onto Owner. Flashes away. Delight coming back over. Second Cyclone, and it should be enough as Peanut will pick up the kill onto Owner. Very nice counter gank timing from him.
Yeah, Peanut has to, or rather Chovy has to flash, but they're able to get this kill here. And this is pretty huge. And they're going to actually push this further into the bottom side as well. Guma low on mana. Looks like they're not going to commit any further here, as Delight did use his ultimate. I mean, Gen.G here, the advantages they have are really on Chovy right now. He's the only one. He has a massive CS lead in a counter matchup. And this hasn't really been just because Faker is everywhere and he's absent from lane. He's just been making a big impact in the 1v1. And this could end up being huge for Gen.G. Obviously the jungle fairly even, topside advantages to the early Jace as you'd expect. As this is Chovy's first person view on this, running into the Lissandra.
He sees him. He's calling for it.
Clone blocks the ultimate, which is massive.
Faker has no mana. He says, we're getting a fight here on the Drake as Peanut tries to start this one. He is caught inside the pit as he does have flash, tries to get away. But now the claw comes in, catches both of them, and FaZe has to cleanse as they're caught way out of position, and T1 are looking to punish. There's the concussive blows, and FaZe is a couple of autos away, and down he goes. Faker picks up the kill, and T1 gets the Infernal.
Yeah, Chovy's going to try to maybe punish here on the rotation back. Only going to catch a Sejuani, though, so not really catching her at all. So this is huge. I mean, T1, they are ahead in these marginal increments, but it's across the entire map. And this is the big issue here for Gen.G, is FaZe has been their win condition throughout all of playoffs at the end of the regular season. But he's 1-3 on the Aphelios. He's dead before he can complete his call. Doesn't have his Mythic here. The Jarvan is useless so far in this early game. As Peanut down here trying to greed for this dragon, just really not going to work out. It has no ultimate, so just a really odd decision here from Gen.G, just hoping they were going to get away with it, and they absolutely will not.
Yeah.
It's pretty much that simple.
FaZe just over there trying to help out his older brother, right? Peanut on the Drake, so he gets caught out, has to use both summoners, and also dies. And there's just no consolation for the side of Gen G after a play like that. You're not getting the Drake, you're not picking up a kill or any summoners, really. I guess they got the flash out of Faker. So it's not a good spot for them.
No. And this mid turret, they didn't get the Herald, so they couldn't crash it in. It's going to be alive for so long this game. And if Chovy can't get that turret down, his playmaking potential is so much lower because his access points to the top lane, to the rest of the map, to picking in the jungle are so much lower. He's going to try to make something happen
Trying
top.
to get in onto Zeus. They have so much CC, and Zeus does not have flash. He should be going down. He's trying to trade it, though. As where is the damage? They can't kill him.
There's no damage. And like I said, Chovy can't get over here. He's not here. And he can't make the difference. He was the damage that they didn't have.
Oh, Noner's definitely going to dive this. Easy smite to slow him down as... Okay, he will get away. Finally gets the flag and direct back, but close call on an extra kill as they're trying to get in onto Faker, but he's... Oh, the timing of the chains. He's not even a claw out. Has to ult himself, and he's not in a great spot himself now. Because he does not have a flash. Might get his claw up here in a little bit, but one last auto. And Chovy will take him down.
All right, Chovy gets the kill here, his first of the game, and it's a consolation prize, but man, did T1 get everything on the top side of the map there. No one has flash now on Gen G. They are all down, as this play here is really optimistic because you have to aggro the turret here. You're not tank Jarvan, and the Wukong here is there, but the Cataclysm actually kind of locks you in. Then you flash, and there's so much CC when Owner shows up that Zeus just barely lives, and then Doran is forced to flag away himself. Faker just out here, unfortunately, as you say, unable to claw, is caught there, so that seals his fate. Will self-ult to buy time. There's just nothing you could do here, so is caught. A little bit greedy here from Faker, and that's some gold to Chovy. He has to carry this game. He is the main character for Gen G now.
Yeah, he does have Merc Treads, but he also went for Ludens, so looking to burst down some of the squishies, some of that back line as... By the way, it's not even Gordringer Jace, it's straight up Eclipse. Like, they still didn't have enough damage to burst through the Jace health bar at that point in time, so kind of unfortunate. This isn't a, true damage Jarvan build or anything like that. He went for Frozen Fist here, so...
yeah, I mean...
Definitely pretty interesting so far.
Yeah, and I don't think he had that completed when they went for that gank on the top side of the map, but he has it now, but his impact is going to be very limited. It's just setting up for FaZe and Chovy to carry the game. And if you get a good Cataclysm off and then FaZe it's a massive ultimate, you have the synergy obviously with Wukong there, and the Leona as Keria is pushing this super far and is completely alone, but they just don't know. They're very scared.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are some serious combos you can pull off here as Gen G with this composition, but from behind, so much more difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. You see that T1 grouping up for this one as Keria just throws Ignite onto Peanut. I'm not really sure what that's for, but maybe just a little Giga Chad move, I suppose. As Chovy is coming in from behind here, looking for a bit of a flank, just trying to stop the push of T1, honestly. Gen G not even really in a position to fight this one. As T1 group up as 5. And pick up the mid-tier 1 as they are now in full control of this map.
Yeah, and it's Chemtech Soul, but it's still significant here as Chovy's going to get some damage off onto Zeus. But there's no follow-up. It's very annoying. Like, maybe if Chovy does it again, you get something out of this. But ultimately, he has no ultimate now, and should be the Drake coming over when the reset comes through here for T1. It's up in 20. And it's pretty dire for Gen G right now because in terms of the scaling aspects, you could often say, okay, there's Nephelios here, he will be relevant later, but it's, not the lethality variant of Varus here. You have a decent front line now that Sejuani has her Warmogs, and Jace is going to do a ton of damage too. You just don't have an angle except hard engage.
Chovy, not sure about that, TP. My good sir, he's going to have to flash away. Still gets caught by the Sedge ult as FaZe is also getting caught on the backside. Has to double Summoner here as he will get to safety. Delight very below. As Doran is trying to frontline for him here, but he's just getting pulled to shreds too. Guma just standing up to him, takes down the Jarvan. Doesn't care about his little tanky build as they're just scattering to the wind like leaves. Genji just going down one by one.
There's no great turn here without sustained damage, which you don't have on an Aphelios is sitting on a Gale Force and, you know, half an IE. You don't have it. You just don't have the damage. So when you have this Wukong and you have the Cataclysm, even if everything kind of works together here, your main source of damage is the LeBlanc, who does some burst damage very quickly. And then that's the end. There isn't really any additional fighting you can look for at this stage in the game for Genji here. Whereas on the side of T1, you have a Jace who's going to do long-term damage. You have on-hit Varus, who's going to do a lot more.
But also their LeBlanc that's fed TPs into four of them.
That also is what starts this all off. But like, I think the idea here could have been maybe if people were in position for an amazing turn and Chovy feels safe, but nobody is here. And the ultimate is dodged by Faker here with the stopwatch, so Paze doesn't even get that off. That could have offered some form of additional damage here on the turn, but it's just super disjointed. And if that TP call is to turn with the team, you have to time it better. Everyone has to be a lot closer. Then maybe you get that miracle fight. But now Chovy is shut down. That's all of his Dark Seals gone.
Yeah.
The stopwatch is broken, and I think the chances of Genji losing, or rather winning this first game, are broken with it.
Yeah, and one person's build I want you to look at right now is not the Jarvan needed to go for the stopwatch, but it is the full damage lethality Jace that is here for T1. Zeus is so incredibly fed. He just picked up the kill, the kind of bonus kill on the backside of that by taking out Chovy. He is 2,000 gold ahead of Doran right now, and he's going to be hitting like a truck. His Muramana is finished at 20 minutes, okay? Yeah. So if anyone tries to get in here, even Doran or Delight, they're going to be taking massive damage as well. So now you've got a position where you don't really have map control, and also you're getting poked out by the Jace. It's really looking dire here for Genji, and T1, they got the snowball rolling early in the series, Wolf.
They certainly did. And the bounties here are relatively inaccessible when you're running a LeBlanc and a Jarvan in sides, neither of which have control. So, you know...
Do Baron? It is the T1 way.
It is the T1 way.
But it is very predictable.
Yeah, it is predictable, and there is a control ward here in this pit, so fairly risky when you consider Doran also has teleport here. And Chovy trying to kind of scout this out and suss this out. And now the ward is cleared.
Yeah, and they're just going to do it pretty much on vision. They're
Yeah.
like, okay, we don't really care if you're here because we can just poke you out, but they got to be careful not to try to flip it.
There's just no damage here for Genji. Look at how far back Paze is. He has ult. That's all he's got.
They get the TP. That's all they wanted. They're looking for the turn. As it's excellently done, Doran kind of a awkward angle on that flash drag. Nearly gets caught out on his way out. As okay, looking for the angle here. Onto the back line as Guma just flashes the wall, and the damage is there as Peanut will be the first one to go down, I believe. As no, he will get away to the top side. It will actually be Doran on the left side of your screen, who does get taken out first. Keria gets pretty low, but he does his job on the Braum.
Yeah, the damage is so quick here for T1 on the turn. And even though the engage was good, there's no follow-up. As Chovy's trying to fish.
Yeah, and Peanut's still here. He's actually full health. It was his clone who was getting hit there on the backside of this as, yeah, T1 taking a bit of damage here. Looks like they might want to go for a turn as there is the claw. They get in onto the Leona. Not the best target as the light will flash away. And T1 will have to give this one another try later on in the game.
Yeah, Chovy just wants to continue to do some poke damage here with Ludens and make sure they can't go back to the Baron. T1 are going to reset here, so the Baron is denied. Really well played here from Chovy and crew to actually slow this one down. And with the back timing coming through from T1, since they took the brunt of the damage here, it will be a bit of a reset and a little bit of map control. As you see here, the engage is unfortunately onto a LeBlanc, or rather a Lissandra. And now Peanut is unfortunately just completely out of the fight. Yeah, his clone is the one that goes down, not the real Wukong, but just instantly dead there with Doran because they're the ones who hard engaged for no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
And Peanut survives, but he no longer has Flash. He no longer has the ability to turn a team fight. So he was just sitting on the edge of the Baron pit, hoping for another clone to come in and set up for a steal. And then Chovy saved the day, stops the Baron, but still, you know, the map control they got for just a brief moment during the backs there for T1 was so brief.
And if we can talk about what Genji does have in their pocket, we did finally get the IE here for Paze. He picks it up as a second item, and this is essentially a build which is, okay, I have Infernum. We get the Wombo combo Cataclysm. It's very hard to say. Cataclysm, Cyclone, and Solar Flare and all this stuff. And I press my ult, and I hope I boom the Varus and the Jace. Because if they can take out all of that lethality, well, I say lethality, at least on the Jace, but the Varus going on hit here, if you can take out a huge portion of that damage, you might be in a decent spot in the fight, but you got to do it right at the beginning of the fight. It has to be quick.
And it's just, I just don't think it's going to be enough with these items right now because you're dealing with plated steel caps right on the Sejuani. So she's very tanky. It's Zhonya's on the Lissandra. Faker's difficult to kill here. Locket for Keria on top of his steel caps. Like, killing these champions is just probably not going to happen in an 100-0 case. You will still need to do some autos. You will still need to actually carry the fight with the LeBlanc getting the back line. Because if you only catch the front line in that combo, it won't be enough. As TP is going to be committed here from Chovy, they do not want to give over Soul.
Yeah. It really comes down to the engage here of Doran, Delight, and Peanut. I'd have to say Chovy will do his thing poking, and Pace is really just the follow-up damage. As Doran is looking for the angle here, Genji on top of the Drake. As Owner is looking for the potential steal, and it will go over to the side of Owner as there is the engage, but Delight is the one taking the majority of the damage. As now the Wombo combo does come in, but the damage is not quite there as Chovy desperate to put in the damage. They do not take out Zeus. He lives as Pace and Chovy, the two that are left alone, as everybody on the side of T1 is still alive. As look at that damage. Pace barely going to survive here potentially as Keria not able to hit his Q, but another big team fight win here to the side of T1.
Pace will get out, but he can flash now on cooldown. No cleanse, and Peanut's down for 20 seconds here. They could just rush right over the Baron because even though Owner almost died in that setup there, and then the counter engage comes through, you can't kill these players. Like I said, you know, and the Sejuani is now back at full health because she has Warmogs, and so you just go straight over the Baron here. Zeus almost died because he was positioned very aggressively in the front, where Peanut did a decent amount of damage to him there with Haze, but he's able to flash out. So he lives and continues to chase and do damage, and then there's just no angle for you anymore as Genji. No turrets gone on the map, and that's the worst case scenario for a LeBlanc-based composition when your AD carry just is so significantly behind. So the first thing that goes badly here is Peanut's not able to secure the smite here because once again, Guma Owner synergy every single time. And then look at where Paze and Chovy are in the backline here when this combo comes through. Owner survives, and they turn on to Zeus here. Peanut hits him with a Cyclone. He gets rooted by Chovy, still lives. There's just not enough damage here.
The Cataclysm was on to, I believe, Faker and Owner, but it certainly was not on to Guma and Zeus, who are the two people I said that you have to Cataclysm Wombo combo. If you don't get them, the damage is still there. Zeus and Guma free-hitting the entire fight until, of course, Zeus has to flash away. And so it's just perfect positioning for T1. They get away from the engage, and they are able to keep their damage rolling. So now with the Baron that they did pick up, they are certainly thinking forward, but we do have a little flank in here as Doran is behind us.
Yeah. Maybe this is how you get the Cataclysm on the back line, is just go on the other side of the map and hope that the back line is closer to you, because it's hard to criticize Doran's Cataclysms in this game because the positioning has been so good for Guma here. He's so long range. Zeus on the Jace, he's so long range, so catching them really requires a heavy flank, and even Keria, as we've seen, can kind of block Doran out.
Uh-oh. This Jace is on the hunt. He has Serelda's finish, so that is a 3-item insane power spike. I don't even know if you can call it really a power spike.
It's just a huge edge over this tank, this tanky.
He's got a lot of swords in his inventory, and he's not afraid to use them.
Well, I mean, the Sereldas is going to help him rip through Doran's armor here, so Doran can't even stick around. And, like, if you try to flank the backside and kill the Varus, kill the Lissandra, she is extremely mobile. She has Zhonya's. If you try to kill the Jace and the Varus, the immobile carries, like the Jace, if he sees you on the flank, he kills you. If you see Keria on the flank, he buys enough time so where the rest of the team comes over, they kill you. So you can't really be on a long con flank when you're this far behind. If you're ahead and the Jace doesn't have 3 items, maybe you could go a little bit more toe-to-toe with the Jace and get on top of him, and then the follow-up LeBlanc is there. If you have turrets down, maybe then the LeBlanc can get behind and also threaten with that Jarvan. But the amount of safety T1 has in this map with all the vision they have is just insane. So there are no surprises, there are no tricks.
Yeah, and you see what T1 did on the push. They took no chances. They got flanked, and they're like, okay, we respect that. We're not going to, just push in with the Baron. And so The result is their Baron buff, their Baron power play is only about 1,800 gold. Felt like it should have been more, but they have not broken into the base. Gen G still have a smattering of control wards around the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be good for setting up for this Elder Drake that we have in a couple of minutes here. It is going to spawn about a minute before the Baron, so should be an Elder Drake focused, potentially final fight in this game.
Yeah. Scryer's Bloom hits here, so T1 can clear any potential vision. They get a flash out of Delight. He has Hex Flash, but going to be way less significant in a 5v5 team fight. Not going to have time to channel that one. But when you scry this whole entrance to the Elder Pit, I mean, what are Gen G going to do? Peanuts seen on this ward. No flanks potentially at all. Like I was saying, T1 have just done their homework and have done their due diligence here. Looks like Chovy might get a bounty here. And, I mean, that's going to be helpful. It might be enough to get him his Shadow Flame here. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on. That would be nice to have for this fight, but would be nice isn't enough.
Yeah. They need a bit more. They need a big wombo combo fight as Peanut is trying to bait out some stuff with a clone, but not quite able to stop this even without the Baron. T1 looking to take this one down. His mid inhibitor is nice, but especially with Elder Drake, it's not huge because especially at this point in the game, Gen G can kind of just push up as a team through mid, and it's not going to make a huge difference, but T1 still will take it.
Yeah, the timing of this Elder is very critical. T1 going to go for a back here, actually, and this is pretty safe because Gen G don't have any vision whatsoever. And notice they've bought, actually, 6 control wards to try to leapfrog their way towards the Elder as safely and carefully as they can. Got to be careful of flanks from this LeBlanc. Have to watch out for that Zeus poke damage here on the Jace. They're going to pick up some mana here, but he's fairly vulnerable.
He doesn't have Claw. He doesn't have... Oh, he's got it back up just now as... okay, he is going to get back to safety, maybe baiting him into Keria. As now looking for the engage. They know Delight does not have flashes. They just turn onto the Leona and blow him up. Down he goes as so much for the tank of the Leona in this fight as the TP is behind them. As Paige trying to do damage on the front line. Guma in a very wonky spot. Flashes forward into Inferno. It doesn't matter, as that should be the end of this one. Very low health bars on the side of T1 as Chovy is desperate. He does pick up the kill onto Guma.
Doran.
Maybe he's got some kind of chance. That's a double kill for Chovy. Is the clone going to tank that one up?
The base, though, is in tatters here. The Nexus turret's under fire. He's going to have to TP to the Nexus.
He should have enough time, and he will get there on time, but it is a LeBlanc. Can he reliably clean up this wave against a Jace? Not 100% sure, but
Baker.
Delight will respawn, and they will get ready for the Elder.
Yeah, there's
Drake.
going to TP to the Elder here. There's no reason to actually try to hard force this with some of these respawns coming through. Pace is up in 10. Doran up in 20.
They're going to try to burst it.
Yeah, and I think they certainly can because they have the vision here to control this choke, and there's no damage. There's no jungler.
It's really up to Chovy. Chovy has to get there on time, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Delight with Solar Flare. One time? One time trying to get lucky here as Smite is perfect, 1196 as Faker goes in for the engage. They have Elder Drake as the rest of the team's trying to get out here. As a split call comes in, they're just going to give up Faker as he is all alone. He does have the stopwatch and Zeus still here. Okay, the re-engage, but the Shock Blast misses as not the cleanest engage. Pace is getting the damage on his Zeus as he is ticking down, but he is still alive.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
The Aphelios is shooting from over the wall, but he's just trying to get away. They don't want to fight against the Elder Drake, and Guma just a little bit too scary, even without his summoners.
Incredible moment for Pace regardless, but it's not going to be enough. One hit will take him out.
One smite. Oh, he's just trying to chase him down and smite him, but not quite going to happen as even the piercing arrow misses.
Yeah, Doran here has no ultimate here. Is going to finally get back as Chovy's pushing Owner out, and they're deleting some of this Elder buff timer. And you know what? Like, there's no wave pushing into the base now, and Faker actually sacrificing his life there, teleported to the Elder. He was one of the only ones who could have come in to try to end the game with Zeus, but they end up losing him on the retreat, a little bit disjointed on the exit. And suddenly signs of life here for Gen G. I don't want to say they're ahead or they're back in the game, but it looked like the game was over. We could talk about game 2, and now twice they have just barely by the skin of their teeth, survived here.
For sure. I mean, their Aphelios is on 3.5 items. He's going to be critting like a beast. I think it's really going to come down to execution. I mean, T1 for now, absolutely. Game is still in their hands. They still have Elder for a minute. So they should be able to take down Baron for free. Peanut not even going to try to come in and steal this. So T1, I think they're going to try to make a big play here in the next 1 minute.
Yeah, and the really critical things here are there are no teleports for Gen G. T1 know this. They know there's no flank that could be set up here. The ults are back up, but as long as you just stay as a group of 5 and that back line, the 2 carries don't really get caught by that combo, you should be able to end here. You got 20 seconds on Elder. Chovy is doing blue buff.
Well, the team doesn't want to fight while they have Elder, but they might be forced to. Like, you got to get back here. He is backing now. As 9 seconds on Elder buff, we got 7-6-5. Peanut is in the front line with his clone, trying to stop this one as Doran goes in. Trying to clear out the wave here as Elder buff is gone, but Doran is as well. As the ult here from Pace is not massive, but he does have a massive shield, and they are clearing this wave, and the AoE damage is coming in for both Chovy and Paze, and it will push T1 back for now.
Yeah, with Chovy and Paze alive here, T1 just cannot end. And these awkward fights here where T1 are trying to push through, and they have the minions to back it up, but they get cleared out by Peanuts engaged there. They aren't able to actually kill anybody. They're taking a bunch of damage here from turrets, and notice that T1, as the Elder fades here, haven't really hurt anybody on the side of Gen G. The engage from Doran is fantastic. Owner, yeah, he has that healing coming through, but he's taking so much damage here. Then when the follow-up ult comes through from Paze and Chovy's doing some of that chip damage, the wave gets cleared out here in mid, and T1 are like, ooh, we can no longer push through this. Baker's full health, but the real carries are not.
Yeah, and this is the damage now of 4 item Aphelios. If you are even next to minions that are getting AoE by Infernum, okay? Like, just imagine if Pace is given, 2-3 seconds to auto onto that back line.
But now you've got Death Cap, and the Runins is a huge, big spike for them for these combos.
Yeah, and you see Pace, most damage in the game, not surprising, as the majority of the damage done in that last fight was him. As, let's see, I mean, T1, they're desperate to try to end this game before things get any more hairy in this one.
Use these Baron minions. You got 45 seconds here. You get this inhibitor. You've got a clear path to victory. You just got to play it slow.
Yeah.
Don't get engaged on.
That's exactly what they're doing. As okay, that's Pace's shield gone. 1 shot class. As 3 inhibitors are gone. T1 slowly but surely with 30 seconds of Baron buff are trying to take down the game.
Just let the minions do the work here. Gen G have to come to you.
Hold up the door, but they go for the wombo combo. They get the Cataclysm, but it is not in the backline. Kuma is just autoing everybody as Paze. Tons of AoE, but he can't do it alone, as now he's going to get burst to smithereens as he is in the base. And T1, they have done it. Kuma takes him down, looking for the Penta, but the Nexus goes down first. 37 minutes, and T1 take game 1.
A very clean early to mid game from T1, but the later parts of the game did get a little bit messy. A lot of threats, and you can see the power of the composition here for Gen G when we got to those parts of the game where the Aphelios actually was a champion and did exist. Because if you have those engages with the LeBlanc coming in at a flank angle, the combo comes through with the Wukong. Even with Elder buff on Gen G, they made some of those fights look a lot closer than they had any right to be. But the early game was weak. The Aphelios was shut down hard. Owner outplays Peanut, and the Jarvan pick here did very little throughout most of the game.
Yeah, they just really got snowballed hard very early on. I felt like Gen G were always playing behind the 8 ball. I think they had some decent moments, but I also have to say that the first half of this game, a lot of the players looked a bit nervous. I feel like T1 came into this one very prepared, ready to go. I liked kind of the draft shenanigans from Gen G, but it was not executed on the way that they wanted to. I'm sure that's what they're going to be talking about in this coach's booth, especially down on the bottom side. Paze with 3 early deaths. It's not what you need, as Zeus ends up doing the most damage in the game.
Yeah, playing very aggressively on the bottom side, and that first exchange was really cool, and you could tell Gen G really had a plan here. But I think it's time to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And I thought Paze great on the Aphelios, just needs to be able to get to those 3-4 items a lot more comfortably than what we saw in this game. Can be a great alternative to the Zeri he's carried on so many times.
Well, that was a fiery game number 1. Lots of back and forth action, lots of team fighting. as I hope we get more of this. But hopefully, Gen.G can make this a little bit more interesting, a little bit more even of a series. But guys, first we will take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
아 아깝다. 나 반패 빠졌다 이번에 조심.
오케이.
이번에 걸 거야 얘네.
야 앞에 킬 못해. 앞에 킬 못해.
앞라인 좋아 앞라인 좋아.
앞에 좋아. 킬 못해.
앞에 맞춰놨어 앞에.
앞에 놓고 앞에 놓고.
펜타 각인데?
앞에 놓고 앞에 놓고.
펜타 줘 펜타 줘.
펜타 못 빼서.
못 줘. 펜타
펜타 각인데?
안돼. 근데 볼래?
그거.
내가 깨버렸다. 아 너무 잘해.
시즌 킥오프 이벤트 팀 데프트 감정 표현이 출시되었습니다.
시즌이 거의 다 끝나가는 시점에서 이제 다시 시즌 전에 했던 킥오프를 이겼던 게 다시 생각이 나서 되게 좋고,
저는 아직 스킨도 없고 뭐 저를 나타낼 무언가 없었는데
되게 이겨서 이렇게 만들 수 있는 기회 얻을 수 있게 돼서 좋은 것 같아요.
일단 프로게이머를 시작할 때 그래도 내가 이 롤 안에 뭔가를 남겨야겠다고 생각했는데
저를 모티브로 한 감정 표현이 생긴다는 게
너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
이제 은퇴에도 여한이 없는 것 같습니다. 일단 감정 표현을 생각할 때 일단 제가 좀 잘 떠올랐으면 좋겠어서 경기 끝나고 나서 한 손 떨리는 그런 모습이 카메라에 나왔어가지고 그 모습으로 아마 이렇게 바라보는 감정 표현했던 것 같아요.
저와 관련된 느낌의 이미지가 있었으면 좋겠고, 그리고 또 사람들이 많이 찾을 수 있는 그런 컨셉으로 만들고 싶었어요. 제가 지금은 던니가 없지만 옛날에 웃을 때 던니가 있었어서 그 웃는 모습을 좀 그렇게 만들고 싶었습니다.
제가 일단 그라가스를 좀 좋아하기도 하고 경기에서 잘하기도 했어가지고 그라가스를 좀 쓰게 되었고, 제가 평소에 이제 좀 리액션으로 많이 하는 포즈여가지고 그거를 좀 부탁했는데 그걸 반영해 주셨어요.
이렇게 얼굴에 V하는 모습을 표현해 달라고 한 것 같은데, 제가 쓰레쉬를 좀 강력하게 어필했단 말이에요. 제가 쓰레쉬 좋아해가지고. 근데 쓰레쉬 분위기가 너무 다크하다 이렇게 하면서 락한으로 해주신 것 같아요.
제 감정 표현은 알파카가 이제 따봉을 하고 있는 건데 뭔가 그냥 비슷한 것 같습니다. 사실 알파카가 되게 눈이 똘망똘망하고 그래서 뭔가 상대방을 놀릴 때나 아니면 팀원들이랑 장난칠 때 둘 다 쓰면 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
슈퍼플레이를 했을 때나 잘했을 때 내가 이걸 뭐 저질러 버렸구만 이런 느낌으로 이제
어떤 상황에서도 쓸 수 있다는 게 참 좋은 것 같아요.
상대방이 뭐 스킬샷을 실수했거나 아니면은 뭐 게임을 이겼을 때
승리를 했을 때 이제 상대방 앞에서 약간 도발하는 느낌으로 쓰시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그냥 약간 이렇게 깔보는 느낌으로.
일단 귀엽습니다. 귀엽습니다. 귀엽고
특유의 표정도 뭔가 되게 제가 생각했을 땐 귀엽게 잘 나온 것 같아가지고
아무래도 되게 유명했던 밈이기도 하고 딱 봐도 이제 아 이런 뜻이구나 하고 정말 재미있는 감정 표현이기 때문에
제가 이제 솔랭 점수가 되게 높고 1등도 찍어봤거든요. 감정 표현을 구매하시면 여러분도 솔로 랭크 높게 가실 수 있을 겁니다.
감정 표현 재밌게 잘 만들었으니까 많이 사용들 해주세요.
제 감정 표현으로 많이 도발해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
한 번씩 이제 감정 표현 커가지고 보여주시면은 팀 분위기가 좀 유쾌하게 잘 가지 않을까 싶습니다.
제 감정 표현을 쓰면서 이제 저 생각하라고는 말을 안 할 테니까 많이 사주세요.
많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 월요일까지 판매되는 팀 데프트 감정 표현 많이 관심 가져주세요. 감사합니다.
T1 have finally won the game! T1 take game number 5! Gen G, game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to break down game number 1 that, in the end, looked like a pretty elementary T1 victory. However, there were some moments there where Gen G was showing some signs of life. It took a while for them to go down as well. Some positives, but it all started in the draft where there were some change-ups.
It all went full circle. I love it when a plan comes together and the B1 Jace ends up winning the game. And that could have been the end of it. But I do want to highlight, I actually loved the Gen G draft. And I think that if T1 hadn't done Malphite, which is why I made the green, they would have lost the game. Because Varus and Jace into Malphite, unplayable. Doran's played it in solo queue as well. So I think that really put Gen G in a tough position. And then they came up with the Jarvan, which when the Braum already shows, I think is much worse, right? Because Braum, when you do go in with the Jarvan, is just going to press his R button, it's going to stand in front, and it just doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah, I mean, but said Johnny. I mean, it's the same. My point is like, as soon as T1 just first pick Jace, the game is over. That's why.
That's actually it.
Like,
yeah.
oh, they won because exactly what I said from the pre-show. It's just like when they draft around the Zeus, I think they look much stronger. That's how I felt, and that's why I think they just they extremely felt it too from the KT series. And I was wondering why Zeus was not picking the Jace in the KT series, and that's why I guess they felt the same way, and how that's how they end the game.
Yep, they went back to basics, which is just put Zeus on a champion that can basically solo carry. He didn't have to because the rest of the team were there as well, and things started pretty early on towards the bottom side of the map where T1 went back to their old strat against Gen G, which is put Pays down.
And it looked initially like it was working, right? We do see here the power, like Varus Braum early on, incredibly strong. This was, of course, the lethal tempo variety, so you can stack the passive very quickly. And then this follow-up gank made us believe that the game was over.
I mean, it's a really nice flash strike carrier. I mean, it's already like messed up from the Gen G first point. Like when they're already ganking bottom, like Paige is walking or like overextended, he died. And I think this is like really long time no see T1 make a mistake from the Herald sequence.
Yeah, and that is something that, as Uni said, like this doesn't happen often, but they over-invest resources toward the top side of the map. And because of this, Pace gets some plates, they get a kill, and then the game kind of stabilizes. So it was looking initially like it would be a very clear-cut T1 snowball, and then after that play, looked like the game was wide open again.
Yeah, it was. We'd like to have a look a little bit at the Jarvan build here, as Doran did decide to bring that one out again. Last time it was Tal that played it towards that top side, which is pretty interesting. Bit of a look back. He was up against Roach, two players formerly of T1. But he went for the Frozen Fist into the Zhonya's build. Not a lot of damage here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're playing against Jace, I think your value, like, you have to snowball. Like, especially you're buying the D-Ring first item against the Jace. And like, you just have to snowball no matter what, but this game was not the one. And they were trying to, but they failed.
And as a result, very quickly, Ani became nothing but an ult bot. Like, I think the Zhonya's buy was good. I don't think you ever want to do that, but for the position in the game he was in, it was good because he was never going to have any backline threat. But the Zhonya's buy also means that the plan isn't working very well because even when they did get those engages late game with like R into Wukong, into Pays, there wasn't enough damage.
Yeah, there wasn't. And I think he might have adapted this build as well based on how the game was going because he has been building a lot of Gore Drinker and solo queue, things like that. So would have probably gone towards more of that damage-orientated build, but wasn't actually able to this time around. Let's jump into our highlight number 2, though, and see how things really got started for T1 because this was still relatively early into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it should be what he was thinking, like probably, like they were still left from the mid lane, but T1 was actually ready for just engaging when they're actually walking up, like a little bit overextended. But the thing is, like from the Genji, I think Chobi did make a mistake, but I think their adaptation from when they actually make a mistake at the moment, like it was bad. So that's why Pace, like Burn Flash and like Doran, he just went in solo and then he got caught. Like they can't contest the district anymore. I think they put a really bad spot in it.
Because even though after this there were multiple team fights where it was relatively close, like T1 had full control, right? Like T1 at this point was able to deny everything, get themselves to soul very quickly, even though it came down to a steal, like they were in a position to win the team fight nonetheless.
Yeah.
And a miscommunication from Gen G showcases again that you can't make those type of mistakes against T1. And if you do, just let him die. Just run away and let him die because as Huni was saying, like it's all the resources invested that I think really sealed the deal.
Yep, and now we're going to have a bit of a side swap. So Genji are going to be moving towards that blue side this time around. No real surprises there because we've seen a lot of priority on the blue side. One thing I do want to highlight though, based on things to take away from that first game with how both of these teams are playing, the tenacity of Genji, absolutely fantastic. Didn't even get all of the Chemtech Drakes. But still, all jokes aside, T1 also, their setup around Elder Drake and Baron especially, it was just that soul fight, which I think didn't actually matter at all. It's Chemtech Drake, you don't really care about getting to that soul as quickly as possible. I think their setups were really clean.
It was really the biggest mistake was the first highlight where they overinvested resources and that was like 5 minutes in and didn't cost them that much. And then every subsequent skirmish was just really well done.
Yeah. And still waiting to see who picks up POG. So gentlemen, I want to put your money where your mouth is. Is it just Zeus 11 out of 11? Or is it like 10 or 9 out of 11? What do we reckon?
7.
Yeah,
I'll say 7.
I
7 out of 11?
Some stray votes. Owner actually had a couple of really high impact moments as per usual. Owner and Carry you can't kind of just always go for because that's just how the games go, right? A couple of great Braum ultimates, but getting POG on Braum is
that's a tough
really
one.
hard.
That is a rough. Well, let's see whether Zeus is going to be able to pick this one up or whether it's going to be a curveball. Of course, he's going to pick it up. 7-1 and 10. The man did almost 800 DPM. It was absurd. You should just never give this guy Jace.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I said, if we make one mistake, maybe I will reconsider that POG Zeus, but I'll still give it to him because like he's getting dove, he's getting draining like a lot of resources. They're putting resources a lot to the J4, but he was completely fine. And after these plays, especially, I think he was way too fat and he just rolled over whole enemy team.
I also think that Zeus is one of the best tools that they have to deal with this Aphelios, right? Because everyone else has to at least get close and kind of get in threat range. And we saw so many times that he was able, here he just 100-0'd them, but a couple of really great shock blasts in the mid game. Also got the overheal shields and kind of kept him on the back foot.
Huni just knows, man. And everything else going over to Owner there as well, and that was exactly who you guys illustrated. Oh, the amount of coordination is pretty extraordinary here, and we'll see whether that continues as we move further forward into this series. Now, you're going to have to throw it back to the casters to get there, so take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Alice, Huni, and Kronii Kekler. As we move on to the next game here, game number 2, Genji get blue side, Zeus gets POG. Everything kind of makes sense so far. Now, will Genji have a good performance here and a great draft to start off game 2? I think will be a very big turning point in the series.
I think on blue side, you're going to have a lot more flexibility in what you can ban as Genji, and I don't think that Zeus will be able to play the Jace. Either Doran will pick it up himself, or more likely they'll ban it on blue side. And you have some power there as Genji here. When you switch sides, you will potentially be able to grab another high-profile pick like the Zeri, which is normally I think in the series going to be banned against Genji, but on red side a little bit tougher to do when you consider everything else that can come through. The Elise that Peanut can play incredibly well, something that has to be considered. You know, if FaZe wants to play the Zeri, you know, he can ban away your counter champions as T1, so does deserve a look. And you can see already the Lucian is taken off the board. Annie has to be banned no matter what. So you really only have a little bit of wiggle room here on red side. They take away the Caitlyn, unsurprisingly, and there's the Zeri ban.
Any Jace banners? Chovy?
I think right now they've shown the Zeri ban. It's pretty reasonable.
Well, I mean, they could certainly play it themselves, but maybe they just say, okay, we've got an answer. Maybe we first rotation. Oh, okay, they're just going to play it themselves. That's the other answer.
Yeah,
other than having a pick.
I thought perhaps we were going to see, as we're just swapping sides here entirely, I thought perhaps we were going to see something like a Malphite picked up early. I think that's what you were potentially about to say.
Yeah.
In that early rotation, so it doesn't get banned away in second ban phase. But Sejuani going to be locked up here with the Aphelios, and you don't have the ability to take the Thresh away unless you're going to try to go Jinx Thresh here, which we could see, and we have seen in a lot of Jinx Aphelios metas, but it looks like instead they're going to put Delight on his best champion here and go Xayah Rakan. Can be very risky against an Aphelios Thresh lane.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially if T1 are able to draft some more range into it. It's not going to be easy, especially they don't have the Jace themselves. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think the biggest thing is that Delight gets onto Rakan. Like, Paige, sure, he can play Xayah. Xayah, pretty nice pick nowadays in this meta. But Delight with his hands on Rakan is going to be nice. Now, Keria could just play the Thresh, or...
I mean, there are other picks. I mean, they could play, you know, they could try to play Tom Ketch. I really don't like it here. But I think the Thresh is a pretty strong given. Right?
Yeah.
We'll be locked in here. Now, what's interesting about the Sejuani pick right now, too, is that it could potentially be flexed to the top side of the map into the Jason. We have seen Sejuani with Ignite and Viego setups do very well into the Jace in the early game. There are other picks you could pick with this too to look for some Jace punish here, as I think the Malphite will once again be banned, even though it's not as strong into the Xayah. It's just so strong right now in this meta in general.
We saw it in Challengers recently, Wolf, a Malphite with over 1,000 armor in a game, just totally take it over. That was Challengers, but Malphite's still very strong. As There's the Viego you were talking about.
So that's no longer an option. So that's a pretty wise ban here from Genji, just removing all sort of uncertainty. It's much tougher to actually play Sejuani top without the Viego pick for setup. See what T1 want to do with this. They take it away the Vi from Peanut once again. 2 for 2 on that. Wukong thinning out the pool quite significantly. Now, Elise is still open, but it is not the type of draft where you want to be playing the Elise necessarily. Very strong into the Sejuani in isolation, but not into the Aphelios Thresh lane with the Xayah Rakan.
Maybe Peanut just hops back onto the Poppy or something like that, as Gragas once again going to be respect banned here. It's pretty strong nowadays just in general, so I think it's a good ban.
Baker could himself play the LeBlanc that we saw Chovy play on red side in game 1. And is very strong into Jace if you can get into the backline. Very strong into Rakan. Can be very difficult to, you know, clear vision when you're playing the support into Thresh, into a LeBlanc. But he just wants to play the Lissandra again. And this also is kind of like a soft ban on Chovy playing LeBlanc again, or playing the Ahri. It's an unknown jungle pick.
I think that's the idea. Doesn't want to just, you know, face up, pick the Ahri or the LeBlanc with the Lissandra open.
And they
knows how dangerous Chovy is as a player, so maybe just wants to neutralize him.
And they want to see what the other, you know, mid is going to be here for Chovy before they make any decisions about, do we want to play Malphite, for example. As Maokai comes through, and you have the potential Rumble angle here. It could happen. Like, it's not out of the...
We did see that in Challengers.
But I think this is going to be something a little bit more standard. I say that. Looks like it's going to be AP Maokai, and they are just going to play the Malphite here.
There it is, locked in.
And it's on the side of Genji into the Aphelios. Now, you need a pick here that could do a decent amount of damage, but is also going to be safe. into both Jace and Malphite. Like, that's a tough ask. It's a really tough ask for Zeus.
GP.
That's the damage covered. In terms of safety, not so much.
Gnar
much safer, and it's going to suit the composition in terms of all the setup they have. They have Thresh, Lissandra. It sets up an easy game for Gumayusi to carry on the Aphelios with the front line they've been given. And obviously Gnar could do very well into Malphite, but is it going to be Malphite mid here with the Jace coming through? That could give Doran some agency. I just don't think that's the laning setup that you ever really want.
Yeah.
So I think the Gnar feels pretty decent into Malphite. You've got Lissandra into Jace, a matchup we've seen before. It's not extremely Jace favored, can have some control early. And T1 kind of have comfort across the board. It's Owners Sejuani, Faker's Lissandra, Aphelios, Thresh for Guma Keria. You know, it's one of those comps where you look at, you can just almost put like tape over the left side of your screen. You don't even care what the other team has put together here because this is like the best T1 draft. And I think that getting angles here for Genji is going to be all about the engage.
Yeah, I will say that in that recent game, the one game with the 1,000 armor Malphite, he was playing against an Aphelios, and he was unkillable. And it was Castle on the side of KT. He basically just essentially used his ultimate over and over and over onto Aphelios. And if the Aphelios did not have Flash, it was so hard to play the game, okay? Because not only is there Malphite, there's Rakan. There is so much follow-up. Even Maokai can set up some of these angles as well. And also you have the Jace for range against the Aphelios before you even engage against him. So I feel like they have a lot of angles to deal with Guma's Aphelios in this game.
But the Thresh here is going to be so critical because it can keep Guma safe. You have the box for counter engage. When they try to go in with this composition, there is no going out, right? And that is the scary part about how this is going to work here for T1. Positioning is going to be everything. Execution is everything, Valdez.
Absolutely. Here we go again. Game number 2, Gen G versus T1. So we've gone to the Rift for game number 2. We got both support players playing their best champions, which is very cool to see. Keria has a lot of best champions, but I think Thresh kind of stands above them all.
Yeah, it is most iconic, and you could talk about some champions he's played this season that have been more relevant, but this has definitely been, like, I would say, personally, I think his best performing champion this season has been Lux, weirdly enough, but his Lux has been insane. And he hasn't played as many games at Thresh, but he's also looked amazing on most of those games.
I feel like his Thresh has a lot of highlight moments, you know? Like, he does the TikTok plays, right? Like, he's got, like, the lantern from downtown setting up, like, multiple hooks in a row, stuff like that.
And it's just, across his career, the pick he's been associated with the most. Even being featured in an opening with it, as Faker should be fine here. We'll lose the ward, unfortunately. So, good coverage here of that standard Lissandra ward. You see, and I mean, I look at this draft here for Genji and I think, oh, it certainly could work. You know, it absolutely could. We felt the same way about the last draft, and it was the early game where things got out of control. This time it's going to have to be a lot better here for Paze and Delight. And see the cut down coming through here on this Xayah. Which you'd love to see.
Aphelios.
Yeah, true. Very important.
Yeah.
And in that game you were talking about with Castle, it was a Mountain Soul, and he picked up a ton of Mountain Drakes. I believe even for that game, I want to say, which was crazy. So,
yes.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking about that much armor this time around as Chovy hits level 2 and is going to do a lot of damage with that early combo here on the Lissandra. We talked about how you get a little bit of early prio, but this is quite an edge.
Yeah, the win rates of the champions here, pretty huge. The Gnar for Zeus, his debut champion, and also his best champion, you could say. I mean, maybe the Jace at this point, you could also say. The Gnar also very iconic for what he's been able to do, as there is number 1.
Play avoided.
Play, yeah.
Could have been a little bit more damage there. And yeah, I mean, Zeus has been put on this champ so many times in playoffs here where T1 has just decided, like, this is our comp. We want to have better team fighting, and we're going to have some additional damage with you, and you're just never going to die in any matchup. They've even put him on this blind, and in fact often blind, on blue side. This time he's playing it into, again, the assumption was going to be the Malphite. He's trying to play Malphite mid, especially into Lissandra. Sounds miserable, and it's just basically unplayable. As Chovy going to show a lot of respect here.
Oh, flash on in there, going for this one as Chovy responds flash. He gets out. They didn't have a lot of vision on the other side of the mid lane, so I was kind of thinking they weren't going to go for the play just in case Peanut was there, but they end up trading flashes.
Peanut's just farming. Did go for the green pet, actually, and not red, which is usually a pretty surefire indicator that it is not going to be the AP variant of Maokai here. And they're not in a good place in terms of their AP damage in this composition, so we'll need to snowball things pretty aggressively. Peanut going to try to let them push this wave and then come through the bottom brush. There's no ward.
This is scanned out as well. If Keria sees that scan, he might get a little bit suspicious, but I don't believe he has. As Keria getting himself in a very precarious spot. If he rotates back over.
I just don't want to commit. They don't have feathers in place at this point, so they could have maybe tried to land some. Peanut could flash in, but the response flash would pull him into turret, so very difficult. Here he goes.
There it is, flash on in. Keria in a lot of trouble here. Gets the hook down, flashes away himself, dodges the knock-up, and now Owner is here as Delight is in a rough spot himself. Grabbing him comes in onto Pays as the follow-up is here from T1. They're not fully committing to it just yet as Owner trying to get the angle onto Delight as the flashaway comes in from him, but there it is as the follow-up hook as Keria is back into the play and gives first blood to Gumayusi.
This is disastrous. I mean, this is a cold start to Felios. He is going to have a ton of money, and Faker is roaming. Delight here, no flash, but he should be able to walk it out. Has that shield. But this is going to be plate gold going over to an Aphelios, who picks up first blood. And this is disastrous.
Chovy's trying to rotate down here. They have some vision. I feel like he should have just picked up a plate of his own. He is Jace after all. Faker is still here, and Peanut is as well. So now they're just going to, nope, sorry. We are out. But a fantastic start for T1 down here on the bottom side. Could not have gone better in their response to that play.
Yeah, Chovy is going to stick around here in the mid lane, try to push that plate down, and he probably will get it. But, you know, could have gotten more here considering how long Faker stayed. He's actually just not even going to risk it. And he's going to walk away from this. So, man, the news just isn't good if you're a Gen G fan right now. As Peanut does flash for this engage here as he sees Keria going through the brush, knows he has the angle, ward goes down, and Keria's hook is instant. Then the flash comes through, then the dodge on Delight's knockup, and that's the end of the fight. Owner's here. And Keria, he's like got his lantern set up here to make sure they can follow up. It's just so easy. And then Guma obviously set up with the right guns here. Flash has to be used. The root still comes down onto Peanut. The hook is perfect to make sure they get first blood here. And then Faker comes down, and Chovy is not able to deny him, so... You know,
Owner again looking for the play, wants to force out that ult as level 6 has been hit here by Doran. He's just trying to get closer. A stun comes in. And Malphite's very safe laner.
Yeah.
Just doing his thing. He has fallen behind Zeus by a significant amount of CS already, though.
He certainly has, and this is Zeus' spacing and the ability to just use hyperprocs to chip through the early game of this Malphite in terms of health.
Speaking of which, Zeus going to miss his boomerang on the backswing there, but they have control of the river, so he can kind of stand his ground. Peanut just backing.
Zeus knows he doesn't have ult, so he's like, well, I'm just going to be annoying, and as long as I'm not in your bombies, you have a Doran's ring worth of damage with your Qs, and I'll just outspace you. Gonna force it back. Yura has no teleport as well, so Zeus sitting in a great spot right now. This bottom lane is already a disaster. Noonquiver is up early. And he's halfway to his Greaves. His Cull is, 10 ahead.
And the Mountain Drake is so incredibly important for either team. You want to deny it away from Gen G because obviously they have a couple of strong tanks up on the top side, but T1 would love to have it for themselves, negate some of the potential lethality damage that comes out from Chovy. Or even Pays early on in the game before he does get LDR. It can be a difference maker. The Mountain Drake singularly is still very strong.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I mean, everything about Genji's win condition is killing the Aphelios, and whether that's with that Lethality Jace, with the Malphite engage, oh boy.
Oh, here we go again. As FaZe comes in, the light goes in and out, and actually it's a good trade for Gen.G.
Yeah, Paze actually sets up the damage there really nicely. Guma didn't have level 6 just yet, was trying to push for it. Didn't put the damage into Delight in that short interim while he was locked down. Delight handles it very well, and this doesn't end up being too significant, but like you say, a trade up here for Gen.G. Keria will take the back.
Yeah, they got the Ignite out of Keria as well. As just felt like Guma was not able to put in any damage on that one, as Peanut is going for the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, this time they're not going to get double objectived early on in the game like we saw last time. A little bit more prio here on the top side of the map in mid, and Chovy is going to come over here and help out. So they will be able to get this early objective. We'll see where they place it, because it's not quite the same situation as last game where you want to get that early mid turret for LeBlanc, but it's still very useful for the Jace in this case for that poke damage. And I expect, given the control he has over that lane right now, it's the easiest place to drop it. And getting the lethality up with the Cull coming through here too is going to hit a bigger spike than either champion can get. The Xayah is way far away from getting, you know, a huge spike out of plate gold that you would get from the Herald. So mid lane is where the focus is going to be when that drop comes down. You can see Owner's already trying to suss this out.
Doran has some alone time with the turret. Looks like he'll be able to pick this one up. Does not have any resolve in his runes, so does not have Demolish. But still, able to get a nice little plate. Going to be nice to try to catch up to Zeus there in terms of gold. Yeah. Now, you know, tank Malphite, not necessarily a guy who needs a ton of gold, but, you know, the more the better. The more you can tank up against Guma's damage, against even Faker's burst damage in the mid game. It's going to be nice.
It's significant for sure. Now, Hearthbound Axe, by the way, picked up here for Zeus, an item that we don't really talk about in terms of it being a component all too much, but it is going to give you additional move speed when you auto, which is going to be great for Gnar in a matchup like this where he's trying to outspace the Malphite and get hyper procs off and chase him down. So some additional movement speed here with the Merc Threads he's already picked up means he could start putting on some additional pressure here in this lane to further what's already a 15 CS lead. Now, Bommy's, you know, not going to be as great in terms of the matchup on the other side. See what Doran gets when he backs, but expect the build will be pretty much the same.
He basically just throws Qs into Zeus, who has Merc Treads, so doesn't really do much. Just trying to farm it out as much as he can. So we do have a little bit of a slowdown in this game. Chovy is doing Chovy things in terms of CS. He has spent a lot more time in the mid lane compared to Faker, as Faker did go for that big roam down to the bottom side of the map. You guys remember? That is why he is currently in the lead in terms of CS. But Guma certainly keeping up with him with his lead down on the bottom side.
Yeah, no doubt. Chovy just trying to get any damage done he can.
Okay, that's a flash out of Zeus. That's going to be very nice. Doran just picks that one up essentially for free.
Yeah, just doesn't want to deal with that extra damage from the Bombies when he gets on top of him like that, and that's huge. I think if he is able to avoid that, maybe he actually can feel great. He's still pushing it back on the top side, by the way. And he's like, yeah, I flashed, but like, you now don't have ult, and so now you're going to be pushed back here. Doran has teleport, though, so this is still a good trade if he can get back to lane quickly.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, 3 turret plates go to the side of Gen.G. Peanut does pick up some of that gold, as does Delight.
And Doran, when he ulted there topside, he had no mana after the ult. Like, he basically was, I'm ulting only, that's it. And I think Zeus, if he handles this a little bit more quickly, he probably gets a kill here on the top side of the map. Instead, Doran is just going to be able to manage this decently. Does have the Doran's Ring, which is what he's built twice now in a row, his namesake here. And will be able to build up just enough mana to hold this wave. And this counter engage here from T1, not going to lead to anything.
As now, Peanut goes over the wall. He does have flash and a teleport to the bottom lane from Malphite. So a little bit of a lane swap here, as they don't foresee themselves getting too many plates or maybe even first turret blood on the bottom side of the map. So they're just going to send their bottom lane top.
Yeah, so all those plates picked up bottom side were huge, and then they were pushed out of lane, and they just didn't want to give any of those additional minions. But the vision control here is insane for T1 on the bottom side of the map. Chovy has no idea.
So they're just going to give away Infernal Dream. Not sure about that. Chovy might just be dead too. He has flash, but there's 4 people here, as he had no idea this was coming. And you never know when Lissandra's just going to claw forward and set up a kill. It's what she does best.
And there's so much vision here for T1. They know nobody's in the vicinity. They know nobody's around. And they could just group up for this. Now, Doran's going to get a bunch of plate gold here. But as you mentioned, this is not that significant. It's Malphite getting plate money. And he did go for Sunfire here. He's just building tanky just like he did in the previous game. But, you know, your all-in potential on Anar is very little and aside. And the money that they're able to pick up killing this Jace and pushing him out of lane is way more significant. Plus, of course, that Drake. Now, top side here, FaZe is picking up some gold, but it's not going to be as significant, I think, as getting a 2 Drake lead here for T1. We'll see what Soul is. Okay, it's Chemtech again. That feels less bad for Gen G now.
Yeah, that's how we know Ox is watching from home. He keeps summoning these Chemtech souls as...
It could be worse. You know, if this was Hextech here, you'd be like, this is pretty terrible for Gen G, considering, yeah, you got some plates top side, but one of those plates, of course, on a Malphite.
Yeah, I just feel bad for T1. They're snowballing these early games so well, and then they're just giving Chemtech souls over and over again. But, of course, the trade here is that FaZe is going to pick up a bunch of turret plates in the top side. Looks like 3, or it's in total 2 for FaZe and Delight, because, of course, Doran got the first one up on the top side, so it's a decent amount of money, but even a singular Infernal Drake. Like, we just talked about the Mountain. It's going to be really nice. You've got Anar on your team. Even Sejuani does decent burst alongside of the Engage.
So look at where the gold is here. Zaya's got 525, 350 for Doran, 350 for Chovy. So it's not insignificant money here. You know, when you looked at it before, it's like, oh, they're getting a little here, they're getting a little there. It felt like Doran was getting a lot, and you're like, oh, it's not that great. But when you look at the money that's picked up here, it is quite significant, considering that they haven't been able to win any fights, right? They're 0-2 this game and have a gold lead. Just taking that lead and utilizing it, that's going to be tough. As Chovy's about to be able to buy that first lethality item here, does have his call coming online here in just a moment. Just needs one more minion wave after the one up there. It's down to like 14 stacks. So we're going to look to group for Rift Herald here.
Yeah.
Baker's coming up, TP.
You know, in the past we used to fight for first Rift Herald, which made sense, but nowadays all our LCK teams just love to fight over the second Rift Herald. As everybody's grouping up for this one. Trying to get control of this to potentially take out that mid-tier 1.
Chovy's backing. He does not have teleport, so they are down a member here. Competing for this seems unrealistic.
Might have some time. T1 not really starting up this objective just yet.
Nor that they see Chovy backing, so they don't know that he's not here. And now he has Eclipse. Like, thought he wasn't going to be able to finish it without the call completing, but he does back for it. Now he's back here with full health and is going to be able to come over and start putting some of that poke damage through. This is a huge opportunity now for Gen G if he can hit that consistently going into this fight and soften up the back line. Doran also with Flash and Ultimate available here.
Yeah. As Faker looking to force him into that one, but Ignite comes in and he actually just elects to flash. He wants to hold his ult for the fight.
I actually think it's the right choice here, but you better make a high impact with your ult in this fight or you're going to feel really bad about this one.
Yeah, on the Engage, it has a lot more value, does the ult. The Flash as well, if you got both, of course, but now you see that T1 struggling to get in here, even the Saplings doing a little bit of chip damage, as now they will, in fact, get in. Guma is going to lantern away.
Chovy is in such a safe spot with his poke.
Okay, in they go. Faker looking for the Engage. See, Moonlight Vigil comes in. Tons of damage on the Peanut, but they can't take anyone out. Owner trades for the junglers, but that's 2 kills now into the hands of Gumayusi. As everybody on the side of Gen G is looking to get away, the stopwatch value is massive for Faker here. As flash forward, and he's actually going to miss the hook, but he does force the Featherstorm. As objective picked up for Gen G, Zeus looking to make it interesting in the mid lane, wants to force a flash. Not even going to be able to do that.
Yeah. So the eye is picked up here, and, you know, if an ultimate is forced here for FaZe, Delight is taken out, but T1 getting this topside turret here, which is what, you know, basically you would have gotten from second Herald anyway, so it doesn't feel too bad here. But you can already just see that T1 know exactly what they want to do in these fights and how well they were able to control this and get Guma into position to pop off. Because, yeah, Doran has ultimate here, and the Engage is strong, but look at the flank angle here from Zeus. And Faker, he has his ult, and he also has stopwatch. So he's never really in any danger. And look at Guma at full health. Chovy's trying to set up for the flank. He already used his accelerated shock blast before the Engage came through, so his damage is mitigated. He can't do anything. This is just 100% a one fight for T1.
Yeah.
Didn't have to use the ultimate here as FaZe, but just trying to be safe there at the last possible second.
And now Guma is 3-0 with both summoners still available. So if they want to fight over any objective, if they want to do anything right now, they can. The world should be their oyster. Now Doran, Gen.G very stubborn about taking down all of these outer turrets. Not quite going to be able to get this one. But yeah, if the Malphite dies before he's really able to ult, and the Rakan gets in alone, and then Guma just kills him, not necessarily the engage or coordination you're looking for if you want to pilot Gen.G's composition.
Because T1 knew that because Doran is trying to stay up topside there and come in, if we can actually push him out and force him to ult, we win this.
Okay, well, Doran's going to get the turret. He has a teleport coming in for some help. Zeus in a little bit of trouble here. Does have flash. Will he elect to use it? The answer is no. Just going to give the kill over to Chovy as his team is down here on the bottom side taking the Dragon.
Yeah, so you get a teleport, but that's turret and a kill going over. And this is pretty massive going into this Dragon. And it's a Dragon that is significant in that it's soul point, but it is still Chemtech Soul. So it doesn't matter as much here, and they're going to use this teleport to try to force down an inner now. And like, T1 are grouped on Drake bottom, and they know it, so they might even be able to turn this into a 5v5 skirmish, or rather a like 3v2 skirmish, because Peanut's nearby. And there's
Herald's mid.
Yeah, Herald's mid. They're going to get this turret, so they're just picking up all the money on the map. And Gen.G, a team that's so known for maximizing gold value across the map, usually in terms of CS and picking up gold for their carries while side laning. But now in this game, taking out all the turrets, as you mentioned, 3 turrets here early, and they had Peanut in position if T1 were going to try to commit to coming over here and stopping this. Isaias has no teleport, and he commits with his Mega Gnar here to try to get the kill. First TP is committed, and then you end up losing your Gnar here, so turret and Gnar going over for a Drake on the bottom side that Gen.G just frankly don't care that much about.
Yeah, singular Hex Tech, I mean, you got some shields that are going to be happening here, probably BT eventually for Guma, stuff like that, but yeah, pretty unconsequential in this one. But either way, we are going to slow things down because of this. Thank you to Ox once again for summoning this Chemtech Soul and denying us the action. We did have a lot of action in game 1 though, even with the Chemtech Soul. Feels like both of the teams were getting that nervous energy out.
Doran has no flash and ult available here, but he does not have TP, and T1 know this. And Zeus has TP, so they can actually look for picks onto Chovy while starting Baron. Like, this is the T1 way, where you're like tracking summoners extremely well, knowing the enemy Malphite's on the wrong side of the map. Now you can force them to back, because you know that Gen.G don't have really good setup vision around the Baron, so he has to kind of rotate towards mid and be like, are they taking it? Which gives more agency to the Gnar, who could then take a turret out later. He can teleport in at any time with his Gnar bar if he manages it well here. So Gen.G have to group so aggressively. And Faker's on the flank. T1 have set up for this so extremely well, but Gen.G don't panic. They don't mess this up. Doran goes straight back down to bottom once they realize, okay, they're not properly set up for it. But when he shows, T1, once again, like, this is the dance you have to walk.
It's on vision, so Gen.G will be forced to respond to this. And T1 say, no, thank you. We would not like to fight just yet. We will fight on our terms, as flash in from Keria trying to set up another TikTok play. Not going to happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He does have Hex Flash, but still significant to lose that.
This is getting more and more annoying here as more items are getting built for Zeus. You know, Doran can throw in a Q, but will lose out in the extended trades.
Yeah, he can only kill him if he ults. And even if he does ult, he might not get the kill. It's going to be close. And you're happy to trade Flash for the ult of Doran, actually, before huge objectives like this as Zeus. As we saw last time, Doran was more willing to Flash than ult when he was caught by Faker there, because that's so important. His ultimate being on cooldown means that T1 know they could just take the Drake, or rather the Baron, excuse me, the Drake later on. That might be another similar scenario. We haven't really talked about it as much because it is, again, a sad soul that we don't really fight for that much here in the LCK, especially if it's going to cost you your game. In Gen.G's case, like,
yeah,
not going to force it, going to try to get other stuff on the map, which they've done a great job of doing. And I think Gen.G have shown some really great macro. The lane swap timing was really nice for them. They got a lot of money onto Pays there on the top side of the map. Got Doran bottom. Got all these turrets early. They've maintained this gold lead, and they got lucky with the soul, so they can continue to play like this.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this might just come down to execution in mid to late game team fights. Pays, you mentioned he's got a nice amount of gold. He did pick up the crit cloak on top of the Navori's already, so looking for that as Peanut will get hooked, but Keria is actually taking more damage from the Jace. And a little sapling. The sapling's really just an annoyance for vision and for slowing down the team, especially if they are in the bushes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Malphite who does obviously some magic damage in this game, but it's not a real AP threat. But there's not a whole lot of armor built across the roster here of T1. Like, the damage profile issue is so irrelevant here because you're looking at no armor versus this lethality Jace, big damage on this Xayah that's only going to get bigger, and an insanely big frontline threat that so far they don't have a lot to deal with that. As the LDR comes online here for Guma, that will change, but it's looking like T1 need to actually kind of pull the wool over the eyes of Gen.G and out-rotate them or get a Malphite ult in the side to win team fights straight up 5v5, and they haven't been able to do it. They did once, where they were able to force Doran away, but otherwise here, Gen.G have just handled the macros so incredibly well, and now Doran has TP. Is T1 are going to wrap all the way around?
I guess they want this turret. I mean, gonna come in here as a 5. They're gonna force TP actually from Doran.
So that's huge. They pulled him out of a side. To light here, though, with the rest of the team faster on the Baron. They have the choke point controlled, and Malphite on a flank is actually quite scary. Needs to be respected.
Yeah. So they did that. They got the teleport out of Doran, but they lost entire river control. Did T1 as now the engage comes in onto the Sejuani owner, just going to flash over the wall. So not really in too much danger this time.
Yeah. And Gen.G need to be willing to start this Baron, otherwise T1 just don't care about their Baron prio right now. Because the engage here for T1 is amazing. They have a 2-item Aphelios.
Keria doesn't have flash. Speaking of which, there's the engage. The Malphite and the recombinant cannot kill Guma. Where is the follow-up? There is nothing onto him. He is quite low as here comes the Maokai ultimate as
very late.
Jace is on. Should be able to get owner. Everybody else just in the choke as in goes Faker. He's got an ult in that backside, or looking for it at least, as now the Xayah is popping off. Pays is able to frontline, picks up the kill, 2 kills for him. As a very messy engage, and Gen.G will take the fight.
Yeah, there's just too many threats.
And Zeus now not in any luck either. He does have Mega Gnar, but he is just flashing away as the zoom in will not do him any favors. And now Gen.G gonna make a play for this Baron.
So 3 kills going over to Gen.G here. Now they're 3,000 gold in the lead. And Chovy is going to commit a teleport here just to make sure they can burst this down. They don't want to play any games with this one. The Baron is going to go over. That's going to be further gold in the lead than I just mentioned. You see going up to now almost 5,000. And T1 can go over here and maybe take the soul. But even this is not that safe right now. They have a lot of damage here, but no smite for the secure until owner shows up. Doran's going to see this. He's going to scry it. He's going to see where Sejuani is, and that's going to force a teleport. And I think Gen.G are like, cool, I'm going to look at this as an Elder Spawner. Thank you very much for spawning that for me. A more relevant objective we can now fight for. We're going to have Baron buff to get map control before this. And there are just so many threats for this Aphelios. The positioning for Guma.
Zeus, what is going on here? He's so far down the lane, and it's a Malphite holding ultimate in his face. As he does have Mega Gnar, and in fact, the rest of the team is getting over here. He will push them away, and a Lantern should get him to safety, but certainly not a very comfortable situation.
Certainly a lot riskier than it should have been, even though ultimately it does end up working out okay for him. Could have been worse, so now they're just going to group up here to take out this inner and then push for the inhibitor. Now Faker is mid with no teleport, but he's getting his own push off at the same time. Azonius is coming back online, and he's going to come back here, but him being gone really just gives Gen.G a lot more space now. And it's an inhibitor, at the very least, that they're going to take.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue pushing.
They're going to force Faker to come back one way or another.
Yeah. I think that's definitely what they want. Hook is going to miss, as now T1 looking for the follow-up engage, but the damage on owners there. Play onto Pace, though, as Boomerang hits him as well. He's got to be careful, as Zeus just got beat up against the wall. And the engage not quite there for T1, as another scary one comes through, and Gen.G with Hands Recall will just get away.
I think actually that was really well played from T1, leaving Faker in mid, so he gets all that additional money, and he's threatening an inner turret, so he almost gets the whole thing. And then when they try to push through, like, they were going to get the inhibitor no matter what. Okay, let's talk about this first. Because Guma gets knocked up here, and he doesn't take the Lantern because he knows, okay, I'm actually going to be able to force this back. There's no other big threat on top of me, right? But he's just back here for so long, and look at his health too. He goes back to full, but he can't threaten anybody. Now he's still with a Maokai ultimate. His team has to block for him. So there's no front line here. Keria dies to Chovy on the side here because he was just trying to wrap around, set up for another Lantern. There's no front line here at all whatsoever. And Zeus is flanking for an engage that's just never going to come because he's so separated from where his AD carry is. And the positioning from Guma, fantastic. Even though he's hit by the Malphite ultimate, it doesn't matter. He doesn't die. But he has to keep kiting back so he can't do proper damage to the enemy AD carry, who just rips through the rest of the team. And this can be a trend that continues. Doesn't matter if the Aphelios is dead if he isn't doing damage.
Yeah, and speaking of trends that continue, we do have the B1 Jace currently in the lead by the most amount of gold, 2,200. Very similar to the lead that Zeus had in game number 1. This time it is Chovy on that one. He does have a 3-item power spike of his own. This time he goes for the Yomus instead of the Sereldas that we did see on the side of
Zeus. There's
Zeus.
just no armor, on the enemy team. Really, they're starting to get some of it, but
It got like Zhonya's.
yeah, and a cloth armor for Owner. So basically none.
For sure. So he's going to be dealing insane amounts of damage with all that lethality stacking that he does have. Guma did go for the LDR, does not have a Bloodthirster yet, which is pretty interesting. I guess he's just saying that, we kind of had the situation actually in the game we cast in Challengers where you just don't go for it because if you get hit, even if you have Bloodthirster, you're going to die anyway. So just flash forehead and try to survive that way.
Yeah, and in that last fight, he lived because there wasn't follow-up damage, but then the Xayah killed the rest of his team, and they ended up losing the fight, right? And this is a catch-22 problem you have with Malphite compositions when you're playing very immobile AD carries. Even if you have a Thresh, as we've seen here, it's just that if you avoid all the threats, it means you've done nothing in the fight, whereas Xayah is very safe and can continue to do damage on the chase. As this is a funny exchange here. As Peanut's like, I'm not going to deal with this because there's a Lantern available and there could be something on the other side of my vision that I don't want to see. Now he's like, oh, there wasn't really anything. I definitely could have stayed, but okay.
And rest is very tricky.
I think this is a still winnable game for T1, but they need to do something outside of an objective fight to win it. And that's get Doran's ultimate or force summoners out of phase. It has to be Faker who makes the play, or maybe some flank angle from Keria. Because if they just walk at each other 5v5, I think Gen G wins this every time. 10 out of 10 times, it's theirs. But if you can get that ultimate out of Doran, or get him to flash, or force him to back, and get his teleport, and set up for another fight afterwards, maybe you can win that 5v5 with your Aphelios. But without any of those things happening, even with the fed Aphelios, he just won't be able to do damage safely against this composition. There's too many threats, there's too many ways he can die.
Yeah. We even saw it in the last game where Paze was the one playing the Aphelios, that even with 4 items, it can be very difficult from a behind position if they have enough range or if they have enough hard engage. So Gen G do have those tools in their toolkit here, and so far they have been using them very well.
And they're just grouped as 5. They're like, you can push Zeus in the bot lane, we don't care. We don't care at all. T1 did very little damage to these, turrets, so they're not being threatened in the side by anybody. It's a Lissandra and a Gnar that can't, it's not a Fiora they're dealing with where they have to really stem the bleeding. And we're in a position where as long as they group as 5 and don't let T1 catch that Malphite, don't let T1 catch the carries, and take away their summoners, they should just be able to walk at these objectives and say, that's mine, it belongs to me, and there's nothing you can do about it. The trade of objectives here is all you can hope for now as T1. But Gen G can just follow you across both because they have map control here in mid. Look at all these control wards.
Players have gotten really good, by the way, at buying elixirs and stopwatches at the most critical points in the game because we're about to have Elder and Baron at the same time.
It's the Exodia fight, basically.
And Paze just went back and bought an elixir. In the past, players would actually prioritize being on the map instead. So we're going to have to stop that. We do have a fight here. Faker in a really rough spot, looking to get 100-0. Down he goes as the damage is coming in, but they're just looking for Guma on the backside as he nearly takes out Doran, though. Peanut getting torn to shreds, but there it is. They get into the backside with the Xayah, who's incredibly low. And it might just be enough as Paze with his incredibly low health bar is just going to run away and let Chovy do the cleanup here as Zeus on the run. He's just going to hop over the wall here. Doesn't want anything to do with it as Gen G considering their options.
Oh man, Paze doing so much damage, doing so much work on that fight. The positioning was so good. Chovy's not able to get the kills here. And they're going to just group now onto this Elder, but they don't have a front line here. This is very greedy. They at least have the Chemtech plant to actually get that health back. Without this, I think this is not even possible. Teleport's committed. Yeah, no smite here. And I think this is not, they can't do it. They just can't do it.
Now, they can kind of hang around and stop T1 from doing it, as T1 does not really have that much damage. And Peas is full health alongside of Jovi. Meganar is here. Zeus maybe looking to be the hero.
He's got Mega, as you say. He's looking for the engage angle. He's got Flash, too. They really have to show him some respect here.
Yeah.
And Peanut's coming over. He has ultimate, but the carry's back up online. And
look at this.
Doran, he's not here. He needs to rush over here and start threatening this enemy AD carry.
Yeah, he does not have Flash, but he has his Unstoppable Force available for the Malphite. The damage is coming in now. Guma is on this objective as here we go. Might come down to a little bit of a flip. The accelerated shock blast does miss.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a flip. Zeus over the wall here. Here's the Peanut ult.
Maokai ultimate a little bit early. They're trying to get position now onto this. As Faker gets into the back line and ults onto 5 people. As Meganar is in and Guma gets knocked off. He's not doing the damage, but it does not matter. And stopwatch should be enough, and the rest of the team just peels away the onion. As Doran is so low and he can't take out Guma. And T1 just barely should be able to take this down. Oh, they don't have Smite. Jeez. As they will take it at the end of the day. That will be the shutdown for Guma as he picks up a triple, and T1 should win the game.
And just like we've seen so many times over these last few best of fives for T1, these last few seasons, I'll even say, Faker just goes in and says, this is my fight, this is my engage, and he just goes straight into the side of Gen G, and when a stopwatch is all it takes for Guma to survive the counter engage, Faker makes it happen one more time here. Super clutch, very clean flash, and now Gen G just desperate to defend.
1 second on Peanut. I think they're gonna try to kite this one out. No, we have TP coming in. As the hook is there, down goes Delight. The desperation out of the side of Gen G to try to stop this from going down. But there's CL down to Jovi, and that should be the end of him. As Doran does get in, takes out Guma, and you know what? I mean, it's only Faker and Owner here. They're gonna back away from the Nexus.
FaZe is coming back.
And they, oh man, they overstayed their welcome. They did not hit the Nexus, and Jovi effectively distracted them.
Yeah, so many of these Elder buffs gone now, and it's only 80 seconds left on it anyways. And so you're going into a Baron here, where Peanut's up in 30. If this Baron goes the way of Gen G, they'll have map control back. We'll be able to stave off a lot of this pressure. As look at Faker. He's not hit by the Peanut ultimate here. Flashes after Claw, and that's the engage angle you don't expect because you're looking at the Claw range here as Gen G, and you're like, we're out of Claw range. He can't hit us.
Oh,
and Zeus with a perfect engage. The stopwatch timing here from Guma is perfect. Just barely survives here. Such a great fight, but the positioning against the Claw from Faker was perfect, but it was about a flash away from safety, and that's where Faker finds the angle. The defense is heroic here. Peanut gets the ult off, and then they're able to buy enough time for Chovy to come through and clean up. Once Guma dies, you know this is just a done push here, and he thinks he can actually do it.
They could have just hit the Nexus. Like, let Faker ult him and then just hit the Nexus. Instead, we are still in the game as Faker and Zeus are looking to get into the backline. Now, Peanut looks like he's got a decent idea that this is going on as the rest of the team trying to TP back in, trying to stop the backs here, but the autos will come through. And can they take down Faker? He's not able to claw over as Zeus. He does have some nice attack speed. Can he get those last autos in? And no, he can't! The Nexus will survive!
Oh man, he's just trying to do it. It's so low, and he cannot do it, but they will get Baron here on the back of this. And why are these T1 games getting so intense here, Valdez, if they had just grouped?
They have Baron, but it's 5v3.
And
Gen G are going to look to try to push the end.
And if you just have Baron here, you basically backdoored to try to threaten to make sure you could get Baron, but if you had just done Baron, you could push with Baron to try to end. And now Gen G actually have a 5v3 fight where they could push.
They don't have Malphite ultimate, and they do not have Delights either.
And Malphite ult is so close, though, and they will have it once this turret is down.
That's really the question. They need that to get onto Guma, who will be the main wave clear here.
Zeus also has TP and could just TP to try to kill the Nexus, but there's no ward, actually.
That was a lot of damage. The AoE coming in. Peace nearly dies, and Gen G are like, okay, never mind. We were just trolling.
There's no ward for Zeus to TP to, but he is going to spawn now.
It's crazy that T1 3v5 are able to push them out of here with just a couple of Aphelios autos.
Yeah. And now you have to defend this. Super minions here on both sides, so canceling each other out in the mid lane. And there's no objective up here for 2 more minutes. T1 should be able to just get control of the bottom side of the map here and rip these turrets out of Summoner's Rift. But threatening the Nexus itself is a bridge too far. Even with Baron buff, they want to be able to have 2 setup waves here, but Chovy's pushing mid out. And this means that it's going to take a lot of resources. Gen.G should be able to survive this Baron. This game is wild, these T1 late games that we keep seeing.
Okay, let's see how this one goes. T1 playing it very carefully, very respectfully. They know they have Zeus in mid, and he is essentially their trap card. He's like, okay, well, if you don't answer me, I will end the game alone.
If he could get a ward off in the main base, you know, if anyone had one, they don't actually have any wards. If they could drop a ward, it would be massive. Won't be able to get this turret and back away here, so no second inhibitor going down. And this means Gen.G should actually be able to, with a strong mid push here in a 1 inhib apiece, plus theirs is respawning in 45 seconds, get prio for this Elder. What a wild game. And there are, again, I mean, all the things we talked about for killing Guma, all those threats are still there, but they're arguably more potent now than they have been, because Doran is more tanky than he was. The damage here on the Xayah is much bigger than it was in the last few fights we saw. Both AD carries have GA.
Yeah, no stopwatch though. Guma can't use that to avoid some of that damage on the backside. Like, if you respawn after your team died, it's probably not going to matter.
It won't matter.
There's too much CC on the side of Gen.G. They can just time the Rakan knock up, unless for some reason you didn't flash.
Yeah.
And somehow you're able to make a miracle work. So this is going to get very interesting. T1 also have the angle to try to, you know, stop backs on Elder and just end the game. Never forget that angle. We've seen that too many times.
Yeah, but with the inhibitor back up, it just seems like that's going to be so difficult, and they didn't get a ward in the base. Even if they had, you know, they will have to kill an inhibitor before they can kill the Nexus.
It's also mid inhibitor, which is the easiest to defend. So, as I mentioned before in game 1, you know, Gen.G can just push up mid and say, okay. Well,
Zeus to this Narbar, though. You got to respect it.
Okay, a little engage coming in as they get onto the backline, but that's Faker. That's not Guma. Zeus with the Mega Gnar available, and Doran is just getting peeled apart. Faker gets in the backline and pays. He's trying to get the damage in. The feathers are on the ground, but he is too low. As can they even get onto the side? There are the feathers, and Zeus on the hook out of midair! As Chovy goes down, and the damage is not there. The GA for Pace will not keep him alive, and Guma will pick up the kill at the end of the day. T1 will take game number 2.
What an incredible game here from T1, though, in so many respects. And Gen.G kept it interesting, man. They really did. But it was clutch plays from T1 back and forth here on these major objectives that end up taking it for them. I think we're going to see a split boat on POG, but T1, they are taking match point here. Zeus on the Gnar, setting up so many of the peels that were necessary, he and Faker together, to make sure Guma lived. And every time you engage onto the Gnar, he's got enough to survive, and then the damage from both carries is there. Faker re-engages. You engage on Faker, he has self-ult, he's not going to die. You engage on Guma, you've got to get through the Gnar and the Lissandra. So the way that T1 set up for these 5v5s was really clean, and there were so many threats, there were so many ways to get on top of this Aphelios, and they did several times get on top of him. But in these last few moments, T1 were just way better set up. The Narbar from Zeus, exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah. Zeus always being in position to kind of be the middleman in between Malphite and the rest of the team. You know, the follow-up on the knockups and the engages from Gen.G was just time and time again cut off. And we got word that Aphelios was down to 51 HP in the fight around the, I believe it was the Chemtech.
Yeah, that
dragon.
That first
fight.
critical dragon fight. And
yeah, so imagine he goes down and Pays is live. You've got an angle there, but Zeus' perfect engage on that one. You know, the follow-up after Faker's perfect engage. I think there, but Gen.G, man, they got so close as well.
Yeah, for me, like, I thought the early game was so beautifully played from Gen.G. The lane swap, the control of early prio, how much Choby was able to do with the gold lead. And the itemization was great, but
absolutely,
Faker turning the game around with one clutch engage. T1, one win away from being the first team to get 4 back-to-back LCK finals.
Could happen, absolutely. They have a lot of a buffer here in this best of 5. We'll just have to wait and see how the rest of the series goes, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
온다 그냥.
그래 한번 켜볼게.
지금 애매하고. 나 마우 압박할게. 마우
공겠다 공겠다.
땅 괜찮아? 나 뒤에 괜찮아. 봐봐. 레퍼토 봐봐. 겐지 무대.
좋아.
레퍼토 봐봐.
너무 좋아.
아래 봐줘. 잘 높을. 마우부터. 아래 봐줘.
빨리 좀 와봐. 나부려.
잘 높을. 잘 높을. 나이스.
미드가자.
잘 높을. 나이스.
어제 쓰리
아,
아티스트였다.
너무 일희일비하지 말고.
로펠리오.
아직 안 끝났다.
가장 강력한 건 신념이야.
근데 쓰레쉬 1레벨 미쳤다 그죠?
아 진짜. 아 근데 이거 좀. 아 근데 야 말파이트 왜 이렇게 사기침이냐 이거?
그러게.
아 미안.
깜빡이긴 하다.
내가 너무 못 걸렸다. 쏘리.
나이스. 잘했다 근데.
finally won the game! T1 take game number 5.
Gen G, game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Huni and Chronicle once again as we dive in to game number 2, a game where Gen G were winning until they lost. Let's start off with the draft, gentlemen.
So, again, I really like the Gen G draft. They pick away the Jace, which we've already seen is something that was used with great efficiency by T1, denies it to Zeus. They end up flexing it as well, which I quite liked. They do get their hands on the Malphite this time. Reason why Aphelios is yellow, because I feel like Aphelios being picked up this early, even though the Xayah matchup isn't great, like trying to play Aphelios into Jace, Rakan, and Malphite can be very, very tough. And even though it does end up working out, I do think that it's a risk that some of our teams might see backfire eventually. But I feel like the draft wasn't really the main point here because Gen G keeps showing that they're good, but they're also not winning.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like from the Gen G draft, I really like it too because it's the playmaking. Like there's so many champions that you can actually do. Like Zerakan with the Malphite, Maokai. Like it's the difficulty. It's really easy, and the later game on the value, the Jace has it. So I think it's from the play, just completely from the play.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of that, and we've got quite a few highlights here. So let's jump into our first one and get into it, as this was a Baron play. This is to demonstrate that Gen G had a heck of a lot of control this game.
They looked really good for most of it, right? We even had some early ganks that didn't end up working out, or that ended up working out for T1, but then the rest of Gen G made sure that they got their control back. And even though this fight looks a little bit lopsided and kind of is a hint of things to come, with Gen G looking a little bit disjointed and Doran, I think, not looking super comfortable on the Malphite, they're able to turn this around, right? They're able to get the catch. They're able to then turn it into a bunch of kills, and they get the Baron. And everything's looking peachy. You have an incredible teamfight comp with great art engage, decent range. You're getting ahead. You're getting your Baron. It's all good, Hooney.
Yeah, I mean, from Gen G highlight, if you see, like, when they're actually winning the fight, like, the key is the decisiveness. Like, they actually need to know when to go, where to go, who to target it, who to select it. But the thing is, like, other fight, we couldn't see anymore.
Well, that brings us to the next one. And this one is where things get dicey, because we're starting to see that Gumayusi, if he doesn't die instantly, does so much damage. It is absurd.
Well, I mean, if you see it, like where the Guma, like just see it, like where the Guma position is. Like I think this is like also like a little bit really overextended from the Gen G. Like they could have just back it off after just get one kill. Like they're just heavily just overinvested the Guma, which is it's Aphelios. If you run into Aphelios, you just get so much damage.
They need to be 100% certain that you kill him because you have great tools for 100 to 0ing him, but you do need to be aligned. And this is. Again, a showcase, as good as I think Gen G have been playing it today, is that they keep making these types of mistakes, and T1, you can't afford to. You need to keep them down, keep them on the back foot the entire time, as Faker here does a really good job of creating no space for pace, right? He doesn't get to play the game because the Lissandra keeps jumping on top of him.
And also burn time for the Zeus could be actually become a Mega Gnar, and then B opens the space up for Zeus flash engage, like follow up after. Like it was a perfect engagement from just T1.
And then now Gold Lead's gone, and all of a sudden you're on even footing. And it's not like the T1 comp doesn't scale well, right? They still have a ton of team fighting power. And Gen G, without that lead, weren't really able to refine their momentum.
Yeah, they kind of fell off the boat. There were some shenanigans that occurred immediately afterwards. We had a small base race, which was really gorgeously used to guarantee a Baron for T1. Even though they lose a couple of players, right, it didn't really matter because they had Baron, they could defend, and then they hold out in order to use that Baron to push for a victory. And then we get this final highlight here, which is the next Baron to occur.
And this right here is
oh wait, no, so we actually do get it.
Well, you even further cement the lead, right? Because even though they're able to stop this, it literally costs them everything, right? Multiple teleports invested, one auto of actually killing them.
Yeah, I mean, I thought like Faker, if probably he ulti himself might have been better. That's what I felt, but I don't know. I mean, I can't really tell. But the thing is, like, the most important thing is they could just do Baron while they were just attacking Nexus at the same time. So they actually avoid the 5v5, which is T1. They could have still lost the team fight if it was like 5v5, like straight up. That's why from the draft we were just pointing out again, like re-pointed out again. The play matter, the fight matter, how to fight. Like whoever fight better, they just get to win the game.
And I really like Gen G's draft today, but when it comes to play, T1 is clearly king.
Yeah, they are just outthinking them, is what it feels like. There is also a slight confidence gap, is what it's kind of looking like to me, with a lot of the decisiveness that T1 are looking for. They're waiting for their opportunities. They're saying, this is it, we're being patient, and that comes from confidence. And you saw a bit of desperation in the very last play from Gen G, because even after that base race, the game re-stabilized, right? Like, an inhibitor was taken mid lane, inhibitor respawns for Gen G. But even after that, we see Doran diving in on top of a Lissandra, who is not necessarily the priority target for soaking up those engagements.
It makes it really hard, and one of the big weaknesses that T1 used to have, and we saw this in the series with KT, is that even though in that game 5 they came back from behind, they kind of played fast and loose. But I think the KT series it made them stronger. Because now, when they're behind, they seem much more level-headed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I feel. I mean, like, it just depends on it was up to T1 if they want to just take it, like, positive point from the KT, they'll be just even stronger. But if they take a negative point, they could have been worse. But it seems like today, they're just positive.
It's definitely looking better, and of course, they have a lot of experience up against Gen G as well, as we are going to have a look at that final team fight. Highlight 4, ladies and gentlemen, because this game, it was a long one, and this is the exact moment, because Gumayusi not even touched by the unstoppable force.
Yeah, like Doran was like maybe just like really pressured to like engage because we burned the Maokai ulti. But even then, like at least you gotta touch like Aphelios, like make him use a G-Force. Oh, the carrier hook, it's gorgeous right here.
And the issue here as well is that you see again that as disjointed as Gen G looks in some of these engages, with Doran going in before the peanut actually hits anyone, as good as like that Zeus, Faker, Lissandra, Gnar combination, like what do you do? Right when they're that coordinated, when Zeus buys so much space and or a Faker buys so much space and Zeus keeps finding the big Gnars, so hard to play.
And also then, who are you supposed to ban moving into Game 3? But first, we need to award a POG. If I could speak properly, that would be fantastic. And we're going to give it to Gumayusi, 12, 2, and 7. The boom boom damage absolutely coming in clutch here. And I do need to admit something. I kind of wanted the vote to go towards Faker, and so it would have been, if this is a 10 out of 11, it's entirely on me.
Appreciate that. We'll see whether that's the case. Guma makes a ton of sense because in this composition, it stands or falls with him. And he does have a fresh, but into some of the tools from Gen G that might not always be relevant enough. And the fact that he died as little as he did, and he was able to pump out as much damage as he did as a stationary AD carry into those enemies is extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, where he's staying, like, he able to just put this much damage, like, I think because he's just that good. I mean, he was like positioned really perfectly. There was not many critical mistakes.
7 out of 11.
Yeah,
that's where we live, in 7 out of 11 land. So I'm kind of okay with it now.
It makes sense. I want one game where you just give everyone votes.
I think there's a new sponsorship. There's a new sponsorship opportunity here. I'm going to need to go and have a chat about that one. And in the meantime, let's head over to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. T1 currently up 2-0 on Gen G in a pretty wonky game that we did just have there. Guma is able to pick it up. It's very difficult to play Aphelios into all of that hard engage and the poke from the Jace, so gotta give it to him for this one, as he has been coming out ahead of FaZe in pretty much every aspect so far in this series.
FaZe had his moments for sure, and it wasn't about FaZe outplaying Guma. It was more about Guma's inability to play against a Malphite composition with Jace poke and Rickon engage, etc. But at the end of the day, T1 have that hard engage with Faker, where he is able to set up for the play with the flash into the Frost, and that for me was the game-defining moment. But you could go either way, as was seen in our votes, and the ways in which T1 are clutching this out against great drafts from Gen G, against great lead that we saw in Game 2, at least the great lead they had, is just something to really respect and almost like sit back and be in awe of, because as much as Gen G has shown great tenacity in both games too, like they defended their Nexus, they set up for one more team fight, T1 has shown the same, if not more. So, such a terrifying opponent to now have to reverse sweep.
Yeah. It shows, Gen.G a very strong team, but T1, there's a reason why they were 17-1 with the one slip up against Homolife Esports in the regular season. And I think they only get stronger as we do move into best of fives. Although KT did really give them a run for their money. Still waiting to see if Gen.G can do something like that as well, as we have the same bans as game 2.
Yeah, Jace going to be the first pick once again. And we'll see what T1 decide to do AD carry-wise here. All right, we may be running it back. The Viego actually coming through instead of the Sejuani, though, this time, as it was banned in the second phase. And this has been an old favorite of owners, much more known for his Lee Sin play. But when he first came onto the scene, when he first became the mainstay jungler, it was a Viego meta, and he was very strong at the pick back then, too. Be the Thresh to come through, as besides the Viego, we are completely running this back, as might see a Sejuani ban this time instead of the Viego we saw last time, if they're really afraid of that answer to the Jace.
And maybe a Malphite ban instead of a Wukong ban here for T1.
Yeah.
Although, maybe they say, oh yeah, it was fine, like Guba handled it. we'll just let them do it again. I could see a world where they do go for that. I think the safe thing is to just ban Malphite, and they will go for the safe thing.
I think that's wise, as this is going to completely change up the draft here for Gen.G. Lissandra, I think, is a great adaptation here, because Faker has looked really good on it. It weakens the Ahri and LeBlanc picks for Chovy that he's liked to play. Now, this may just open up T1 locking in the LeBlanc themselves like we were calling for in the previous set. We'll see what Faker decides to do here to save that counter pick for Zeus. Completely the opposite.
Way.
No.
Okay.
Nah.
Guba, you're such a troll. I thought, we had... never mind.
So, he'll take the Ahri, right? And now you have Thresh Ahri, Aphelios. We've seen this before. We have seen this crush. It has been something that T1 has brought back to the forefront of the meta, is Ahri Thresh. They don't have to have the Vi necessarily. LeBlanc here going to be a skill-based matchup for Chovy to try to get ahead there. As ornaments to make this comp amplified in the late game and to just weather the storm against this Jace feels very strong here too for T1. And for Gen.G now, you really have to kind of out-skirmish this team and outplay them at every turn. And it's, once again, giving, in my opinion, Chovy the keys to the Gen.G van right now, because we're either driving home, going to the loser's bracket, or we're reverse sweeping and it starts right here. And the LeBlanc is going to be such a critical part of this composition. He's going to have to threaten the Thresh, the Aphelios. We'll have to win out against Faker's Ahri in the skirmishes, right, across the map in lane. And yeah, you've got good engage, you've got good poke, and you have scaling. But I think Chovy is really going to be the X factor here in this draft, as T1 also scale incredibly well, have those ornaments, and have incredible pick. So it is going to be very difficult here as Gen.G. We've seen them get leads and, I don't want to say choke, but just get outplayed by these critical T1 members with so much experience.
Saying, oh, we won in 5 games. Let's go for the reverse sweep here. As a nice little Gen.G Tiger there with its tail wrapped around T1. We'll see if that's what ends up happening. As they're saying, T1, let's go to Jamsil, which is where the finals location is, of course, located. So, going to be an interesting one. I think that, you talked about giving the keys to the Gen.G van over to Chovy. I think that you're putting Faker onto another playmaking mid, and you've got Owner on Viego. The two of them together are going to be incredibly deadly, as here we go again. Really well done, actually. That's like a 10 out of 10.
This is it for Gen.G here in the winner's side of the bracket. One more slip up, one more loss in this best of 5, and you are going down to losers.
Absolutely. It all comes down to this. Let's see if they can start the return, come back, or will T1 just take it all away? Let's hop onto the rip for Game 3.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
A little bit of action here at level 1, but nothing too
We'll zoom
write
in.
home about.
Maybe Doran got some first strike gold. but either way, he's going to back. Just to get some health back.
Indeed, Comet here for Zeus. And Owner has, with this Ahri Vi, which is another, Ahri Viego, which is another common pairing for the Ahri, before Vi became meta. A lot of agency this game. You just need your jungler to start with VI, and you're going to have a good time.
Yeah. What about VE?
Not so good.
Veigar jungle. Not going to happen. Not this time.
Yeah. I think that Chovy here, obviously on LeBlanc, isn't going to be under as much threat as a lot of our mids have been, right? Because LeBlanc is super mobile, and you could use Distortion to get out of a lot of hairy situations against almost any jungler. But, you know, picks like Taliyah, which we've seen in the past be super important, really struggle in these types of scenarios. So while it is a strong mid jungle here for T1, it is still versus a LeBlanc. So as long as Chovy doesn't distort too aggressively, you know, you're going to have a lot of safety in this lane. Just have to use your chains as your main form of aggression with your Q. Try to proc electrocute as much as possible. He's already done it once, and because Faker went for Unsealed Spellbook, the electrocute advantage goes to the LeBlanc, and it's just how it's going to be for a little bit.
Yeah. We'll have to keep that in mind as the game comes along. We have had a lot of already interesting objective plays and potential steals going either way. Zeus takes a big chunk here. But yeah, Faker on the mobile Ahri might be looking to do some stealing later on in the game, from the red side especially. It's a little bit easier to just hop over the wall and get in there and potentially steal it away alongside of Owner.
Yeah, Chovy is one of those players that is so incredibly good at these picks like LeBlanc and knows these assassin matchups so well that he does not use his abilities to CS at all while he's doing this. And that is the most impressive thing about what he's doing in this lane, is keeping his mana full, using his abilities only to harass Faker and proc electrocute, but really just making sure he hits his autos perfectly timed on the minions to push out this advantage. So you can see his mana bar is quite high here despite doing a lot of damage. Faker's handling the pressure decently well.
Yeah, just doing a good job of that as well. Just going to fall behind just a little bit. As Owner is going for a nice little run into the enemy jungle. They are going to know that he is over there just based on the Spire's Bloom. I believe that he did hit. Either way, he's going to take this top scuttle, and things are going to be calm here for just a moment, which I feel like it's going to benefit Peanut. Gives him some time to try to hit level 6 before Owner gets a little bit too active on the map.
Yeah. Doran's ring picked up here for Faker with the early teleport.
Look at this read from Peanut.
Yeah.
He's reading this like a book. Let's see if T1 actually go for it. As it looks like he's just going to back. Okay. T1 kind of avoiding a very scary scenario.
Yeah, that was actually really well handled. Delay.
Okay, nice little lantern. Gonna shield some of that health, but good engage there from Delay, who uses his Ignite, and it's essentially just a harass at the end of the day.
Yeah, grabbing a cleanse feels nice from Guma. And, you know, it's a Cull matchup here in the bottom side. If you get any sort of advantage, it can snowball incredibly hard. And when you know your opponent has Cull as well, you know, you can look for these aggressive trades.
Topside, Auron, ever since his entrance onto the Rift, ever since his release, has been the guy to just go up against the Jace. He's always been the best, especially because of his trading potential. As Faker is actually winning these trades now. Probably hit a charm here to make that happen. Chovy maybe getting a little bit too frisky.
Yeah, looks like it. As they're both sitting on Doran rings here. Chovy did pick up the Dark Seal. As the Unsealed Spellbook hasn't been used just yet for Faker. Could maybe look for an Ignite play there, something like that, but doesn't commit hard. And Chovy does have his Corrupting Pot, so it's going to be back to normal here, but at least now the pressure has been relieved. Faker looking like he's going to match this back here, but actually will stay and try to get an early Drake. Obviously, he uses bottom side. So once again, T1 with these early objectives, stacking them up. And it is going to be a Chemtech Drake first, so we know it's not that soul this time.
Yeah.
At least. So they know it's like it's definitely not as bad as it has been the last 2 games with their early advantages.
Yeah, I actually, in between games, I got on the phone with Ox, and I had to do a little bit of convincing, but he actually did allow us to not have a Chemtech Soul this time. So thank you, Ox, for that wonderful generosity.
Yeah.
As we do get to have probably a more fun Soul here, as another singular Infernal Drake is going to come through here for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the rest of the Drakes that you can get now are super relevant. Movement speed's going to be huge here, and the healing against the poke, especially of Gen G, would be massive for T1 if they end up getting that soul. So I feel like it's going to be very relevant this time around. It's not just going to be the Elder Spawner, as we did see. It obviously was kind of important for the Aphelios last game. It's often very low on health, but no, we don't have to talk about that this time around. As
yeah,
it's a bit of a lull state here in the early game. Not enough control to start up this Herald just yet. It's obviously hasn't spawned yet, but either team going to be looking to group for that early.
Yeah, this is what sometimes happens in long series as well, best of 5s especially, where teams, you know, they get a little crazy early on, but then they kind of take a step back. They have a second talk with the coach, and the coach is like, okay, guys, you really need to you don't need to go this crazy. Also could be nerves at times. I don't think it really is for these players, considering the caliber we have on the Rift.
I really like the vision set up here for Gen G. Is they don't have Vision of Owner right now, but this wave is pushing.
Yeah.
Look at the ward line they have, though, across the map. They can know where he is at any moment.
Uh-oh. There's the hook onto Delight as he does have flash, as he hops over to Pays, and he's ticking down. First blood. Keria picks it up in the bottom lane.
The Ignite ticks through, and it's enough damage. So even though you had vision of everywhere Owner could have been, you didn't use it because the one place you didn't know where he was is on the bottom part of the map here. There's a control vision on the blue buff, and there's vision, of course, or there's a lack of vision in that brush, and they still end up getting hooked. Plate Gold is insane here for Guma this early on in the game. It wasn't he who picked up the first blood, but
yeah,
still.
Another one.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it because it's a massive wave, and Pays is just trying to get in here and farm.
It was 1 kill. Charm here onto Chovy. He's going to be okay, but now this lane isn't even... You know, he doesn't have any charges on his Corrupting Pot at the moment. Looks like they did not get the third turret plate, but still, to do that much damage here 8 minutes into the game is gigantic.
I mean, they likely will get it because of the damage done, like you say. And they could just Thresh Lantern out of here. This is pretty huge. Now, they didn't know where Owner was, but by the process of elimination, they probably realized there was a good chance he was on the bottom side of the map doing the blue buff and or the Gromp because those were up. But they didn't expect him to be there.
Look at this.
The okay.
They fake a back as Summoners are here for the side of them as they dodge the knockup once again, and they get on in there. Owner picks up the kill.
T1.
And a Lantern comes in again. This is pristine play on the bottom side of the map.
This is the biggest lead they've had this series. It's just straight up the biggest lead they've had this early this series, and now you have a very huge gold gap here on the side of Gen G. And this next Drake is spawning in 90 seconds here. Both of these Drakes, you know, lead to a better soul, like we've talked about. Peanut's going to try to get something back. No flash on Owner.
Okay, he's getting on in there. Owner, I think he's just dead. He's going to dash away, but Peanut, nice look to come on in and at least pull together some scraps.
Can they bait Faker in here? Chovy's in the vicinity. This would be huge.
It's a bit of damage on a Peanut. He's just going to smite and get out of there. Elects not to get too crazy with it.
Keria has level 6, but this play, like if you look at the wards and the vision here, it's just not a lot of angles for him to be anywhere but the bottom side of the map, but it's the Thresh hook that makes it all happen. Like if that hook doesn't go off for Keria, whether he's there or not is insignificant. But Keria once again hits the hook, and then they bait him with the backs.
They're just playing with their Rakan food, man. They know exactly when he's going to hop in with the Grand Entrance. We got a fight on live, though, as Zeus is going to be the first one to go down. And you see a Ornhorn just flies by.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of details and pieces missing for this one, but Ornhorn missing, as you say, and now Gen G completely in control, and Guma, he has no ultimate here. Owner doesn't have Heartbreaker, so the steal angle's not there. This is very greedy from T1 to stick around regardless.
Don't really have to fight this one, but they say they still have an angle. They have Zeus with TP coming on in. He's going to go into the mid lane. That's all he can go to at this point in the game. So yeah, that's just Rift Herald given over the side of Gen G, and T1 basically just tickled them while it was happening.
Yeah, so Zeus flashed down, he dies, loses ultimate, and then now his TP is down to come to a fight where he's too late, unfortunately. This doesn't take anything away from the advantages that T1 had moments before. Faker's also going to pick up a plate here. And, okay, Chovy, can he get the chains? No.
Yeah, Faker's, he uses that speed boost from the REW so well to just dodge the chains and be super annoying for Chovy.
No vision on this Drake, so regardless of losing that Herald, T1 are going to get the second Drake of the game. It's Mountain Soul, which is really massive for T1 in this game. The safety that you're going to have on your Aphelios, the additional resistances for Ahri when she dives, and the Ornn, of course, which is going to be an insane frontline for this team. So this is very problematic for Gen G. Let's see what happens here as T1 are a little bit late for the group up, and Zeus is just way out on his own. Fortunately, just burst down here, using his ultimate and his flash to try to survive and turn this one around, but T1 decide, okay, the Herald is going to be like our fifth man in this fight, and maybe we'll still get something, but they're unsuccessful. But still get that Drake, and this is going to be top, where they drop this for Doran.
Trying to get him into what looks to be an Eclipse build this time around, even into the tank, doesn't matter. Still going to be looking to hit the squishy underbelly of the T1 composition.
Exactly, and this is why this Mountain Soul can be so problematic for Gen G. At least he's going to get some additional plates here. It looks like the Gore Drinker build is kind of falling by the wayside here in our LCK playoffs, which makes me happy because I think it was one of the builds that was a little bit more niche, whereas the Lethality build is going to give you a lot more power earlier on in the game in terms of your poke, and it's going to be a itemization that allows you to push your advantages, like in a lane they have here.
We keep zooming in on the mid lane, but so far it's just been trades back and forth. Very often this just happens. That's the unsealed spellbook Ignite, by the way. Chovy goes back in, misses chains.
Faker is just dodging every single chain.
Pretty much.
Chovy in this lane. And Owner?
Oh, he is in a rough spot here. He does not have flash. Going to Heartbreaker the wall and get on over as Charm misses Chovy. He's following up with some damage as Keria is also getting in there. I don't know if they know how many members of Gen G are right there.
Well, there's no objective to fight over, so this is a lot of tools expended here on both sides, actually, through this choke point on the attempted lockdown, then of Keria, as Faker does get away, doesn't have to flash. Keria now flashless, but has Hex Flash, so not going to be too big of a deal. This would have been massive for Gen G if there was a Drake to take right afterwards, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And they're not even going to be able to turn this into plate gold here on the bottom side of the map either. So a close call for Owner, who loses only his ultimate, which is on a relatively low cooldown, doesn't have to flash because he didn't have it, and everything's calm on the Rift as Peanut wants to do something, but no ult.
Charm the clone. As here comes Delight, he's got a nice little angle. Pretty sneaky, but they do spot him. Meanwhile, on the top side, this Rift Herald did do a massive chunk into these plates. Doran just looking to pick up a third one before it goes down, but he will be unsuccessful.
Yeah, and the more you force these fights on the bottom side of the map, the more Doran is safe to continue to push these advantages here on the top side. So explains a lot of why they were trying to continue to chase and force there. They weren't going to get a bottom side plate. He's unsuccessful getting that plate there, and it's a high-action, low-kill game that we're looking at right now. And the next big fight is going to be for what could be T1's insanely fast soul point, because they got those first two Drakes so quickly. We're looking at a 16-minute third Drake of the game if they take it instantly here. So Gen G need to be ready and set up for this. Doran has teleport, needs to save it. Chovy looking for that Mythic before that fight happens. And, I mean, this is a tense game for Gen G. Remember, for those watching, it's a 0-2 so far for them in this series. One more loss, and they drop down.
Yeah, it's not easy. It looks very different from what we saw in the finals last year. For Gen G, we're able to get 3-0 in summer. As Faker's just throwing everything in every direction. As Zeus just going to face check, it looks like here. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Has his flash, but he's just going to boost himself away.
Doran very happy with his exchange here. Zeus has no teleport. Doran does, and can of course join this Drake fight too. So pushing Zeus out like this is massive for him.
There you go. Zeus just stays under turret, decides, well, I'll just give my life. I mean, that seemed pretty straightforward. He had flash, maybe thought he could avoid some damage, but did not execute it correctly.
And Peanut was there, too. Like, they could have actually really forced this even if he decides to back away. Doran now should be able to get the teleport back and then turret back and then teleport to the Drake fight. So this is really huge. And Zeus, you know, he's respawning here in 10, does have his ult and flash. But T1 need to be better grouped for this Drake. They have Cryo right now. See if they can hold on to it.
Sahug going through. They're trying to get whatever pick that they can before this starts, but I don't think it's really going to happen. Another 4v5. Zeus is running over as fast as he possibly can. T1 will try to delay the time here and give themselves a chance at this Drake. That was very close. Faker nearly gets Warrior stirred on.
I mean, Faker just seems like he is so incredibly gifted at dodging things in this third game here.
He's clearly very in the zone right now.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
As Hook is in, they get the knock up here. Toby's taking some unnecessary damage on the bottom side. T1, Keria, and Zeus able to set that one up.
I mean, now Zeus is here with ult. I mean, this is a tough fight for Gen G with LeBlanc being half health.
Faker a little bit zoned away from this one at the moment. He's in mid. Spino is able to zone him. They don't have full vision there. It's actually very nice vision control for Gen G on the left side, so Faker's got to choose his angles wisely. Is trying to get in there as he does an insane amount of damage to Guma, and T1 say, well, we can't fight that now. Gen G gonna pick up the first Mountain Drake.
And it's the rare Everfrost LeBlanc, but it's some additional damage here. And that's gonna be the first Drake of the game here for Gen G, a very valuable one. You start stacking up these mountains against T1's composition, and it's gonna be very problematic, especially considering the build here from Faker, which is the more standard one here with the Everfrost. But it's going to be a lack of damage on their team composition until Guma hits his third item, LDR, so we're very far away from that. But Gen G make his life a lot harder here each step of the way, and every Mountain Drake they deny makes this Jace pick stronger. So they're going to be able to turn this into also a win here where they grab the second Herald of the game on the top side of the map. So massive turnaround here in this game. And Gen G really coming back in a big way as Chovy is the one who sets all of that up, as we're going to go back to this, where this is a huge advantage, the initial part of the Drake, where Doran all-in Zeus here, gets the turret and then teleports over to the objective. This hardly even needed to be shown, but Chovy's play in the fight, which I hope we don't miss the replay of, is massive, because he's able to threaten Guma. He was just chugging his refillables as well after he went down to half health, so he could actually go in there and make that threat happen.
Well, we might not get another look at it because there was no blood on the rift,
True.
I suppose. So, yeah, just know that Chovy was able to unlock that angle on the bottom side even after getting chunked out. So we kind of resume our bit of a lull state here. Both of the teams just waiting by. And Gen G with a little bit less hard engage. I mean, they still have Wukong and Rakan, of course. It's no Malphite, though, and I feel like that's going to just be even better for the Aphelios because he loves when people are in melee range, such as, you know, the Rakan and the Wukong, but just needs to survive the engage in the first place.
Yep. And this is going to be the Herald taking out this turret. Now, this is what they were not able to accomplish with the LeBlanc pick in Game 1, is get rid of this turret so that the LeBlanc has a lot more freedom to come over and punish anyone who's trying to farm in mid. So the farming becomes more difficult for Guma now. Speaking of...
okay.
That's a Cyclone.
He gets away. Excellently baited. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that was probably Keria having a panic attack and being like, get over here on my lantern. Why are you pathing that way? Don't walk that way. And then Guma's like, no, dude, it's chill. I got his Cyclone. Cyclone for Lantern trade. I always trusted you, Keria. It's okay.
Yeah. All calculated. Here's Peanut on the bottom side of the map. As it seems pretty obvious that eventually T1 will try to push in here and take down this turret. And that they do. Big rotation over from a lot of the guys on the side of Gen G as there's the Shock Blast, but this is an Ahri with Flash we're talking about, so it's not like Faker's in any trouble.
Nope. We'll have his teleport back now. And it wasn't like a teleport commitment or anything like that, just a trap set. They saved the turret, so denying some gold is pretty massive. And look at this, the Jace, once again. 2,300 gold at the time we take a look at this. I feel like all three games we've seen this. Let's see what Doran could do with it this time, because he's gotten such a massive lead, like Keen did. Similarly, remember, not quite as big, but a massive lead that Keen had in the KT Rolster series for T1 earlier on in our playoffs. And then T1 was able to survive through and win it out in the end. So
yeah,
Gen.G need to make sure they just don't drop the ball here and continue to win these objectives, because I think they absolutely can win this game, and they're on the right track too, because Chovy is also in a good spot this game. They don't have that turret up in mid.
Yeah, certainly feels like one of the best chances they'll have in this series so far. As let's see though how the fights go out. You see that already the teams are K-ramming just a bit to try to get Bryo in mid lane for the Mountain Drake that's eventually spawning here.
Yeah, it looks like Gen.G going to clear some of this Baron vision, and then they can start setting traps with this LeBlanc like I was talking about.
And yeah, the LeBlanc, and oh boy, Carrier's going to have to go back real quick. He's backing on a ward.
That is such a sick setup, though. You could see where the Everfrost leads to an empowered Shock Blast. Delay
oh, you're there. Denies the back. You're backing on a ward. Got to be careful.
Oh man, Carrier's pushed away here, and this should be Gen.G getting this Drake here. Worst case scenario, and Owner's forced away now too. Gonna have to Lantern, and man, T1 nowhere near the Drake now as Faker is in the top lane. He has teleport, but he's not threatening anything.
A nice angle here for Chovy. He finds Owner, who has to heartbreak away, and now doesn't have that. The poke from the side of Gen.G from ahead is insane.
Yeah. Chovy, man, he does have the keys to the van this game. I'm telling you, he is doing everything by himself right now with no vision. And that's that mid-turret value.
Do Baron? Do Baron?
There's a control ward here, and there's TP for Doran. He can actually TP safely to top.
Okay, they're going to start it. As you see that Doran is still doing the Drake. He's got the TP, as you mentioned.
Yes.
But is the damage enough? I mean, I don't think they're going to get here on time. Peanut trying to get into the pit. As Zeus going to blow the Horde, but he gets knocked up, and it doesn't matter. Faker with a double snipe. It was not a flip at the end of the day. T1 double smite down the Baron, and they get out.
They double smite it. They get away. They have so much mobility here. They have Flash expended for two of their players here, but they do end up getting the Baron. So a Baron for Drake trade here. And it was Chovy, in fact, who teleported top, not Doran, so he can't actually blast any of that damage through for the setup for Peanut because he's a LeBlanc. He alone is trying to come through that, but versus double smite, you're never going to win that. And T1 has showed the strat so many times. It happened to KT twice, actually, in the same game.
Yeah.
And now
Faker
looking for something.
Never mind.
That was a successful heist, but will they be able to get map control back is the question that we have to ask here now.
It's so important.
The first
this comp, you need map control, you need vision.
Yeah, and the first ornament is set here. It is Guma's, of course, and starting to get that point of the game where the scaling is coming online. But T1 need to group here and I think just push through mid and then put control wards in their wake.
Mid tier 1, the very obvious first objective, right? Try to take this down. It's going to give you the most map control possible as Gen.G are kind of flying around, taking a lot of damage, trying to stop them, but this is against Baron. So not really successful in that.
Doran is just pushing the side. So is Faker, of course. As LeBlanc is just going to be a big threat here, trying to stop them from getting this into a 2-turret lead. That's going to force Faker's TP.
Okay, a little bit of damage here as they really want to pressure the LeBlanc and not just allow Chovy to freely hit their members. Very annoying for T1 to deal with.
Yeah, but I think they've really dealt with it quite nicely here. Another wave of super minions, or rather Baron minions, coming over.
Got to be careful. They're getting caught over here. Zeus, nice buffer. As meanwhile, there is a sneaky Jace in the bush who has no mana.
Yeah, he has no mana here. He has Flash.
He's going to get some mana as we... Okay. We got fighting all over the Rift.
Looks like this is going to be the end of Doran's attempt to kill Faker. As the ult.
Did they go too far is the question. Chovy has to flash away, Cyclone defensively, and T1 say, okay, we still have Baron for 45 seconds. Let's just take the turret and not force the fight. We got enough.
It feels like it's been a very long time since we've seen Peanut actually have an impactful Cyclone in this game on the offensive here. I mean, he's been impactful defensively to get away from these fights, but he's never able to actually start the tempo in his favor in these engages, in these skirmishes. And Zeus now has Jak'Sho's picked up here. And it is, of course, enabled by the ornament. It's the ornament Jak'Sho's that he's picked up here. That's what the icon is showing there, top right.
Yeah.
So he's a lot tankier now. He's a lot more difficult to kill. You have a lot of damage now on this Aphelios. About to be on 3 items. Did go for the Bloodthirster this time around because that big threat isn't there of the Malphite. You still have to deal with Wukong, but it's not quite the same. You mentioned this earlier, and I mean, T1 wrestling back a lot of control with just one Baron steal alone. I wouldn't say steal, but obviously take away a sneaky Baron.
Heist.
A sneak, yeah.
It felt like, yeah, like this big plans. We're going to go in there and get the jewel and get out.
And like,
so I like the word heist.
Yeah, and T1 now are in a position where they're like, okay, we got enough map control, we set up enough vision here across the board to where we can group up for this objective now without Chovy being able to assassinate any of our backline targets. And this is a point where T1 can actually take a straight up 5v5 fight on their terms and take Soul Point. And it's felt like for so long in this game, Chovy has just ruled this rift, but all it takes is one Baron push, and that control fades away. And Gen.G are going to group up for this now and start taking away some of that vision, but they're going to have to fight for it.
And Chovy doesn't have flash now because you see that if Chovy gets in there in the face of 5 members of T1 or even 4, if you've got like an Ornn for very long range setup, it's actually pretty rough to get away. Yes, LeBlanc is very slippery, but there are ways for T1 to try to turn it. And even one Mountain Drake could be the difference maker, you know, chop down a lot of the damage from Chovy, from Doran, some of that poke, and give T1 a chance to just stabilize. Gen.G, an incredibly important moment for them, because they would love a 3rd Mountain Drake, of course.
I love the Serpent's Fang here against Guma's shield, picked up from Doran as well. Nice little tech here to try to eliminate the front line.
Arm, okay. And T1 have total control of the river. Gen.G have 0 wards in the river right now. As here we go again, Charm comes in, the hook misses.
A rare
miss.
Yeah, rare miss here.
But it happens. That's going to give Gen.G a chance.
This is an angle, once again, where Doran needs to be doing damage here, but he can't see. He can't hit what he cannot see. Chovy's going over the wall to clear vision here and basically be a living ward for those shock blasts.
Yeah, he is on in there, but he gets the hook on a Peanut, so Keria is able to spare his own blushes. As Chovy now in the pit, there's no smite, and it goes the way of Owner, as Zeus is going to bang his head against the wall in celebration, and T1 get their first Mountain Drake.
I mean, that was about as good as it was going to get steel-wise here from Gen.G, with the Shock Blast coming through with Chovy on the chains, just to maybe hope for a 3rd Mountain here to go over, but they didn't have smite because Peanut was on the flank setting up for a Cyclone. And the rest of his team is so far away, it's kind of a bizarre flank angle here. You don't know where Keria is. And even if you did Cyclone here, where's your follow-up? This is another puzzling choice from Peanut here on a critical objective fight.
More fighting, Wolf. More fighting. TP's coming in. Chovy and Delight get themselves in a rough spot, but they get the TP and they get out. And it doesn't matter too much. But the biggest thing is that they're trying to set up for the Baron, and Chovy was trying to get in here and stop them from getting a free entrance into this objective once again.
And I mean, we are looking at, this could just be a game-ending Baron if T1 picked this up. It's going to be so much control. Chovy unseen, but he can't threaten to this by himself. He needs the rest of his team and needs a Shock Blast to hit. Peanut has Flash Cyclone, but it needs to be on the rest of the team. It needs to be not on the edge of T1, but on the back line of T1.
Okay, they're going to start it up. And there's no double smite available this time.
Yeah, but I don't think they can do this unless they win a team fight against T1.
Yeah, seems pretty difficult.
Seems pretty sus. Doran's at half health now.
Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage. So is Keria, but obviously not as important as Doran in this point in time.
And the Shock Blast value just isn't really there. Doran's actually going to use one acceleration gate and then back here during the cooldown of that, and we'll return to this fight.
Yeah, Guma holding Calibrum, so he's actually doing a decent amount of poke damage in this fight before it even begins.
Yeah, now he's got the Infernum set for a big ultimate too in these choke points. Doran's actually going to push this top wave, and T1 see that as the angle to pull the trigger here on this Baron. Peanut.
Joey's behind them. I don't know if they know about this, but Keria's going to get the news as this is about to get really interesting. Peanut trying to get in. The damage is there as they get the hook on the Delight, but they don't go in on this one. A little bit broken up as the fight as Owner's out of the pit, and massive ults value comes out from Guma as he just blows up the back line of Gen.G. Lots of low health bars on both sides, but Guma is the final boss at this point in time. He's looking to try to get on in there, but not quite able to follow up on that.
Yeah, so that's going to be no Baron going over. It's a trade of support for top lane, and finally that damage started to come through in the fight for Gen G. Doran is actually hitting big shock blast when T1 commit. And that's all it took, is both of these teams will struggle to actually start Baron off, especially Gen G's comp. They have very little turn. They're playing a Jace LeBlanc comp, so they can't really start it, but as soon as T1 does, they turn it into a shooting gallery. Fortunately, it's just a trade of 1-for-1. Now they're going to start this up, though, with Chovy having all of this vision removed. He's on the other side of the pit.
Well, Owner might get there on time. He's got a lantern, too. Doesn't, I guess, okay, trying to get in there, and no, it's going to be Xayah who picks it up, and 2 kills! Immediately going to the pockets of Gen G.
And this is a huge Baron here because of the delay. But at the same time, I just really don't think you need to be committing like that. Try to go for a steal, the risk is so high. And let's look at this fight here. I mean, Carrier's on the back, he gets a hook here onto the Rakan, but Faker's pushed out of the pit. Owner has to flash over, or Heartbreaker over, rather. And the ult value is massive here for Guma. Well, the follow-up isn't there, they're pushed off the Baron. And on the return here to Baron, they have enough damage. And then this steal attempt here, obviously with the Lantern, is cool, and it is very close, but they have the feathers set. And FaZe denies, and that's 2 kills that go over with it. It's definitely not worth. I mean, yeah, fairly risky for Gen G at the end of the day, but you're going to take those kills whether the steal goes off or not.
And so we reset once again. Let's see what Gen G can get done with this Baron power play. They have about 3,000 gold to lead, but it's 32 minutes in. You see what kind of damage Guma can do if he hits a big ultimate. The Xayah, of course, also pretty gigantic in this game. Both our AD carries very fed in this one. Gen G, if they push straight into Aphelios, not going to find much value.
The biggest win for them is that they're going to get this third Mountain Drake, you know? And yeah, a lot of map control is coming with this too, as the LeBlanc gets stronger.
T1 trying to go for the engage here. FaZe has Featherstorm, just going to dodge it. It doesn't even have to use it. T1 pretty desperate, looking for an engage in mid lane.
Well, now you're definitely not going to be able to fight for this Drake as T1 anymore. And Chovy going to take this turret out, so they're getting so much deep vision removed, so much map control into these turrets.
Okay, over the wall goes Faker. He's trying to set up the play, and they burst out Doran! As Faker now, can he get out is the question. He goes into a stopwatch as he is not in a great spot, and the damage comes in, paces over the wall, immediately goes into the Featherstorm, and will survive as Delight is there for the follow-up.
That follow-up
is so tanky as Guma now, trying to go 1v5, flashes in, and nearly takes Delight down, but almost dies himself.
Chovy was ready to get in there, man. He's like, I got the stopwatch, I'm going in, and FaZe flashes in with ult, and he cleanses as well, and is able to help secure that kill. An insanely brave play from a player who's been so clutch in his rookie season alone. These are the types of fights where FaZe will not be afraid. Talked about some of the confidence issues for Gen G across the years, across the careers of players like Peanut, Chovy, Doran, who've struggled to get an LCK title until just last year. But you look at the turn here, and look at how far away FaZe is, and he's just going to follow through. And when Chovy goes over the wall, he's like, I'm going with them. This is actually insane. Flashes in, instantly cleanses, and then Featherstorms his way out, so avoids the hook here from Keria and gets out to secure the kill.
And then Guma did not want to be outdone. As we got another fight, we just keep doing this as they're looking for Delight mid lane. Hornhorn comes in, catches Doran, as they did not expect that, and down goes the Jace. As the follow-up in here, the Sparrow rushes on the pace. He doesn't have Featherstorm, it's 1 second away! He's not able to use it here in this fight. His owner is going to die as Xayah, funnily enough. As okay, that is a trade up here for T1 as they will look to push.
And they're going to try to get an inhibitor out of this, and I think they should be able to.
Or how about this? Over the wall, there you go. This guy is just no chill.
Ahri Thresh, man, it's a force of nature. It's a threat you have to respect.
Yeah,
don't know where it's coming from.
Look at Faker's items now. He's got upgraded Everfrost and Death Cap. Like, he is bursting people down.
They want to try to end here. I think this might be a bridge too far. Doran's up in 15.
Okay, this is kind of insane. They're looking for Guma. The Lantern take is perfectly timed as they take down one Nexus turret. Lots of damage on the Chovy. Okay, they're going to back off after this, but man, they are playing with fire. But they have been doing that all series long.
Teleport from Doran.
Yeah, he's looking to come in. As they do ping this, they do know this is coming in. Faker looking to maybe just zone him away. Takes the Lantern. And we will get a big shock blast here, as it will hit Faker. But Is there any follow-up after that is the real question.
I don't think so. I think they're going to get out of here just fine. Peanut doesn't have Cyclone for a few more seconds, and
No
they actually will
objective.
escape.
Yeah.
And there's no objective, like you say, for 90 seconds here. So that's just a teleport down here for Doran. And there's a backdoor win condition for T1 once again. This time not as clean as the previous game because there is a Nexus turret up. And once again, there's no control ward, or just ward in general, rather. Control ward was in the base, but it was cleared, of course. As this all starts off with a really aggressive teleport here from Faker, and Zeus turns the angle of his ultimate at the last possible second, gets Doran. And that's all you need to continue to push forward here.
And Pace was like 1 second away.
Yeah, his ult
from
is so
Feather
close.
Storm.
But he doesn't have it in time. So those 2 kills are all the damage removed. Yeah, man, Genji fans got to be really stressing right now. He's still
Every
up on
game is
gold.
like pulling teeth. It doesn't matter the lead. It's insane.
Still up on gold, but this inhibitor being down means T1 have so much control over objective fights. Both of the critical ones coming up here, Baron and the Soul for Mountain. It's the 7th break of the game.
Yeah. Still, mid inhibitor once again. He's just gonna chew through that super minion like it's a block of cheese. And down that will go. As long as they stay grouped as a team in mid, T1 will not really have a real angle to get into the base, so probably just gonna be another fight here over the Baron. And the potential Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
In a minute and a half.
T1, lot of Baron control right now. GA for Owner is so huge because he could really force things like these flanks he's setting up right now. Chovy sees him. He wants to pop that Banshee's Veil. He's unsuccessful.
Okay, over the wall they go. The charm is insane! Unbelievable! As down goes Doran again! This guy just cannot survive against them!
Yeah, just like the ult from Zeus, it's turned. It looks like he's charming somebody else, but he just turns the charm onto Doran. Doran's killed here once again before these critical objectives.
Yeah, and the turn is still here. No Ornhorn this time around from T1 as Chains landing on in the boxes down in the opening as they get the hook on a Peanut. He does have a stopwatch here as no, the Moonlight Vigil goes wide and the damage here on Owner. He goes into the GA as Delight. And Chovy and Pace in the backline will stay alive as Carry is back there. He gets the hook on a Pace, and that provides the front line for T1. Guma is able to take down his opposing AD Carry, and T1 will take the Baron.
It looks like this is probably just going to be the win here for T1 3-0 because now you have this Baron. Chovy's looking for a steal.
Chovy, can he do it? He doesn't have any vision. Nope, not gonna happen. As Aphelios, Guma takes down the Baron.
Peanut pushed mid, which is really huge because during all of this now, at least when they try to go to push to end, they have to go through all of these minions. And they are going to be able to go for Mountain Soul here, rushing it over. TP is down to the bottom lane.
They basically have to go all in on this. I don't think you can give this away. Zeus is trying to get on over and delay this as much as he can. Ornhorn comes in as he will knock up Peanut, but it does not matter. Still lands the smite. And T1 and Faker cannot get into punish.
Now, the push is real in mid here, potentially for T1 if they just want to try to siege up and win the game that way. But the Soul goes over, and because Peanut pushed the mid wave so aggressively towards the inner turret, there's just no wave to actually go for an end right now. And, you know, they still have Baron for 2 minutes, but they're just going to try to take more control over the map instead of trying to force the end against a flashless Doran. This game is crazy, again, as it has been for all of T1's games in the playoffs.
39 minutes, and we are pushing the bottom lane. The Bloodthirster and Overheal really helping to mitigate some of that damage alongside of their one Mountain Drake as Chovy is getting on in there.
I mean, Chovy is so difficult to kill. He's level 18, he has 4 Mountain Drakes and a Banshee's Veil on top of him, so he can kind of continue to harass and look for backline access, but this Baron buff is the problem.
Really is pushed in. The Cyclone is good on the aggression this time around, but no follow-up comes in as underneath the turret, Faker goes down as massive damage comes in from the Aphelios, and Pace has to get in and out at the same time as down will go this inhibitor.
Still have to somehow kill this Aphelios. He's just doing so much damage here.
Guma is a one-man army right now, surrounded by his minions, escorting him to win the game.
Faker dies, but they are able to take out this inhib. Now the mid inhibitor is going to respawn here. It's up now. And now you have, as T1, you're hoping so desperately you can set for an opportunity for a backdoor. They are seen. They'll be forced away. I don't even want to make predictions about what's going to happen next because the Elder's up in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but we're just seeing T1 be so aggressive around mid. And Doran has no flash right now. He needs to be so careful in these moments.
여기까지.
This is Faker's first-person view.
I think we missed the charm. Either way, you guys can watch that on replay later.
Peanut here goes in. Faker's caught under turret. Guma hits a big ult here. FaZe has to ult away, and he survives here, so they will lose the inhibitor. But there's no way that T1 can continue to push here. They don't have enough positional advantage here. They don't have enough minions.
Here we go. This is it. Look at this charm.
This is the charm where it looks like he's looking for Rakan, but he actually just turns it on to Doran.
Yeah, Doran was walking into them because he didn't expect it. It's like he walked straight into the charm.
It's
Toby. Nope, not gonna happen this time, but the team has to get in position. Gen.G, this is your last stand, basically.
Shirelliing these minions in to try to rush down this inhib.
Should be able to, although Faker takes a big chunk of damage. And Faker, at this point, doesn't really do much to Chovy, as you were mentioning before.
He's just so tanky with all of these resistances and the Banshees Veil, so...
FaZe, GA.
This game is stressing me out, Valdez. I mean,
it really could be anybody's game too. Like Gen.G might just hold and maybe they win one big team fight, push down mid and end it.
We also just don't see, like all season long, this has been the season and the year of one-sided snowball games where you rarely go past 35 minutes. So, like 35 minutes, it was like all season long, you're like lucky to get there. Plus 40, like never gonna happen. T1 going 40 minutes plus, we've seen that more times in playoffs than we've seen in regular season because this team just does not mess up their leads. They snowball. And you very rarely get these tense games where the gold is even at 42 and there's 7 Drakes taken. Peak League of Legends right here.
This is like, it's kind of insane. Charm is going to land. Oh, Toby, he got caught. He is so low in the base right now. As we're looking for the snipe, not going to happen. As meanwhile, Peanut's just trying to zone for his team. I mean, that was not supposed to happen.
No, and they have no health here, but they can't just go back to the fountain, and T1 don't have a wave here that they could push to try to end with, so they're just going to come in here, take a dip in the fountain, and then rush back over to mid.
No harm, no foul?
Yeah, 90 seconds here until the Drake. Now, if you get those kills or you get that GA, you will get the follow-up kill there. Peanut doesn't panic. He doesn't Cyclone. He is going to have Flash and Cyclone for this fight. And it's going to be about the setup here for the carries, right? And Faker has been getting picks onto Doran. Zeus has been getting picks onto Doran. If Doran survives here, he's got his flash back up. He could do a ton of damage on the setup in the neutral fight. But if you allow Guma to pop off, he is going to do very likely more than what FaZe is going to do in this fight here. He has that ornament, and he's full build. And yeah, so is the Xayah. But the Xayah is going to, I mean, there's just so many threats, right? You have to deal with here. And if Guma has that front line of this extremely large, tanky Ornn, it's just much safer for him to continue to do damage. The offers you have here are much lower on Gen.G's side in terms of front line. You got a LeBlanc and a Jace. You know, it's just not as safe. You're going to have to ult, and then once you ult, you can't fight anymore. So these Shock Blasts need to hit. The best defense for your AD carry on Gen.G is a good offense.
Yeah.
It's good poke. And it's these solo laners getting the damage done before FaZe goes into fight.
Let's see it happen then. Let's see the execution happen this time around. We saw it happen when Doran hits an accelerated Shock Blast on Nagumi. He just immediately gets his shield back. It's like it barely even happened. As meanwhile, here we go. Engage, they get Guma! They get him down! As he is into his GA in the follow-up here. He's gonna have to try to get out, but no! He goes down! Peanut makes the pick happen! As Faker tries to get in and stop the push of the minions, but I don't think he was successful. They've got a cannon.
Yeah, Carrier is going to go down here, and they're going to try to push to end this one, and a clutch play from Peanut in an important series. A very incredible engage. We talked about his flash was coming up. He has Flash Cyclone, and that's what closes the gap on Naguma. Finally, he's popped into his GA, and the follow-up is real, and Gen.G steal the win away. And we've got a series on our hands, Valdez.
A little bit late, but we in fact do. It's 2-1 as Gen.G will give themselves a breath of fresh air, a chance to come back in this series.
I cannot imagine how Peanut is feeling right now. The brunt of many Gen.G fans' anger throughout the last parts of regular season and in best of fives for this team as fans are in tears. Thought it was over, thought it was done, so it's not yet. But to have that engage there, and to get on top of Guma, it's a chance to take a 1 in a million engage because his positioning has been so good. He's got a Thresh, he's got an Ahri. There's so many ways to stop this from happening. But when you've got Warriors, Trickster, Flash, and Cyclone onto an Aphelios, you've got one of the longest extended range engages in the game. And Peanut makes it happen. He doesn't hesitate. And it's been these veteran players, Peanut, Faker, who are making these things happen in the clutch in these 45-minute plus games where just your experience shows through, your decisiveness shows through. And for once, it's Peanut making a aggressive decision that everyone can celebrate on the Gen G side of things, of course.
Yeah, the goal difference graph just highlighting kind of how insane this game was.
A cursed game time as well.
Multiple times where they got ahead, they dropped down, they got ahead again, they gave it away. And then finally, they push forward and take the win. And yeah, really just comes down to one engage. Just pressing his buttons onto Gumayusi. They take him down, and Gen G, they get another chance in this one. As this is going to start getting very interesting, guys. But first, of course, we will take a bit of a break and hear what the guys on the space have to say about that game number 3.
있고 랜턴 빠졌어. 볼게. 보실 앞에부터 일단 이겼어. 앞에. 너무 좋아. 앞에. 펜타. 아, 라이. 비에고 높아. 아, 가보자. 가보자. 진짜 어땠어? 좋았어. 미안. 너무 미안하다. 진짜 이거 애들아 진짜 어때? 라인 살려 일단 라인 살려. 할만해. 드라마 한번 써보자. 아 미안하다. 우리 진짜 잘해보자. 얘는 그냥 턴을 진짜 잘 쓰니까 우리가 잘 신경 써야겠다. 가보자. 나이스. 나이스.
Undefeated is my fractured heart. Nothing left to lose. See me coming through. I'm fighting demons on my way, and I know they are the same. Oh, I keep on making waves. I dream of making waves. This is only for the brave.
T1 have finally won the game! T1 take game number 5!
Gen G, game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back to the space, everybody. Oh my goodness, what a game number 3. That was about as neck and neck as a game can possibly be for so long. I think most of us had multiple heart attacks. Yep. We are okay. Let's get into the draft first, see how it all began.
Jace B1, I don't think that's going anywhere. That will probably remain in place very firmly here because even though it did matter a lot at the beginning up until the point where it didn't matter. We'll get into that later.
Right.
Because the Jace actually did have a really high impact even with the R5 counter pick for the Ornn not really working out. And the composition from Gen G has a lot of team fighting power, but they do lack in tankiness. And we saw that happen as we got later and later into the game, that T1 was more often the aggressor and Gen G was kind of in a position where they tried to and re-engage. And that is a thing that you need to be able to play around. And we saw that they were struggling with that at points.
Yeah, I mean, again, the pick doesn't really matter. It's like I think the concept, whatever Gen G pull up, I think it's really similar between the game 2 and game 3.
Yeah.
I think it's a really big difference. This thing is a Doran get the Jace pick, and then he blocked the Zeus, the old carry champion down. Like, which is game 2, I was like wondering why Doran was not playing the Jace, because they trapped themselves that with the flex pick with the Malphite, so like no matter what, the Malphite had to go top because you don't want to play Malphite into Lissandra, which is disaster. So this time, so they can actually pull the Jace top no matter what, and Zeus just forced to play any tank champion, be not able to carry any team fight.
Yeah, and we saw that beginning in the early stages of the game. We are going to go back in time quite a way as Zeus found himself caught out of position a couple of times, kind of bullied here by Gen G early.
And what is most noticeable is not that he dies here, you know, is out of position, gets taken down, that's one thing. But this play right here, and this is cracks that we don't often see for Zeus. It's also credit to Doran, a player that has been known to tilt, right? Even in the previous games we saw, and later in this game we see some moments that are not so great, but these are also the moments where you're like, okay, so Doran does have what it takes. He can go in aggressively and get those kills.
I mean, as I said it, like the most important thing is that Zeus, it can't be impactful.
Yeah.
Because from the pick, I don't know, because the Doran play well. Something happened, so the game is a little bit frustrating for T1.
It certainly was, and it sort of, it got better-ish in the mid-game. We're going to go to our second highlight here, which was Faker's extraordinary catch. We saw it from his POV as well, getting over the wall and getting the charm onto Doran. And this was where Doran was kind of struggling, was in this mid-game, was being able to actually land poke.
Yeah, I don't think Faker actually meant to use the charm to Jace. It's just more, I would say this is unlucky, honestly. It's a little bit unlucky, but it's a nice play from Faker, right?
It is, and it is actually what puts them on this train and completely gets them back control in the game. And we know how good T1's team fighting is. We've seen it throughout the entirety of this series. And what's remarkable to me as well is that even though they lost Doran, like Gen G is playing their hearts out, right? They're still playing aggressive. They're still trying to get as much done as possible. And if that ultimate from Guma hits, I think that might be game ending, right? Like they wipe, they get everyone, but because of Gen G kind of splitting apart, T1 still win the fight, T1 still get the Nash, but they waste a lot of crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been better to probably focus on Drake first, not the Baron. Honestly, I think they should have just gotten the Soul first and then go Baron, which is they could have just done opposite. And I mean, Soul stays forever.
Soul is so, Mountain Soul is so good. It is Chemtech.
And this is actually the only reason why, even though Ornn is in the game, the gold is still even. Because the number at the top of your screen was exactly the same, right? Ornaments generally push it up a few thousand gold. but a Mountain Soul will do exactly the same thing. So at this point in time, the game kind of equalized, right? We saw mid inhibitors being exchanged. We saw a Nexus turret falling down for Gen G, but you need 2 of them and then a Nexus in order to win the game. So let's have a look at this final fight. And I know people have called Peanut names in the past. This is what we like to call 3-nut. Game 3, this is where he generally shows up.
Like the combination of this play, him going in and setting up for the feathers on the ground there, amazing. And it's really what my favorite part is that FaZe got caught in the exact same fashion with Flash almost off cooldown in the previous fight, right? It's like, it's almost up. That means it's not up. AD carry, please, step back, stay safe.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? It's his 3rd game on the Peanut. It's at his own stage. So he
gets it done.
That's clutch play.
Uuni's not even impressed. Like, finally. You called it like 2 games ago as well.
Yeah.
You're like, it's gonna happen.
I was calling from the first game. It's a first game Peanut.
To be perfectly honest, like Huni has been calling everything all day.
It's been very scary, yeah.
So I've decided that if I ever need to know the weather, I'm not going to trust the weatherman. I'm just going to call Huni, ask him what I need to wear for any particular day, because he will just know. So send him your tweets and your Instagram DMs and things like that. If there's anything that you want to find out about absolutely anything. As let's see who's going to be POG, gentlemen. Do we think that it is just Peanut because he made the play? And it is. There we go.
It's just Peanut because he made that one play. and that's a little bit facetious. I do think that Peanut had a great Wukong game. There's a reason why he's been prioritized on this champion, right? Really high impact team fighting. But this is what.
He did get that solo kill in the other game, though.
Yeah, the POG highlights is.
When I saw that came up, I was like, oh, are there like way more highlights here? No, there's one more. But honestly, this is well deserved. 7 out of 11?
Oh, I know.
9 out of 11.
I like the pace votes though, for that flash over the wall.
I'm just a little bit sad that we lost the sponsorship opportunity after this particular vote layout, but that's okay. I'll deal with that as we head to game number 4. So here is Valdez and Wolf. Take us there.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, FaZe gets a little bit of recognition for his play over the course of the game, whereas Peanut gets a lot of recognition for winning the game. As this gives them a chance to make it in. You know, say what you want about Peanut, but he keeps them in it, and it's going to be a very interesting road from here on out, because maybe T1 just come in and say, oh, that was a fluke, we'll smash them in game 4, and maybe they do just that. Or, well, maybe Gen G have a new breath of fresh air, and they start playing even better.
It will be T1's side selection. And they have chosen blue. This is pretty huge, and when you have an additional buffer, you can play blue side twice, as we saw from Gen G, right? But it's going to be T1's side selection for the rest of this series, and that is a part of League of Legends that makes reverse sweeps so incredibly difficult. The loser will always have side selection. So now you will have to do this 2 more times as Gen G in this game and the next on red side. Very likely, unless T1 has a different plan, but with the strength of blue side the way it is right now, I just don't think that's going to happen. So step 1, don't get 3-0'd. Step 2, win a game on red side. Step 3, complete the reverse sweep on the second red side game, right? And I just want to set the stakes. This is so incredibly difficult to do against a team like T1. But it would be Gen G going straight to the finals if they can make it happen.
Did Gen G ban Jace? It's really been the one big pick that we've been seeing over and over for both teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I think it is a massive pick, but the Elise is so strong with all the other types of picks that T1 like to play around the bottom side, and it will just be the Jace going over instantly. See if Gen G have a good response here. We talked about the Malphite priority. Maybe pushing that one up before the second ban phase could be another way to handle this, but it is very face-up if you do that. Looks like it's just once again going to be the Xayah coming through here.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting. I mean, T1 are going to see this straight away. They can go Varus, they can draft more range and more poke and essentially just try to snowball and go through that.
They can also play Viego here. I think it's very strong. In this draft, Viego operates very well around poke, and you've got the Varus too. You have insane range, and Xayah is not very good into this type of poke. Sejuani comes through first, and now Gen G have a lot of things, a lot of threats here in this second ban phase. Like, even the Renata Glass becomes a big problem here, because if you're trying to get on top of this Varus Jace, the Renata just says no. Also great into Xayah. And they will prioritize the Malphite here first. But there are so many ways that T1 could take this draft. It's incredibly flexible. You know the identity of it, but there are so many different things that can supplement it. And this makes it such a big challenge now for Gen G. We'll see what they take away. I think Renata is one of the biggest concerns.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Renata can be very annoying as well. Playing against a team that's winning with Renata, even as Malphite, maybe you can still find the angles, but it's also really good into Xayah Rakan. We've seen it picked into that so many times, so that will be the pretty obvious face-up first ban, and we did get Wukong off the board, so gonna be pinching out Peanut's champion pool just a bit.
Yeah. See if they want to take away... Okay, it's going to be Lissandra again. Taken away from Faker here. And they will have, of course, the counter pick for the mid lane here for Chovy. So you feel pretty good about taking that one off the board and having an answer. As the Viego is still something T1 are considering themselves, potentially here in this draft. So we'll ban the Ahri. See if Peanut's down to just lock in the Viego here. Doesn't feel very strong with this composition, though, at all. I'd even almost prefer the Lee Sin in this one.
Maybe that is the play.
Yeah, you can see Gen G, they don't have a lot of great options here. This is a tense call.
LeBlanc?
And you could lock it, and then wait for that final pick. And that is what is going to happen, Valdez. Good call. You ban the Ahri, Lissandra's banned, so there's no great response here to the LeBlanc in lane.
Yeah, and I guess that you save your jungle for last pick, which is kind of interesting. You don't see that every so often. Could have saved potential counter pick for mid, but instead they prioritize the LeBlanc.
We'll see if Faker wants to just try to play Gragas here, but you're not going to have prio. Talia's been very weak at the end of the season. Over Tom Kenshin in the bot lane. Very different look here for some additional safety for this Varus. Will help out against the dive quite significantly, but you only get one Devour, and there are just too many different ways to get on top of this Varus.
Should have played Kalista. Silas going to be the pick here for Faker.
Oh, this is greedy. And you can obviously have a better Malphite engage, but...
Could be top as well.
True.
Silas into Malphite. I think we saw that as well in Challenger.
Yeah. You're right.
So could be the choice for Zeus, which would be weird, but just because Zeus is such a great Jace player. What is the pick for Peanut?
I mean, it could be a Jarvan angle.
He's laughing. It's Olaf.
Oh my god.
He's laughing his way to an Olaf pick here.
Well, I mean, it's a great tanky frontline here. We add the Olaf and the Malphite together. There is a ton of power in the front of your composition that can run at T1, get through the CC. You have really good hard engage on this Varus, and the Olaf could just run at Varus, and then everyone else follows up. So you have a guaranteed way to get your Malphite into ult range, because this was another problem that they faced in that previous game with the Malphite, is getting into range of Guma, as it will be the Silas talk you talked about here. Faker playing the Jace in mid into the LeBlanc. I think that the composition here for Gen G is way stronger overall. Even though the Olaf is arguably, of these 10 champions, the weirdest one we see, I think it actually fits the composition very well. And trying to engage counterwise with the Silas into the composition of Gen G by stealing the Malphite ultimate feels very weak into the draft that Gen G has, because it has so much disengage. You're playing a LeBlanc, you have a Xayah. Will it be the Silver Scrape she's asking for?
Will it be the Teemo she's asking for as well?
I think that's less likely.
Not in this game, maybe in the next one.
Looking for that Faker thumbs up.
Yeah.
And so many fans drawing these signs for a Game 5 here for Gen G. Still believing, still holding on to hope. And at least to the fourth one, they have been rewarded for said hope. I think this draft might be, in my opinion, the biggest gap of the four so far, though. I like it way more for Gen G. See if the execution is enough here, Valdez. As this is a risky draft from T1, but if it gets ahead, man, does it really roll.
Yeah, it really does slap once we do get ahead. But they have to get that snowball rolling. We'll see if Gen G can get in front of it here for game number 4. Let's hop onto the rims.
Game 4. And, you know, the ways in which T1 have normally gotten ahead throughout this season, summer season last year, and especially spring season in 2022 has just been controlling early objectives, snowballing, playing amazing macro. But in playoffs here, most of their games have gone incredibly long, which is why I really count the late game win conditions of these two comps more than what they can do in snowball.
Toby's in the top lane for now. Now, he could just be standing there at the level 1, but could have a little lane swap here, as of course the Malphite wants to play into Jace.
Yeah.
That's not a secret, right? T1 are the ones that are trying to mix this one up as they spot him early. Could potentially swap now, but nope. And Doran's playing mid lane as Malphite.
Okay, so it's happening. And this usually happens with Renekton and Jace, the two most common AD lane swap champions that have been around over the last 3 years. So this means that now you're playing into a Malphite in a very short lane versus the top lane, where Chovy is going to have some additional power there into a melee matchup early. So really a smart idea here from Gen G, and they were absolutely prepared for it.
I was wondering if, yeah, there it goes. They swap it on the Observer client.
Yeah, the very rare thing to see, but it is, whenever you see the mouse there for a second, it's kind of hyping away.
Yeah.
It's just such a rare, unusual circumstance.
Always hiding it. Yeah, and also got to keep an eye on Peanut's jungle pathing, see exactly what he's going to be doing on the Olaf, if he's just going to be power clearing, which is, you know, back in the days of Olaf, this is basically what he did. He clears the jungle so incredibly quickly that you just love that farming power, the ability to clear it out, and then maybe look for ganks, but he has really fallen off. We haven't seen him for 400 days. The last player was Kwangdong Freak's Ellen against Canyon.
That game wasn't very fun either.
No.
I remember that game, actually.
Yeah, in that meta, you're only allowed to play Hecarim or Udyr, so...
Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting idea, but it did not work. His owner's going to come here top and actually look for a gank onto Chovy, try to force out a summoner, but he does have distortion.
Yep. Should have it, but see the amount of speed on the stacks as down he will go. Owner just picks it up, level 3, quick to the top side, and makes the gank happen.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a pretty fantastic start, as now the wave is going to crash in here to top, or to the turret here for Zeus, and he's just going to have that there. Chovy is in an awkward spot here in terms of farming. Very disastrous beginning to this game, as, you know, Peanut is just power farming, as you say, and Chovy is going to try to look for some kill pressure here. He's got the Dematerializer to try to keep Zeus under this turret. It's so difficult against the Sylas. Just going to get that steal back of the health.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP back to this one, just like Chovy did.
Chovy has played top lane in the past. You know, we had some weird COVID circumstances, and we did see it, but Chovy's always been a player that people have said would do better as a top lane player, but I think that is just kind of people's personal feelings about it. We don't have a lot of data on this, and LeBlanc is not a top champion, so hard to judge off of this game alone, as we see some missed engages.
By the way, it's been a very long time, but Keria was always one of our more aggressive Tahm Kench players, right? And it's just going back to the days where we were just beginning to realize Keria's strength, and everybody was just playing it as basically a Devour bot, which is normally what you would do, especially in the past when it wasn't your ultimate ability. You would just sit in the back and do that. As we're trying to swap again, as the fans are really enjoying that.
Well, this is the thing that happens when you get ahead in one of these lanes, is you can constantly swap and push the tempo away. See how close Doran is to 6? Looks like pretty far away, because he's not threatening here at all.
Well, you followed the swap.
Yeah, lost only a
Thumbs
few
up.
minutes.
Only a few minutes and 75% of your health. As that was spotted, they know that owner is here. Meanwhile, that's not going any better.
And Doran is out of mana. And now if he has 6, it doesn't matter, because we are swapping back. And this is going to be the Drake going over to T1 once again, every single game. Just getting his advantages early.
Oh, boy. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faker is not scared at all, I suppose. He gets the back end.
You know, Kronko did mention it on the space. A known tilter. And we put it, you and I just like looked at each other and wrote it on a piece of paper and put a check mark box next to it for some reason. That's what we do, but that's not going to feel great, losing your ultimate like that and just missing the recall there. So, very frustrating at this point in time. And Chovy's lost a significant amount of farm. So this is going to hurt his ability to be a strong carry in the mid game.
Yeah,
as
I'm sure he's not too happy about that either. As Peanut here is spotted on this one, as that will go the way of Peanut, who does smite it down, but already in a lot of trouble as he does not have Ghost, he does not have Flash, he does not have a health bar. As over the wall goes Faker. Didn't have to do that as Guma will pick up the kill.
Well, this game is looking really rough for Gen G right now. Chovy just desperately trying to farm it back here. Now in the top lane.
Reminds me of T1 versus KT Game 5,
Yeah.
where KT got this massive early game lead, and we're like, oh, I guess the series just ends like that. And then somehow T1 fought their way back.
I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? But these are some huge leads for champions that really are going to accelerate quite quickly with them. Now, it is the lethal tempo Varus here, so it's not going to be lethality, you know, items coming in super early for him or anything like that. And it is, of course, a, you know, Sejuani that picks up the other kill. So it's not like you're really running away with this, but Jace has a lot of freedom in this game to farm. And Faker, you know, he did lose his flash, unfortunately, but otherwise is actually the highest farm in the game right now. So he is accelerated. I mean, these are big problems for Gen G when we start setting up for these really important objective fights. I think the reason why our UI is broken is probably because we unlocked it so that we could move these champions around. I guess.
I hope so.
But, you know, the Rift Herald is about to spawn, and that was the reason I mentioned this. It's set to Baron right now at the top right.
Yeah, as, okay. Just going to force out a flash here as the engage on the bottom side is decent, but now Pace has to flash away himself. His owner comes in with an ultimate, forces out the cleanse. At the end of the day, Pace is the one that uses both of his summoners.
Keria has a Relic Shield and a set of Dematerializers. He's just very tanky at this early stage of the game, so even though Delight has level 6 first, it's just so difficult to all in without your 80 carries ultimate, and they end up obviously trading down on this one. Huge win here on the bottom side of the map here as Peanut tries to hold on to this Herald.
He does have Smite, so pretty simple for him to just pick it up. So he's going to spot that coming in.
It almost looked like he wanted to give some of that local gold as Zeus is going to get slowed.
Okay. Now he has to kind of go in. He has stolen Doran's ultimate. Just goes back in once again as now he's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. But was he baited into a rough position as down will go Peanut as well. Doran just has to flash to get out of this one. As T1 will be able to shore it up a bit.
Man, this is the playoffs. You know, kind of, I guess, nerves coming through is the best way to put it here, that we are seeing from some of our teams as Keria is trying to take Doran out over the wall, as we're just seeing some really aggressive plays that have not worked out. And it's mostly been on Gen G's side where they have overextended in a lot of these situations. This isn't going to be the worst case scenario by any means here, and Chovy's actually going to be the biggest winner of this because he's going to get plate gold here on the top side. And obviously Zeus didn't have teleport, so this is actually still nice, but could have just cut your losses and gotten out of here. Now, at least, like we mentioned, Chovy's going to get tons of money out of this. Really good slows, picking up these axes and continuing the chase. And Zeus gets the double knock up here, and that's the moment where it's like, okay, God is flash, he has to back, maybe we should get out of here. But you end up giving over so much gold to T1 as a result. And Doran almost goes down, also has to flash. So, big win here for T1, and that exchange isolated. Of course, still, LeBlanc picking up money is massive.
Yeah. And they have this Rift Herald as well. Chovy getting that chunk on the top turret could open it up a bit more. as they will drop this Rift Herald up in the top side. But Faker just stepping up to it. He's got Owner here. This is not what you want to see on the side of Gen G. This is going to go down. They can't do anything about it. Could have even smited it if necessary. Not even necessary. As meanwhile, underneath here, we got Featherstorm forced out. A treat of ultimates as T1 are pushing the bottom lane.
Yep, another plate going down. This is a disaster. And Chovy is trying to hold his own. Doesn't get the charge, so he's not going to get that turret. Doran no ult for just a few more seconds here. It's about to get it though. Zeus trying to bait him.
He's just... Okay, Ignite comes down. It was all a bait. Down Ignite. To the end of it as he will tick out of this one, and Cariel will take the kill. Faker does not have flash, and he is avoiding these axes very nicely. Does hop away, but eventually he is going to go down as Peanut will pick up the kill. 2v1. Yeah, another Drake going to the hands of T1.
You just don't want to play this type of game with T1, where you're trying to lane swap and you're trying to trade objectives and you're trying to play around these baiting tactics where you're like, ooh, okay, he thinks my ult is down, but it's actually coming back up. No, T1 know your ult. They're actually baiting you, and they're making this into a big play here in mid, into Drake, into Plate's bottom side, for example. They can continue to push. Now we're looking at a 20 CS lead for Guma. And, you know, Chovy not getting that plate gold from the Herald hurts, but also the death here and no mythic for him and no damage done whatsoever to mid turret, because even though LeBlanc has spent a lot of time this game in the top lane, it matters very little about how much damage is done there compared to the mid turret, because that's the central point as a LeBlanc player that you need removed. As Doran is just like, oh man, I thought I was going to kill him. Then he ults through Ignite and dies. It's not what you want, and it's not what he was planning, but he was just caught a little bit off guard, as Faker will pay for this, but he's baiting this so that they can guarantee that they get that bottom Drake, because we could have seen Chovy teleport to bottom turret and then come over and contest. Faker's just pushing all the way to the turret to make sure that both the jungler is top here and that LeBlanc doesn't TP.
You got to put on the pressure in order to open up the rest of the map, so he does that. Does have to pay his life for it, which is not great, as he gives Peanut another kill and allows him to finish his score drinker already. So Peanut with the power farming, actually, you know, very equal farming from the side of Owner as well. So it's just actually the two kills that are helping him out, as Faker is basically just ignoring Chovy and hitting the turret. He's like, I don't care. Meanwhile, Peanut is here. He's got Owner nearby, so he should be fine.
Faker has an extra Hex Trigger, feels really brave with it. And it's, you know, quite an unusual build. You went, obviously, CDR boots here, and then just gone for some additional MR while stacking his tier. So we don't know what his main build is going to be just yet, but he just wants to follow Chovy, make sure Chovy doesn't get ahead or get fed in this game in any way. And just pushing him into turrets is absolutely the right way to play it if you have a long-range engage follow-up with the Sejuani. Speaking of,
Peanut is in the enemy jungle. Remember, he does not have flash, so he might just go down, but he is standing his ground, actually. He's not scared of anything, as Faker's got a massive shield, probably the Hex Drinker in there as well, as does take a bunch of damage, but you see that Gen G are just being routed here. Delight as well going to be collateral damage on the backside of this one, as he was just trying to help.
Doran is just, unfortunately, holding this wave on top side, can't help out at all. Had his ultimate there, but was on the wrong side of the map, didn't have TP, so had to walk top side. There's no way he could save his team there. And it's just the Sejuani. He's the problem. He's going to go first item Maw Malmortius here, Faker is, because why not when you're just trying to follow a LeBlanc? And Peanut's coming in here to catch a Tahm Kench. There's just so much long range engage between the Tahm Kench and the Sejuani that, yeah, you're trying to force this, you're trying to bait this because you have both of your Rakan and the LeBlanc nearby, and you have Gore Drinker, so you're like, all right, this is the fight we force, and whoever comes over here will get baited in. But just don't play these games with T1. They will engage cleanly, they will punish you, they will win these.
Yeah, and Guma gets here first. I mean, he's been having Cryol on the bot side this entire game. Outside of the shenanigans on the top side of the map, he's ahead about, well, he was 30 CS ahead. He's able to get in there. They even had the Scuttle for extra movement speed to get him in position, and he's just able to clean up at the end of the fight. So it's a better fought team fight there from the side of T1.
And you're just not ahead to be forcing these. Peanut is, like you mentioned, he has the Gore Drinker, but nobody else is, so you don't have the items to actually win these skirmishes, unfortunately. You don't have the CC either.
Yeah. Now we have Leandri's here on Chovy. That's the choice this time around.
think it's a good one, but
lots of health stacking.
It's a lot of health stacking, and you're also just not in a position to pop off carry this game either. You know, you're just going to be more utility this time around, and that damage is massive against even the tanky supporters. They're going to look for a wraparound.
Yeah, Carry is in a lot of trouble here as he will flash and gets away. Meanwhile, the entire team is looking to dive him under the turret. They will be successful. This is 5 members of Gen G in the mid lane right now.
Okay, TP flank coming through.
Not sure about that. Chains of Corruption are down, so a lot of damage already into Peanut. They're essentially trying to count him out of the fight here as a lot of poke into Doran as well. Trying to corral them in as it is dodged by Guma. It just flashes away from the Malphite ultimate. Zeus gets in, dodges the engage, but he's alone and exhausted in the back line as Gen G handle the flank perfectly. And they will get everybody out alive, just barely.
Oh man. God, oh, we all just had to hold our breath and sit on it. Always chug your refillable. And he will get out. And this was very close to being an amazing turn from T1. Gen G though. Okay, hold on, Faker. He's going to be okay. Will Chovy overextend is the question.
Okay. So I'll take a deep breath.
Yeah, so they do get that critical mid turret down. And this means that Chovy is going to have an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive this game. Not right now, but in subsequent setups for these objectives. As Gen G look very disinterested in grouping up for this Drake. Doran is down here, but nobody else. So they don't have the critical ultimates they need to actually fight for this. So this may just be Mountain Soul going over to T1. When we say that, we are slowly grouping here, but I mean, Chovy topside with no teleport, I just don't see it. And I think they are just going to try to slow this down while getting Chovy some gold on the top side of the map. That's the plan. Since we don't really need to watch this, we'll see how this all went down. As Peanut comes over here on the flank, Keria is picked very early. And then everything goes very wrong in this engage as the flash is perfect from Guma, and then Delight kind of misses his ultimate, and then they turn things around on the Zeus. I think if Zeus just doesn't try to force this, you're like, okay, we trade some engages, and we lost turret. That's okay. But the Zeus really kind of hard forces this. Delight still has his ultimate. He dodges that. And look at this, man. The shield is just barely enough. The ultimate timing here from Paze is perfect. And it's a one exchange. They do escape with their lives.
And the Shock Blast comes in as... Not sure what we were looking at here in live. Zooming in on Taguma. It's not like a flash or anything.
I think just showing like he almost did a billion damage that last fight. It was very close to picking out a double.
At the end, only about 1 million. Not 1 billion.
Yeah.
What can you do? Maybe next fight. As the game is still relatively close, obviously the Dragon stacking here for T1 is very nice, especially when you do have Varus and Jace on your team. And even the Silas is going to really benefit from
Getting
that scaling
baited.
as Zeus in a lot of trouble here. He does have Olaf ultimate, and he will eventually use it, you'd have to imagine, as there it is. But the damage might just be too much. He tries to go back in, but he just dies. So meanwhile, Guma does not have his flash. As in comes Keria. He's got Devour just in case. Doesn't have to use it.
Guma looks, he didn't look really too frustrated or worried at all on his player cam there. Almost looked like just instantly calming, like Olaf no ult. And Peanut's over here still going to get the red buff for this. As that was the kind of goal, was who can we catch here in the jungle after this pick. We'll be given over. And now you have the bottom turret going down. Chovy's dealing with this top push. And Gen G is kind of sitting pretty here. Yeah, you gave over Soul Point, but you're in a position now to win some team fights, potentially. You're going to have to win all of them. Because if T1 get that Soul, then this comp becomes so much more difficult to pull off. That being said, it's Leandrius LeBlanc. You know, it is a Xayah who's going to break through a lot of those resistances anyway, so it's not unplayable. It's not lethality Xayah like it has been so much over the last few years. We don't play that anymore. It's, with the Kraken Slayer here, all the itemization good for the Soul. Zeus is just baited in super hard. And this is not a situation where there's a cross map. Like, look at the mini-map. This is just on him. He's playing too aggressively this time around.
Yeah, he's been struggling this last couple of games. It does show. As meanwhile, Chovy trying to be very annoying to Guma, who, you know, at times, especially with the Tom Kents, there's not a lot of trade back, of course. You're just kind of sitting there trying to dodge some of the LeBlanc stuff. So if Gen G ever get in the lead, this is where Chovy can begin to pop off.
Yeah, and he's doing a lot of damage. And a lot of that damage has ended up being impactful, leading to eliminations. You know, he's 4/5 of his team's eliminations he was involved in, right? And he's been making such critical plays here on the Tahm Kench in particular. Just bleeding through that health bar, and the Sylas and Science has been really massive. You see even in that moment where Zeus used the Olaf ult. I mean, look at this damage. They use the Olaf ult to try to get away from the chains, but it's like, no, the chains just kill you, actually. It's Liandry's. You cannot be CC'd, but you will still burn down and die. And I think the itemization here from Gen G is really awesome. I mean, down to the Xayah Kraken Slayer, I think is exactly the right choice he wants here into this comp, and when you consider the Soul, it feels even better.
Zeus, okay. He's not going to back, actually. And what was meant as a counter pick for the Malphite, at the end of the day, you know, Malphite builds a couple of tanky items. How much are you really going to do as a Sylas just on a Rod of Ages, who is still stacking, which is still stacking. Rod of Ages is not a person, turns out. So he's not really doing much in the side lane.
Nope.
Against Doran, so he's kind of just catching waves.
And he's going to be a worse Malphite in these team fights, too, into a comp that has great disengage. Chovy.
Chovy? Gotta be careful about that one. Everybody on T1 is right there and ready to trade back.
Yeah, not the Liandry setup he was looking for this time, trying to apply it to a few members, and
yeah, he's very fed. I think he's like excited to really do some big boom boom damage.
He has 7 stacks of Dark Seal, and he's not afraid to use them. He's going to have a Shadow Flame here as his 3rd item, too, so he's going to do a lot of damage. Even though Luden's is a lot more burst damage than Liandry's, LeBlanc will still do burst damage with the Liandry's. It's just then applying burn damage over a heavily stacked team. So don't get me wrong, this is not just a, okay, he didn't go Luden, so he can't burst people. He still can, as we have seen.
Yeah, of course. Liandry's still definitely a very viable option, even if
Delights
are looking for this as okay. He's going to get the flash out of Keria. So much poke damage comes in, but they don't have Sylas. As here they go, Gen G are just going super deep. Can they get on the backlines? The question is no. Guma stands his ground, but Keria will be the first person to go down. Doran, the second, though, and a lot of low health bars here. As Zeus steals the Rakan ultimate, he's looking for it at the base, and he will get in that backline. And that is a couple of kills for Zeus. Make it 3, actually, as he picks up the triple, and that will be Mountain Soul for T1.
You can't just do this right before Mountain Soul. You can't actually force this like this if you're not going to commit, and you can see the hesitation from Gen G. They ult with Peanut so they can set up for the knock-up here from Doran. And then when they don't end up hitting Guma, there's a moment of hesitation during Doran's stopwatch where they're like, do we follow up on this? Do we actually force this, or do we walk away? And then half of the team walks away, then they walk back in. The follow-up isn't there. They can't push Guma away. And then Doran comes out of stopwatch and dies, and that's the end of the story. Baze is the next to go down. And this is Mountain Soul now and Baron.
Mountain Soul is going to help so much on this turn. Like, T1 do not have to take this Baron. They do have the smites. They do have the ability to go for it, but stolen Malphite ultimate is now they try to get in onto Chovy. Fantastic stopwatch timing. Will it matter, though, as they're trying to get into there, as Pino will be the last one, and Zeus has his own insane stopwatch timing, as he will survive, and Chovy is on the run.
Oh, Zeus has been making so many huge plays. Chovy is in trouble.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption, that's the end of him, as so many ultimates get thrown straight into his face, as the last auto from Guma will do it, and that should be the Baron, although Gen G, we're sticking around.
Yeah, Gen G just sticking around here, but, I mean, it's Paze who has to carry. He has no ult, he has no summoners. Good luck with that one. Doran does have ult.
Not a lot of ults here on the side of T1, I suppose, as, yeah, Doran is going to be the one looking for the angle.
They've got to find Guma somehow, but there's just such a front line here, and I just don't think you can stop this.
They don't even have Smite. Yeah, they're just going to give it away. T1, a massive leap into the lead here. They take a big team fight. They take the Mountain Soul, Baron, and another small team fight as well.
And watch this fight here, where you're looking for a big Malphite ultimate. You have Peanut ulting with you, so you get on top of everybody, but you don't get Guma. He's at full health, and then Doran's like, oh, I'm dead. Stopwatch comes through, they see Zeus, and then there's a moment of hesitation. The flash is, not ideal here, but then Zeus steals away the Rakan ultimate, and he is so low econ this game. He is so extremely low econ, but he's got a great flank, and he was punished for his last attempted flank. This time he gets the big money ultimate stolen away from Rakan. And then here, Chovy is just trying his best. His stopwatch is perfect. And then once again, Zeus makes a stopwatch happen after the stolen ultimate. just able to survive. And Chovy gets nothing back for this and will eventually go down because Keria collapses here with the Chains of Corruption from Guma.
Yeah,
and that's
Guma's
the Baron.
not scared. He's got Mountain Soul. He's like, yeah, I can just frontline this one. And they do get the kill. And yeah, I think you're exactly right, Wolf. Either Gen.G have to 100-0 Guma or Faker, like someone who is really threatening in terms of damage on T1, or you cannot go for that engage. They saw the angle because Zeus wasn't there. He didn't have TP. But the execution wasn't there. Once again, that's kind of been the theme for today. They needed to get the kill right off the bat, and they did. And now T1 are massively in the lead, and the damage is just being thrown out in spades, as even Doran can barely survive. And everybody's health bars are just going by the wayside. Chovy here on the run from a Tahm Kench. As with the Baron buff, T1 are looking to push the bottom lane and maybe end this game.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many minions here. It has to be FaZe's defense. And he just doesn't have the items. He's sitting on Kraken Slayer Quick Blades here.
It's just really not enough for him, and see what he can do. Peanut just trying to draw the minions away, trying to keep them leashed. T1, that is. As now he's in a bit of trouble. Zeus goes in, forces a Feather Storm, so now that's another ult gone.
Peanut still has his Gore Drinker, but it's so hard for him to do anything.
Keria tries to engage, and now Guma's his front line. He's just going to kill Chovy, basically. As Chovy barely gets away.
I mean, this is almost the end of the series here. If T1 could just continue to push, they have another wave coming through. They're going to back away. Not going to risk giving another lead here to Gen.G. Still got 40 seconds of Baron buff to use. They can get their empowered recalls and take the lead they've gotten and buy some additional items. Now 3 items for the Varus, 3 items for this Jace. And we talked about the low econ Zeus here this game on Sylas, but now he's got a bounty, and those 2 critical items that you need as a Sylas are completed. He has the Zhonya's, and he's halfway to a Void Staff with a lot of the gold he picked up in those team fights, plus the Baron. And T1 are completely in control of this game. It's a 4,000 gold lead, but what they have on the map right now is worth even more, plus the Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically unwinnable here from Gen.G, unless they get a great flank off with Doran.
Well, they got to do what they tried to do in the last fight, but now they're even just very massively behind. In the last fight, actually, they were pretty even. Like, they had a good angle, and Zeus wasn't even there, but this was not meant to be.
If they identified Zeus where he was, and if they had decided to, peel off and go towards him a little bit more decisively, maybe that could have been the win, but the timing super disjointed, and Doran just pressed go with Peanut. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right call. You can't kill the carry. It's not going to matter, and now Gen.G just desperate for a defense here. And they will be able to stave off the Baron.
It's a lot of vision around the Elder Drake that was just put up here by Peanut and Delight, so they've got that going on at least. While T1 is busy pushing the top wave, but yeah, they back off with a minute left, and T1, with all the gold that they have, can buy a bunch of stopwatches, control wards, get ready for this Elder Drake fight.
Yeah, I mean, these wards are going to be cleared by T1, and that's really critical because Doran has TP. And if he is able to TP flank, maybe that's one way you kill the carry. But, I mean, okay, I say they're going to clear these. Actually missing this one.
How about we just run straight through all of them?
And there are some sweepers available, but they just didn't expect that ward to be there. There's also a ward behind the pit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I think that Gen.G can win off of these, but it's their best bet, and here we go.
Okay, pings onto the teleport. Should know about this. Guma has Flash and Ghost and everything. As now they definitely know. Maybe they didn't actually know. Doran's just ulting into the pit, trying to get this one going. And the rest of the team is just trying to get in there. They fight Guma, who is left alone in the pit. But the damage from Faker's too high. The Gordringer, though, on the side here is FaZe desperate to try to live, but he will not. He gets hit by a huge shock blast from Faker. And now Chovy is only damage left here on the side of Gen.G. They choose the wrong clone, actually. As Chovy's still on the run, and their base is in tatters, and it's being pushed in through the bottom lane.
Yep, they're just pinging it already. TP coming through. What a sad way to lose this series.
Well, it looks like Peanut might be taken out here by his fellow veteran Faker, or perhaps not, as T1 looks like this will be the end of it. As 3-1 will be the score. Very one-sided in the last 9 minutes of this game after one big team fight from the side of T1 as they take down the Nexus and they move on to their 4th LCK final in a row.
The first team in LCK history to go 4 back-to-back finals, and they pull it off here. Faker looks so happy, and I know we're going to get that thumbs up, right? I know we're going to get it. Everybody's relieved here. You can see Guma and Owner looking very stressed out, but T1, a well-deserved victory tonight here. And on the side of Gen G, there was a clutch engage from Peanut that brought us to this 4th game, and there were some great moments from Chovy throughout the series. But it was kind of counter-clutch and over-aggressive playing of their hand that lost them this final game here. And T1, they punished and they punished hard. Going to take a bow here in front of a packed arena for the last series in Lowell Park for spring season. They have also qualified themselves as the first team from our region to attend the mid-season invitational. So a huge win for this roster across the board.
Yeah, just to follow up on what you're saying, Wolf, of course, because Korea did win Worlds as a region, we do get 2 seeds into MSI. So if anyone's confused about that, because they make finals, they are one of the 2 seeds, right? Because it will be the 2 teams that are in the finals at Jamsil on April 9th in Korea that will be making it there. So congratulations to there. I was going to be very disappointed if we didn't send this team, Wolf.
Yeah. Me too, especially considering their dominance all season long was more dominant than what we saw last time. And you will, of course, skip the play-ins as an LCK team going to MSI. Something else to mention.
Both teams.
Both teams will. And this is not to say that Gen G is not going to MSI, but they will not be getting that ticket today. If they are to get it, it will be through advancing through that losers final and then going to the finals to rematch against T1. A rematch we could very well see, depending on what happens the rest of our bracket. We still have KT Rolster and Hanwha Life Esports to play tomorrow to decide who will face Gen G in that losers final. But T1, it is a team that won regular season so hard, and to imagine them not being the victors of our upper bracket was just something that almost no one could do. Only Jonas Strong saw the angle today.
Yeah. You know what's funny, Wolf, is interestingly enough, when it's getting down to these really hardcore, super stressful, nerve-wracking series, it's actually Guma that's stepping up alongside of Faker as the main guys. I feel like Zeus and Keria have kind of struggled a little bit here when it comes down to the wire. So really just want to give a shout out to Guma Yusi, who has really turned it up here. When the going gets really scary and nerve-wracking, he is reaching another level.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where we saw an overextension here from Gen G, and the early game was not their friend, but they were able to fight it back. They were able to get, obviously, Chovy 4 kills, or 3 kills and an assist, right, early on. And then this moment here, where we see the overextension, is just the losing moment for Gen G, frankly, where Doran and Peanut overextended, tried to chase here before Mountain Soul, and with Mountain Soul up, you could just never kill Guma ever again.
Yeah.
And they were able to barely do it one time in the pit, but ultimately it didn't matter. As Chovy, he tried his best to carry. He really did this series.
What can you say? It's a difficult team to take down. I think Gen G showed a lot of why they are a strong team in the series. But at the end of the day, it's a best of 5 against one of the best teams in the world right now, and it's not going to be an easy task for anyone. I think Gen G did a very nice job. And this is the moment you were talking about. Let's see how they react. Yeah.
So much healing here for Peanut with the Gore Drinker, but it doesn't matter once Paze is down.
This is like a game 4 that sends them to LCK Finals and MSI, and Faker's calling for a Penta, never change. That is the LCK player way.
You can just tell this team is so happy playing together, and there's no stress. I mean, you know, Owner definitely having a huge sigh of relief in that winning moment. But Faker's all smiles.
Yeah, he's just having a great time. They start panicking a little bit there at the end. They're like, hit it, hit it, hit it. Yep. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They get the job done in game number 3 as Faker has a huge game on Jace. And all it took was, you know, avoid the Malphite ultimate, get a great flank from Zeus, just one big team fight, and the game was over. Like, that was all it took. there's nothing else. Gen.G had it in the lead. There were multiple times in this entire best of 5 where Gen.G were in the lead. They were in the driver's seat. They had the potential to win the game, but they weren't quite able to put the nail in the coffin.
Owner had a fantastic series. I think his performance in the early mid of all of the games basically was super good, and he was able to control the jungle matchups, get his individual lanes ahead. T1, a team I'm happy to have represent us at MSI.
Absolutely a pleasure. Well, either way, guys, we are done here on the cast today. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about this series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for an incredible cast on the day. I'm Atlas, joined by both of these two once again. And let's start with the draft on this one, because it felt a little bit more one-sided this time around. A bit of a T1 smackdown here as they finish off 3-1 and go to MSI as our first representative confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, from the draft, I think the blind Malphite and the 4-pick, the LeBlanc, it's really, really disrespected. And that's why it opens up the Sylas counter pick. And the Bing ends up, they have to put the Chovy on top lane. I'm not blaming Chovy playing bad on top lane. It's just thing is it's uncomfort zone. And also just generally, if the game just goes 25 minutes, Sylas into Malphite. Sylas having Malphite, it's S+++++.
Yeah, there's a reason why we see the Malphite often be banned in second rotation is because you can't really blind him, and T1 is a team where you have to respect the flex. The one thing I did love was the Olaf. We've been calling for Olaf and Trundle with how many Sejuanis we've seen, and the pick is quite strong. But I think Peanut not looking the best on it. There were a couple of moments where ult usage wasn't perfect, got caught very early on, and once you start falling behind with Olaf, things kind of snowball. And also, something that Huni asked for in the previous game, Zeus, even though his early game was pretty bad, legitimately single-handedly also won some late game team fights because he had agency again. And that is something that I think is a big difference maker in T1 in the previous games, right, with Zeus on Ornn, and now they're like, oh yeah, he plays Sylas. And once team finds rolled around, he had a lot of great ultimates.
Yeah, there were 3 pretty ridiculous ones. The Ragnarok, the Featherstorm also pretty good, but Unstoppable Force is incredible, and Quickness, we saw that be so difficult for the Xayah to deal with. Ridiculous stuff. Let's jump into our first highlight here and really get things underway, because this skirmish sort of did tell a tale of how Gen.G were playing out the early game, and that was kind of fast and loose and not necessarily in a lot of control.
Yeah, I mean, clearly this was not the third game of the Peanut. He definitely overextended, and being able to, not being able to just find what really he really wanna do it, because it's not coordinated. The first thing is he's not going with support, he's not going with the mid laner. He's just getting collapsed, and look at where 8. You guys need to also see where the 8 is too. It's just Gumayushi is coming first, and that's why they can't full commit it.
That's the key thing. Peanut can't be that far into the jungle, because if Paze is there, they can win that, right? Olaf's early skirmishing is really, really dumb. It's one of the reasons why the champion can be feared. But with Peanut going in that deeply, while his AD carry is catching a wave under turret, you're never going to win, particularly into Varus. And from that point on, the game became a whole lot harder.
It did, and before that, there were a couple of moments that we didn't actually go over. That was sort of Peanut getting caught towards mid lane. Top lane, the first gank from Ono, absolutely fantastic, pivotal against Chovy as well, to make sure that that one wasn't a complete disaster, because it could have been if that lane swap was actually able to work out for them. But let's jump forward in time here, as this is the Mountain Soul fight. And there's something that Gen.G really didn't want T1 to get towards it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, as a composition-wise, I think the T1, Gen.G has to just engage first, and then T1 was a really nicely done of the disengaging, from Malphite ulti and Rakan ult. Even though they lost the carry, the TK, doesn't matter, because they put so much resource on the TK, which is not really helpful in the team fight, and then being able to just find a way that they can clean up with the Jace, with Zeus Sylas, and the Gumayushi Varus still alive, they can take just Mountain Soul.
Yeah, really well done, because the ultimate from Doran again hits Kench, which doesn't care, and Faker immediately flashes over the wall because there's too much front line. And then Zeus also showcasing why many people go Guild Force on Xayah, and I think they knew they were behind on mountains, and it makes sense into some of the front line, but that extra bit of repositioning is so key, and you see, I think that Paze wasn't able to get a big pullback and just got run down by the Sylas there.
He certainly did, and I actually think that even though he wasn't necessarily the main character of this particular game, I do want to talk about Gumayusi just a little bit because him on this, like, on-hit Varus that we haven't been very happy about, to be perfectly honest. Like, on-hit Varus, when we see it, we're not exactly enthusiastic, but man, he's been dishing out some ridiculous DPS on this champion. It was his previous performance that really was the huge one in this series. But man, Gumayusi really stepping up exactly when it matters most.
And that's something that he's been doing for like a year now. I think the last time
the clutch
struggling
moments,
was MSI, but Summer he was amazing. Worlds he was like one of their most consistent parts. On the flip side, we see Zeus struggling a little bit more, but even he now kind of is able to get past that and have big impact in team fights later.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that's what I said, like, from the weaknesses, like the KT series, that they shown the weaknesses really clearly. The when Zeus is not on the comfort zone, comfort champion, he can't really impact the game. But the thing is, like, the other way, if he is at the comfort zone, which is like, if he can do whatever he wants, it's just, he's just the best.
It's pretty absurd. We're going to check out the final fight here, ladies and gentlemen, and break it down a little bit. This was for the Elder. This was the last-ditch effort for Gen G. Doran getting spotted out. T1 just identifying, and yeah, Gumayusi goes down, but just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Carrier was a really, really decisive, like, just finding the Malphite flank just in case, like, if there's any play. And from there, I think the Gumayusi just kind of, if they're on the river, but the thing is, like, I think it still doesn't really matter because just T1's just way too far ahead. And it's the same thing. It's like they put so much resource on one person. It's not only one carry they're playing 3 carries and three carry, 2 front line, and that's the key. Like someone falls down, the other carries the carry.
Well, it is now time to find out who gets the POG for this one. Let's bring it up. It will be Faker this time around. Did a massive amount of damage on the Jace, and I think we were deliberating between Owner and Faker here on this particular desk. I think it should be a bit of a split vote between the two, but his Jace was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's well deserved. I mean, I think lane phase was really good, and wherever he moved, like the movement was really good as well. I think he was like really consistently not making mistakes and just becomes like huge.
And it also is something that T1 have been able to utilize so well is in this game, not necessarily, but just more as a comment on the whole, like the amount of resources he requires is very low, which means that the rest of the team, right, gets so much more done. And even when he does play a high resource champion like the Jace here, he's able to have a great impact on it. Damage was really, really high. Had a couple of amazing shock blasts that really solidified some of these mid-game fights that very quickly snowballed the game in T1's favor.
Oh, it was a phenomenal performance here from the GOAT of the mid lane, and of course, what a time to do it as well, right on the, split vote is what we were calling for. Yeah. But what I was going to say is that, you know, the 10-year anniversary of his debut, we were celebrating that prior to this series, and to finish off the series with a Faker POG just feels right.
And I was calling for this. Actually, everyone gets a vote in this one.
Yeah.
It's a team effort for T1.
I mean, everyone can carry, but it's from T1. What can we do?
I personally love any carrier votes there, just being a catfish, having a great time. And now everyone got a vote, and therefore we have everyone up on stage for the interview. So here is Jason for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the post-game interview translation, joined by the entire T1 players and also their head coach Bengi for the interview. Welcome to the stage and congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. Let's start off with Zeus. Congratulations on the win. With this win over Gen G, you guys not only advanced to the LCK Grand Finals, but also to the MSI. How do you feel? We haven't won the LCK yet, but we made it to the MSI already, so I'm so excited. I cannot wait. It's gonna be so fun. Let's go back to the first game. Doran played J4, starting with Airy and Doran's ring. What did you feel about that? Last night, before I went to bed, I actually looked up his solo queue records and he played 2 J4 games, so I was like,
보여주기 느낌인 것 같다. 이렇게
Maybe they're gonna
생각했었는데
try this
진짜
out,
하길래
or maybe he's just bluffing.
좀 당황스럽게
But he actually did it today, so I was a little bit flustered.
했는데 실제로 나와서 좀 놀랐다라고 하셨는데요. 제이스와 자르반.
So we had Jace versus J4 matchup, which happened after around 1,500 days in the LCK. How was actually playing into that J4?
되게 짜릿한 그런 느낌이
Well,
되게 세가지고
the damage was really, really
그래서 그냥
hurting. I was like, ouch, that hurts. But I went through it.
뭐 이렇게 생각하셨을 것 같습니다. 자, 1세트 우리 제우스 선수가 또 POG를
And
받기도
you
하면서
won
멋진
POG
활약
in that
보여주셨는데요.
game.
결승전에서
Who do you want to play up against in the grand finals? Which top laner are you looking forward to seeing the most? Keen from KT or Kingen from Hana Life? Or Doran from Gen.G?
이제 대회가 2번 남았는데 결승전까지 그거 보면서 이제
So I think we have 2 more matches left in the playoffs run, the entire LCK. So everything,
제가 잘해야 될 것
I'll
같아서
see what happens there. And also everyone looks really, really talented. So it's all gonna come down to my performance. Doesn't really matter who my opponent will be. Are you feeling confident in whichever matchup though? I don't know. I would just say thank you.
이어서 오너 선수와 한번 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 오너 선수
Now let's hear from Owner.
거두셨습니다.
T1 got a 3-1 victory over Gen.G. You had about a week to prepare. What kind of adjustments were made? We actually had a longer break than we expected. So we were able to, you know, bring some new picks, do a lot of experiments. So I think we mostly focused on the draft.
4세트 상대가 정글 올라프를 꺼내 들었습니다.
And we had Olaf making its return to the LCK after 400 days. Lee Sin and Viego were both available, but Olaf was Pina's choice. Were you expecting this to happen? Not at all, but I also looked up Pina's solo queue record and he did play Olaf too. So I was like, I was like, is it actually gonna happen tomorrow? But so I was a little bit scared to find out. I guess T1 players are actually checking the opponent's solo queue record before the night before the match happens. Now you only have one more match to play, which is the grand finals. Last year you were the spring finals MVP. What is your mindset heading into this finals? Yeah, I mean, winning the finals is good, but winning the FMVP is even better. So I wish I can repeat that this year. And also, I will make sure to bring the best performance possible. Now let's hear from Faker. We had so many things to celebrate today. You are soon having your 10th year debut anniversary, and also you are the first, you know, team and player to make it to the LCK finals 4 times in a row. I am so grateful. You know, my teammates are super fantastic. You know, we were all working super hard, and this finals is a great chance for me. So I will work hard in order to win another title. Faker, you played with Sandra in both game 1 and 2, and then in game 3, eventually she got removed. What kind of role did Lissandra play in T1's comp in the first 2 games? You know, the weather is getting a little bit hot these days, so we need to cool it down a little bit. So we had this synergy. The Lissandra can cool down the heat, and also she had good synergy with our team's comp as well. And recently T1 released the new content of player comms in the previous playoffs match, and Faker, you are actually calling your teammates Hyung, which means big brothers and older brothers. Tell us about it. I don't really make jokes a lot, but especially when we are playing the LCK, they're just good, so I just gotta respect them. Then we gotta hear from the youngest player inside of T1. How does it feel when the oldest player actually call you Hyung, older brother? It feels natural. He always does it. So I was like, he's doing it, I guess.
좀 부드러운 팀 분위기가 여기서 느껴지지 않나라는 생각이 듭니다.
I guess Faker is playing the life of the party on the side of T1, and you guys are just one step away from winning the LCK Spring Championship.
각오 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
And the stakes are high. T1's and your 11th LCK title is on the line. We worked so hard for that goal only, so we will make sure to do our best in order to achieve that.
구마유시 선수 한번 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 구마유시 선수.
Now let's hear from Gumayusi.
결승 직행이
Winner of the series were making it into the grand finals. And recently, Genji's bottom duo, they have been showcasing a great performance. So what was on your mind heading into the series today? Recently, I could kind of feel that my form was wrapping up, so I had no doubt about my performance. I was pretty sure that like there's no way we're gonna lose this. Gumayusi, you were styling on your new hairstyle, also you were pulling off some of the Omen ad, the troublemaker version of yours on your way to the stage. So let's take a look at this replay where actually your fan did the same ceremony you did last time in the LCK.
이 선글라스 세레모니를
Pretty
멋지게
cool.
또 재현을 해주셨습니다. 이렇게 정말 정성 가득한 팬분들이 오늘
So many
오셔서
fans are
뜨겁게
sending you so much love and support for this T1 victory. Let's see if she's still here at Little Park. Right there.
팬분이 지금도 자리에 계신데요. 혹시 이 팬분들을 위해서
Gumayusi,
입장해주셨던 세레모니 한 번 더
would you want to do another the entrance ceremony you did earlier today?
동그라미 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 세레모니 원하시나요?
She definitely want to see that.
원하신 의견을 구마유시 선수에게 한번 맡기겠다는
Now,
뜻
Gumayusi,
같은데요. 구마유시 선수
are you gonna do it one more time? The one you did earlier today. The troublemaker Omen, Gumayusi.
좋습니다. 역시 팬분들을 위해서라면 뭐든지 다 해주시는 구마유시 선수인데요. 사실 구마유시 선수가
And recently,
라이브 방송에서 이런
Gumayusi,
말씀을 하셨더라고요.
in your
나는 질수
stream, you
없다.
said,
나를 응원하는 사람들이
I
내
should
뒤에
not lose
있기에.
because there are so
이
many
방송
people
너무
supporting me
감동적이었거든요.
behind me.
오늘도 뒤에서 열심히
And
응원해 주셨던
today, we had
팬분들을
so many
위해서
T1
마지막으로
fans
한마디
out here sending
부탁드리겠습니다.
you all the love and support. Any message over to them?
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고요. 결승 때
Thank you so much for your support. As always, you know, I will make sure to win the LCK title. And also this year, my goal is winning the Grand Slam. And in order to make it happen, our first achievement should be winning the LCK Spring. We're gonna make it happen.
캐리아 선수 LCK
Now,
다섯 번째
Keria,
결승
this
진출입니다.
is your
정말
5th
대단한데요.
LCK
소감 한번
finals.
부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel?
다섯 번째 결승인 줄 몰랐는데 다섯
Oh,
번째
I actually
결승이라서
didn't know, but it
기쁘지만
feels amazing.
저 승률이 많이 안 좋은
And also,
편이라
my win rate at the finals is pretty
보여서
low,
승률
to be
잘
honest.
높이겠습니다.
So I will make sure to boost that up this time around.
브라움, 쓰레쉬,
Keria, you played Braum, Thresh, Tomcatch today. Some of the classic and OG support picks. And you were the one actually playing a lot of unconventional support during the regular season, but you kind of changed your champion pool for playoffs. What do you prefer the most? I mean, who defines which is conventional and which is unconventional, you know?
그냥 좋아. 그냥 롤이
So
좋습니다.
I like League of Legends. I love it. That's it.
뭐든 다 자신 있는 캐리아 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다. 오늘 좀 양 팀 모두 슈퍼 플레이를
Keria,
펼치면서
I think
3세트는
both
매우
T1 and Genji were pulling off great outplay throughout the series, especially in Game 3, but T1 could not get a win in that game. What kind of feedback did you guys have?
상대 조합에 좀 거슬리는 게 있다고
Our last
판단해서
fight was a little bit messy, and also I think Genji also did some great macro play there.
4세트 때 멋진 조합으로 승리를 이끌어주지 않으셨나 싶습니다. 캐리아 선수께도 한번 여쭤볼게요.
Keria,
결승 상대로 어떤 팀을 만나고
which
싶으신지요?
team
지금
do you want to
KT,
face at the
하나생명이
grand
나와 있습니다.
finals?
뭐 어떤 팀이 올라와도 다
I mean,
잘하는 팀이라고
whoever makes it,
생각하고
they will be super strong
저희만
there.
잘하면 되겠다고
So
하면은
as
너무
long as
재미없을 것
we
같아서
perform well, it's gonna be
KT
okay.
상대로
Would be a very boring answer.
적응력이 너무
So
좋아하셨어가지고
last time up against KT Roaster, I was not happy with my performance. The next time, if they make it to the finals, I'm gonna get a cleaner win. Possibly, probably, right?
더 깔끔한 승리해보고 싶다라고 이야기를 해주셨습니다. 자 그렇다면 이렇게 결승 진출에 성공을 하셨는데
Now that you
우승에 대한
guys made it
자신감은
to
어느
the
정도인지
grand
마지막으로
Finals. How confident are you to get the trophy?
오늘처럼만 하면은 99점.
As long as you play as we did today, 99.978% maybe.
멋지게 보여주시기를 기대하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 마지막으로 이제
And
뱅기
lastly,
감독님을
let's hear
만나보겠습니다.
from
여러분,
Bengi,
큰
the
박수
head coach on the
부탁드릴게요.
side of T1. Welcome.
네, 감독님과 인터뷰는 처음인데요. 감독님 승리
First time doing a head coach interview live here. Congratulations on the win and also advancing to the finals. This is actually your first ever LCK finals as a head coach. And also, you made it to the MSI. How do you feel?
감독이 된 이후에 처음에 올라온 결승전인데
This is gonna be my first LCK finals as a head coach, and I wished today was finals when the match was over.
결승전까지 준비 잘 해서
We will keep working hard for the finals and also the MSI. A lot of people were expecting a close series between you and Gen.G, but it was a bit of a clean 2-1 victory. What was the key to this success?
진짜 침착하게
I
힘든
think
상황일 수 있는데
today the players kept calm even in such an intense moment. So even though the game was super close, we were able to get the win. I think the focus was the key.
감독님께서 그렇다면 가장 만족스러웠던
What do you think was the best play
어떤
today?
장면이었을까요?
만족스러웠던 플레이보다는 2세트에 아펠리우스가
Well, like not
그
the
용 앞에서
best play,
공을
but
맞고
maybe the moment when Aphelios got ulted by Malphite, but still he survived and won the team fight. I had this feeling they were gonna win today's series anyways.
네, 또 V로 멋지게 반응해 주셨습니다. 뱅기 감독님 그러면 끝으로 T1의
And lastly,
11번째 우승을 기다리실 팬분들에게
So many fans are hoping for T1's 11th LCK title. What is your, tell us about your determination for the very last best of 5 series. I think all 3 potential finalists are looking super strong, but we will keep our confidence up until the finals. Now this will be the end of the post-game interview with the T1 players and their head coach, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation, and great to hear from T1. Very confident. Kerry is saying, what was it, 99.987% chance that they'll win. So I guess we'll take those odds and run with them. I'm sad that he didn't give us a game score because we're required one of those for the prediction, so we'll have to come up with it ourselves.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. I mean,
What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Hooney? Just tell us.
I don't know. At least I got 3-1 today, so I'm happy with that.
Hey, that's true. That's true.
That was a free tour, and it was looking good after that game 3. Game 4, not so much.
No, not quite. Let's have a look at the match result here as it was. A 3-1, Gen.G being able to pick up 1 victory there in game number 3, but kind of similar to what we saw in our previous best of 5 series here in the LCK. There was a team that was just a bit better on the Rift today, and it was indeed T1 instead of it being Gen.G last time around. And there we go. Ooh, man, look at us go.
The big.
Chronic Heckler and Jisun together on this one, united. And it's okay if you're wrong, if you're also wrong alongside your boss. So I think you'll keep your job this time around, Chronic.
This time around.
Yeah.
Next time you're on Thin Ice.
And the real problem is, next time it's KT versus Humble Life Esports. So good luck getting that one correct. I have absolutely no idea how that series is going to go ×2. Because if KT are in a game, no idea.
It should be a.
What should it
one
be?
for KT.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's
they're really
that's the point. That's the
but
point.
They haven't really been doing like even they almost beat T1. I feel like they've earned our faith at this point. Certainly.
I feel like you're doing this.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Like I'm. I'm not a hype training. I'm just saying they're a good team. Stop booping me. Let it go, Hooney.
How do you feel about this series that's coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, easy 3-1 for KT.
Easy.
Easy 3-1.
Ooh, got to be worried about the first letter of that one. But ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to T1 for being our first MSI representative and also for making it to the LCK Spring Final for 2023. That'll do it for us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK playoffs.
LE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.